Doop-a-doop-a-doop-doop-doop. Ah. A-doop-a-doop-a-doop-doop-doop. Ah. You remember that jam?
Oh, are we live?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, okay. All right. I was like, why are you singing to me? Okay, yeah. I'm just not even paying. It's like it's 12. Yeah. Let's go. Okay. All right. I do remember that jam.
I'm serenading you. You and the DK Sim fam.
Like usual, you and I just have no idea what's going on. Anyways, great to be here. I'm back, folks. You know, after yesterday. Everyone's excited.
You had a couple games yesterday.
Couple games. Right? Yeah. Games. I remember a glitch in one of them got everyone riled up.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, we don't have to dive into that, but
no, we don't.
I do remember Glash calling me, FaceTiming me when you guys were doing your thing. So that was cool. That was interesting.
That was good. That was a good little interlude. Glash didn't even tell me he was doing it. He's just all of a sudden your voice popped up, and I'm like, what is he watching? Emerson's Instagram or something? I'm like,
yeah, he tried FaceTiming me before. But I was just taking a shower and I was naked. I didn't feel like he has earned that yet to see
air drying.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. I do air dry a lot. It's better for the skin. I don't want to get all irritated. So anywho, yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'll do a sim with him on Tuesday, first time.
Right.
He finally has decided to.
Glashing. It's like the mega powers. It's like when Randy Macho Man Savage and Hulk Hogan finally combined. Ooh, yeah.
Ooh. Or like Bert and Ernie.
Okay, you guys are way more Bert and Ernie, actually, now that I think about it.
What do we have today? We're going to start off first of 6 sims. Busy Saturday here. No, I can't take.
Yeah, now I actually, you kind of look like Bert a little bit. Now that I think about it, like a little bit of Bert in your face. I mean, Glash is a perfect Ernie. I can't unsee this.
Really? Because
I'm gonna have to get Sarah. I'm gonna get Sarah on this Photoshop right away after this.
I thought his head was shaped more like Bert. I thought he was more like a Bert guy, and Ernie.
I don't know. Doesn't Ernie have the bushy, like black eyebrows though, and he's got the darker hair like Glash? I think so. I think Glash is a real Ernie.
Yeah, Bert's like the taller one. Who?
Yeah, you're taller, right?
Grumpy. Yeah, I am taller.
You're not grumpy though, but
no, I'm not.
Definitely not grumpy. You know, unless we don't. Actually, we don't feed you for like a couple days. You'd be a perfect Bert because you will be grumpy. So.
Dude,
a couple hours, not a couple. Yeah. A couple days would be like torture.
All right, so we can debate this here as the sim moves along. It is the Eagles and the Bengals. I think that's the first time we mentioned that. Did you end up getting a lineup filled out?
I did, man. I got it in the free roll with like probably a second to spare, but I'm in, folks. I got her done. Miles Sanders is my captain. I stuffed Burrow in there with John Ross as well. And then I got Goodwin, I got Elshon, and I rostered a kicker. You know, give Jason Rossi a shout out too. So.
Okay, cool. I like that. I like your style. I went ahead and captain Boyd. I got Wentz, I got Burrow, I got Ertz, I got Goodwin, and I got Jeffrey.
Okay. Yeah, Miles Sanders coming in very popular. 23% owned in the captain spot in our little free roll. The brunch is overrated. Free roll.
Yeah.
Is brunch overrated?
Brunch is 1,000% overrated.
Okay. Give me your thoughts.
Okay. Maybe I will give you my thoughts. I'll give you my thoughts right now. Is Joe Burrow first down? That is tight end Uzuma? No, it is not.
That's Boyd.
That's Boyd. So that's my captain. I'm cool with that. 14 yards on his first catch. So yeah, even producer Michael says Glash looks more like Ernie. He does.
I think he does. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm fine with it. So, but yeah. Brunch is 100% overrated. Breakfast for dinner, far superior. I even had multiple people back me up on this. Even one of your Canadian compatriots, Gary and Thorne. So like when the Canadians start chiming in and backing me up, I know I'm right.
Okay.
But for me, brunch, just a made up, overpriced meal in between two perfectly good existing meals. It's somehow automatically better for some reason in a lot of people's eyes. It's literally just regular food with an egg or an avocado added to it. And you know what's better than a mimosa, people? regular champagne, untainted by orange juice. Like, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I think you're just mad that like brunch is basically like taking out a meal. Like, you just want the extra meal. That's what it sounds like. So.
No, and you know what you can do instead of lining up for hours for just an egg or a glass of like Bucks Fizz here? You can have champagne with your regular breakfast. Just do it.
That beer.
You really can.
Call it a party. It's a pandemic. Anything goes.
Yeah, just one more thing. And someone said, yeah, cereal's the GOAT breakfast. And then I replied back. I said, I think we can all agree that cereal's actually the universal food. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, snack. It handles everything.
It's John Ross. I'll roster him. Brunch is okay, like once in a while. But you're right. Like, if you got to wait in line for it, or you're going out, who wants to get dressed up at like 11 or 10:30 and go for a fancy brunch? It's ridiculous. It's like a casual brunch. You know when brunch is good? If you're in like Vegas or you're on vacation, then you sleep in. You just have one massive meal, and you go back and like lie down or something. Like,
yeah,
that's when brunch is good. But you're right. For the most part, it's ridiculous.
And it's like the price tag is more you're going out, and a lot of times it's soggy. You're around a lot of and yeah, I'm getting a little older, so I'm not necessarily into the Sunday fun day scene anymore. I don't want to sit around at a table with like 9 people. Most of them are hungover and smell like ass. I don't want to do that. All right, Joe Burrow, baby. This guy's cooking. This guy's anti-brunch. We got 1st and goal, AJ Green. 1st and goal from the 8 for the Bengals. Let's go, meow.
Oh, man.
Mo disagrees with me. Chris B says, smash the like for the sweet chinchilla team of M and Moose.
Right. Oh, missed a wide open guy there, too. Not sure that wasn't Ed and Green.
Also, like you mentioned, sleeping in on vacation. Dude, when I go on vacation, like I don't sleep in. It's the only time like I really don't sleep in. I end up getting up because I want to just conquer the day. I don't care if I went to bed at like 3 a.m. the night before. I'm getting up at like 8:30. And I'll go have breakfast, not brunch. I'll have breakfast.
Why would you get up early on your vacation?
Well, it's like I usually have a little more energy because I'm not working. I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
Back of the end zone. This is some energy for you right here. I'm all about that John Ross III. Not the first, not the second, but the third. Scoring the first touchdown of the day. Bengals up 6-0, extra point pending. Damn, Joe Burrow.
All right, yeah, John Ross. Can't get on the field in real life NFL, but he's still beast in sim, folks. So.
Yeah.
Well, you got to pay attention to the depth charts.
35% owned in free showdown, dude. 5.5% in the captain spot. 18th touchdown of the Sims for Ross.
He's looking pretty good, boy. If I was a Jags fan, I'd be a little jealous.
What are you talking about? What the hell's up with you? Are you trying to piss people off again?
What? No.
Bro, you can't sit here. So what was your take, by the way?
What take? That Burrow is going to be better than Trevor Lawrence long term? That's not even a take, is it?
And you can sit here and you can claim and make your ridiculous statements. But wake me up in like 3 years then. I think Trevor Lawrence will have a better rookie year than Joe Burrow. And what's going to help is hopefully Trevor Lawrence doesn't get injured like 10 games in. But I'll give you this. No, let's have some fun.
Let's have some fun. Let's go.
We're like best friends. That's fine.
Let's step it up a notch.
So 10 games played for Joe Burrow. He completed 65.3% of his passes, north of 2,600 yards, 13 touchdowns, 5 picks as a rookie. All right, those are some pretty damn good numbers. I know he suffered the torn ACL, and he's still targeting week 1 as a return, which would be impressive. I think he's got like an aggressive rehab going. He's posting videos and pictures of him rehabbing, clanging and banging, feeling good. So that's got to give Cincinnati some hope. #1 overall pick last year in the draft. And then, like, what were his options that he was working with? Because, like, AJ Green, like, wasn't around. So does that make it more impressive, right? Like, we would want to do the weapons thing? Like, did he not have, like, great weapons, or?
No, I mean, I don't know. I mean, since I think the biggest thing with Burrow is the O-line there is still weak. I think he was playing behind a bad O-line, which, as we saw in the Super Bowl, is a big thing. I mean, that's why he got injured, right? I mean, just too many shots. So I think the weapons, I think Cincy actually did an okay job. They still have Boyd. T. Higgins ended up being like a really good draft pick where they took him. Not having Mixon didn't help either. So they need to get a healthy Mixon, maybe like add in like some kind of tight end or someone to work with. But I mean, Higgins and Boyd is a pretty good combo. I'd like to see someone a little bit more explosive. They can add that, but I think the biggest thing for Cincy is just getting the O-line figured out. Again, I'm obviously bringing this up as a joke. Trevor Lawrence is a great prospect, as I've already said. I'm just saying right now, and Emerson's right. He brought this up before. Like, we can't really, like, making a judgment here at this point is pretty stupid. Like, it's pretty stupid. We have like 8 games on Burrow or whatever. And Lawrence, he definitely looks like he's like one of the, a legit decade, kind of once in a decade prospect. But like, let's get a little bit of tape on him. Let's see a couple preseason games, whatever. So probably going to be some of the same growing pains with Jacksonville. I'm just excited. Like, the AFC is just loaded with QBs right now. Allen, Mahomes, Herbert, Burrow, Lawrence next year, Deshaun if he stays. Like, it's getting ridiculous, But it's going to be fun. So we can have lots of these conversations as we go up. At the same time, if you ask me right now, I would take Burrow over.
But now Wentz is in the AFC too. Wentz.
I mean, look,
poor Wentz. I feel bad for him because now he's got to face Trevor Lawrence at least twice a year in the regular season. Like, that's unfortunate for him. He's fighting an uphill battle. He's about to get smoked by the Jaguars for the rest of his Indianapolis Colts career.
If Carson Wentz can't turn it around in Indy, like playing in a dome, you have to play the Texans a couple times a year. The Jags are rebuilding right now.
It's a very quick rebuild. It's a very quick rebuild, buddy.
Hopefully. We'll see. I like the Jags. They got Chark still. Chark and Lawrence could be really good. So we'll be excited to see how that works out. But, realistically, his only tough opponent for this year coming up is going to be the Titans. So it's a good spot for Wentz to land. I'm not 100% convinced it's just going to turn around for him, but as he gets sacked there on cue.
Yeah, I was going to say, his awareness here in Madden's 84, it seemed more just like a 4 in that situation. I don't know. This year,
his awareness was about a 4. Yeah, he got sacked like 30 times in 10 games.
But there you go to the offensive line thing again. He was sacked 50 times in 12 games. Like, that's brutal. That's like David Carr-esque back in the day with the Texans. Remember when he was sacked like 9 times a game? That was unbelievable. That was exciting to see.
That was bad for him. I mean, killed his career. I do think some of those sacks are Wentz issues, like holding on to the ball too long, trying to do too much. But you're right. I mean, like, it wasn't an ideal situation. So I think it's a good move by the Colts. It's a low investment. We talked about this yesterday with Glash. They can basically, after 10 games, they can sit him and they only have to give up a second and a third. Like, that's not much to cut your losses on a mistake. You need to try and upgrade your quarterback. You need to take a chance. Wentz at least has shown. Ooh, is that going to be touchdown?
Let's go. No, it's picked off.
Oh, no.
Picked off.
Bad series of events here for Carson Wentz, I tell you. Oof. This has been like a little dichotomy of his 2020 year in this drive.
Well, I mean, it was a pretty good drive up until that throw where he was looking for Alshon Jeffrey. Yeah, terrible sack.
It's actually a pretty good play by the DB too, like going up to get it. So I'm not sure who that was. Jackson?
Glash's toothbrush in the chat. Shane Thomas says, "What's up, toothbrush? I just got done using you." Honestly, I don't think I've brushed my teeth yet today. I know it's pretty disgusting, but I've been eating a lot of food and drinking a lot of coffee. Yeah. I don't know what's happening behind the step and repeat. Hopefully my dog is not eating at one of my shoes again. That was interesting.
Oh, is Winnie getting scolded?
Yeah, it's tough to scold a 7-month-old puppy because they're so cute and adorable.
Bad dog, you cute little bastard.
When I talked about it with the DK Sim fam on the noon sim yesterday, and it was like I caught her eating the shoe like 5 minutes before we went on. And it is tough when you catch her and you're like, no, bad dog, and I'm mumbling under my breath, gosh dang, you're so freaking cute. I love you so much. Just can't let her see that. You can't let her see the weakness in you.
Yeah, but they can.
No, they can sense
They can smell it. That's what dogs do. They can like sense exactly. That's why they give you that look. It's like, dude, I know you're just playing here. Like, you're not actually mad, you know?
Yeah.
They stare at you for a couple seconds, like, really? You gonna try and pull this on me? Like, you pretend mad, though? Like, I'm a dog, man. Like, I got a scent, you know, I can smell things like a mile away. You know, I know if you have cancer, like 5 years before you get it. I mean, come on.
They do. They know that.
No, I know. They can do things like that. Like, it's crazy. There's a dogs to sniff COVID, man. Like,
yes. Down in Miami, of all places, where people don't show up to Heat games until like halftime anyway down there.
Right.
But when they do show up, they're getting the sift down, dude. Just little. Oh yeah, this son of a bitch, sick. Don't let him in.
Get him out of here.
How about Joe Burrow in the first quarter here, guys? 7-0. Joe, 10 of 11, 107 yards and a tutty. So on pace.
Almost like he's going to be like the best prospect for the next couple of years.
Such a wet fart take, buddy. On pace for 428 passing yards, which means he definitely will not hit that. Mixon's got 1 carry for 2 yards. Sanders, 2 carries for 14 yards. The only 2 individuals through 1 quarter who have registered rushing yards. Ross, not too shabby, man. He's got the only touchdown in this game, and he's got 3 grabs, 47 yards. Giovanni Bernard, okay, a little receiving son of a gun coming out of the backfield there, 3 for 19. Yeah. Boyd, 2 for 26. Deshaun Jackson, who was just released, 2 for 24. I'm already seeing his name thrown around. Of course, any veteran released, like immediately, what's the first team that comes to mind?
Well, for wide receivers, it's probably Green Bay.
Okay. I'm just saying in general stuff. Always the Patriots, someone who's been around for a while.
That's true too. The Patriots, yeah.
I think that will eventually die out because before it was all these veterans being released who can still be serviceable and maybe still chasing your ring, and you'd go there to team up with Tom Brady. Right?
Exactly. Now it's probably like Tampa, right? Like, oh, but we got to replace Chris Godwin. Let's sign Deshaun Jackson. Oh, and he's played for Tampa before too. So.
Yeah. Producer Michael, that's a good point. He says Ravens because I mean, right now that's exactly like what Baltimore should be dialed into doing is building up on like the offense that I think led the league the past couple of years in points per game. But a lot of it is Lamar Jackson. If you could get maybe a little more talent there in the receiving department, you may see him take another like step forward in terms of the passing game, right?
Yeah, I mean, L-Jack's definitely got exposed a little bit in 2021. 2020, just from the perspective of, you can get ahead on them a little bit, force them to be throwing a little bit more. He's not the greatest pocket passer. I think we kind of knew that coming out of college, but it was just so masked, in 2019, because the Ravens were so good at getting out in front that, the rushing offense they've put together is it's almost unstoppable when they get a lead. So, he's got to improve, and part of that improving is giving him better options. We saw what Steph Diggs and Josh Allen were able to put together. I don't know if Lamar's ever going to be able to, put together like a Josh Allen season like that, but he could certainly improve, and one way to do that is by giving him better weapons. So, yeah, I think long term, you get him with the right receiver, it'll really help him for sure. I don't know if Deshaun is necessarily that guy, but he's a good depth piece, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 34-year-old he was entering the final year of his deal, has said he wants to play in 2021 here, as Joe Burrow is going to look to pass on 2nd and 5 from the 14. And that's complete, 4 yards, 3rd and 1 coming up. So his release, by the way, saved Philadelphia roughly around like $5 million in cap space. And with the Eagles still significantly over the cap space, moves like this should be expected to come here in the weeks ahead. They already are paying like $33 million for Carson Wentz, who's no longer on the team. But, man, yeah, he is injury prone.
Oh, very injury prone. I mean,
like he just can never stay healthy. At least it feels like that recently. I know Ray P just mentioned that in the YouTube chat, and you're exactly right, Ray. 8 games played. This was his second stint with the Eagles. 8 games played in 2 seasons. Just couldn't stay healthy enough to make the impact in vision when he returned to Philly. And I think, was it back in week 1 of this year or last year? Like he just completely blew up. You're thinking, oh my God, he's on this like ridiculous pace through just 1 game. But he caught 23 passes, almost 400 yards, 3 touchdowns combined in 2019, 2020. 34, you know?
He's
drop, yeah. Should have been a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got some juice left. Like that's not the issue. He just can't stay on the field. Like the last 2 years have basically been, he's like you said, he's played like 4 games, but when he's played, you know, things have happened. I mean, he's still got that like field stretching ability. So I don't know. You can't really get that excited about him, but you're right. I mean, he could really help someone. I mean, he's been really good on deep balls. Like he really helps. He can run, he can go.
Joe Burrow, but could be coming back.
Probably coming back.
We got some laundry on the field. Hey guys, gather around. Yeah. Brian C says, is injury prone actually a thing, or is it just bad luck? I see what you're saying there, Brian C, and I think it's bad luck for him that he's injury prone, because he is. He finds himself like play a game or 2 and then he's injured. I mean, I just spit off how many games he's played the past 2 years in his return to Philly.
Injuries are player specific too. Like Deshaun's a slight guy, right? Like if there was ever a player that was going to be injury prone, it would be a guy like Deshaun Watson, who completely fast twitch, you know, runs at an insane pace, but he's like a smaller version of Tyreek Hill. Like he's not as built as Tyreek Hill, so he just seems to get dinged up a little bit easier. And those guys are like Ferraris, man. Like one thing goes wrong, like it's you know, you can't use that speed. So I think also age catching up with him a little bit. You know, as you get older and you're that kind of player, you're going to get more injuries. So
let's go in the end zone. Second touchdown of the day. Second touchdown of the day for the Bengals. Joe Burrow, his second touchdown pass. This one going to Gio. Not to be confused with Leo, the extremely thirsty golden retriever who continues to attempt to hump Winnie every morning on our walks. Good guy, though. He means well.
Burrow is hot. I agree, Mo. He is hot. Okay. Gio the GOAT. Mo likes it. Great.
Gio, 24% owned, 2.2% in the captain spot. Let's see. Let me check out the contest right now.
Yeah, where am I at here?
2-way tie for first. I'm looking in the big free showdown, so almost 11,000 entries, and I'm seeing Gio on there.
I didn't play him.
I'm seeing Ross on there. Burrow's on there. Pretty stacked lineup. 128 entries in our Brunch is Overrated contest, and I'm sitting 81. Oh, this guy's got to step it up.
I'm in 37. I got 3 zeros too, and I'm still in 37th. But Burrow having a nice day, 148 already. John Ross up to 50 yards. A couple guys on bonus watch, that duo. Wentz needs to get it going here. They need to get it going. Do you think Indy wins that division with Wentz now? Or what?
Well, no, there's still the Titans there. Let's keep that in mind. I don't know if necessarily the Jaguars are going to be a threat, and I don't know what the hell's going on in Houston. Especially like
I know what's going on in Houston. It's a big trashy dump fire.
Yeah, I probably the Colts have to be the favorite right now with that defense, the running game. Wentz is now under center. I think we're going to see is Wentz a good quarterback or not? Or has it just been like bad luck? We want to go back to that conversation with the Eagles. Didn't have like an offensive line like this past year. Now he's got an offensive line. Now he's got a running game. Now he's got a defense. So now he's playing under the coach who was his offensive coordinator when he was in the MVP conversation back in 2018. Like if there's ever a team, if he's ever going to be put in a position as Jackson there with the reception to return or get close to that form, whether you think he's going to be there or get there or not, this is the best position for him.
Oh, absolutely. There's no other better spot. I'm actually surprised like some kind of veteran QB like didn't try and push their way into Indy, because it really is a good spot. You know, you mentioned some of the things, like they got a couple good draft picks from last year, an O-line, a good defense. Like if you're Deshaun Watson, like that's a good spot to go. I'm surprised more people aren't like, you know, like trade me to Indy. Maybe it's just because
there's no way they're trading him inside the division.
No, okay, that's a good point on Deshaun Watson.
No way in hell.
Yeah. I'm surprised like Stafford though, or someone like that wasn't like, yeah, like I really want to go to the Colts, and I don't know. LA is a good landing spot too, but
I was going to say, I think what really drew him in there was McVay. I think like the reports were he wanted to play under McVay, who's considered just like, you know, offensive genius, which Bill Belichick exposed him to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. But yeah, I think he really wanted to go there.
And I think the other thing is I think Indy just didn't want to, like LA is clearly willing to give up, you know, like they're trading first from like 2030 already, basically. I just don't think Indy is taking that approach. So, I mean, you got to be willing to give up the capital to get a guy like Stafford, and I just don't think Indy was willing to do it. And I think it's fine. Like it's a low cost, low risk move on Wentz. But yeah, this is it for Carson Wentz. Like if he can't turn it around for Indy, in Indy, I mean, there's really going to be no other better landing spot for him. So it really is make or break here. Whoa, he's got him too. Nice play. Is that Deshaun? I actually don't know who that was.
No, dude. Is that Goddard? Yeah, 30-yard reception.
The hand of Goddard. Goose, have you ever been to Indianapolis? Freezing. Yeah, but it's inside, man.
I've heard good things about Indianapolis. Isn't that where they're going to do the NCAA tournament this year?
I didn't tell you to play Willie Mack Mustang. I said I said it's an interesting story, but you probably shouldn't play him. That's exactly what I said. Coming on here, telling me.
Goddard 3.3% owned in the flex. The chat delivers.
You guys are so insane. I love it.
And now he goes to Ertz. So, you know, Wentz loves him some tight ends right now. What's up? I mean, Ertz is likely done in Philly too.
Yeah, Ertz has been rumored to Seattle. Could be interesting.
Oh, Russell Wilson, enjoy that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ertz has a couple of years left. I mean, I think that would, I think that could pay dividends for the Seahawks in the short term. I mean, Seattle's a whole different story. You know, like just what they're trying to do or what they're trying not to do, just build around Russell Wilson. So,
yes.
Getting Ertz wouldn't hurt though. Getting Ertz wouldn't hurt.
Stop it. The jokes like that make me wet to my pants. All right, let's go. Eagles on the board.
Oh.
And I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more. Miles Sanders. Yeah, that sucks. Trading Ertz, though, would save the Eagles around $5 million in cap space.
Yeah, they're going to get rid of Ertz. There's no question.
Yeah, just like Wentz. Yeah, Ertz's departure is a necessary move for a team that is headed toward.
And like, I mean, from a fantasy perspective, Dallas Goedert's going to be great next year. I know it might be a different offense with like if Jalen Hurts is a QB and they're going to be, you know, might be more of like a Ravens style offense, but still, you know, Goddard is capable of good things after the catch. He's kind of like the anti-Ertz in that perspective. Less of a possession receiver, more of the after the catch guy. You know, he's got more George Kittle in him than certain players. So Goddard's going to be big for fantasy, I think.
Taylor Ash, how's that X Factor feeling for this game right now, Emerson? Well, still relatively early, but it's warmer than it was moments ago. Emerson and the Proclaimer sounds like a real band name. Glash's Toothbrush, who's on the call for the rest of the games today. You and Cough. Speaking of the Colts, so we're gonna we got the Carson Wentz double dip here.
Wow.
From the Eagles, and then Colts at the Rams, as we were talking about Stafford as well. You and Kaufman on that at 2 o'clock. Kaufman and Kenny with the Dallas Cowboys at the Lions. I forgot who said they were really excited because you and I were on the first call of the day and Kenny is not on the slate. I apologize, but the Cowboys at the Lions will be Kaufman and Kenny at 4 o'clock. So hit the like button now while you guys can, while you actually feel like it. Rossi and Brandon for Packers at the Cardinals at 6. Then Glash and Brandon, Washington at the Niners at 8. Bucks at the Seahawks with Glash and Tommy Popsicles. 10 o'clock on a Saturday night.
You guys show some support for Kenny today. Come on. Give him a little pump up. You know, he's been watching Australian Open tennis for like 3 weeks in a row, getting no sleep, bringing you tennis picks, I guess. Save your likes for Kenny. Actually, don't save them, but, you know, give Kenny a like today.
Yeah.
The chat thinks we all hate Kenny. I think he's hilarious.
I love Kenny. Kenny's great. What's great is we're all like a little different. You know, we're all just kind of ourselves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's the varying levels of insanity on the DK stream.
Yeah. Like he's up there on the, insanity meter. But that's great. As Burrow, you have him, you have anyone on this Bengals offense being sacked. That's not great.
It's not great, bub.
Brian C says, Kenny, we love you, I guess. Noah Moon, yes, people watch tennis. Naomi Osaka winning the Australian Open overnight. It's already Tuesday in Australia.
That's right.
Yeah, must be. Cheating Kenny Ducey. I'll never forget that moment. He cheated in rock, paper, scissors. Only guy I know who would ever cheat in that game. It was live here on the internet. Yes.
Wow.
Waiting for me to throw a rock, piece of paper, or scissors.
Did you get hustled by Kenny?
Yeah. Even producer Michael says he saw that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's...
I didn't know we had a Rochambeau gauge on the stream.
It's bad right now, dude. It's really, really bad. But we squashed the beef. I told him I forgave him. We do have Daniel on the ones and twos with us today. It is producer Michael. Tate from the ops team hanging out with us, adding up scores. 14-7, minute to go here in the first half. Pretty good game for noon on a Saturday. I'm going to try to make this our thing. Hopefully you and I are together a lot on noon.
I like it, man. Yeah, I like it. You know, my kids are off to like dance class or something, so, I'd just be watching cartoons on my own anyway, so I might as well watch DK Sim and chat with you.
Kenny, this is from Jason K on YouTube. Kenny is smart with his picks, but too emotional.
He does get very invested. Like I think he's like, I think he legitimately like bought stock in John Wolford or something.
Yeah. 34-yard reception here between Wentz and Djax.
Djax. So they got to take their last time out though. Bernal threw a lot of his clock. Nice play though. Just about got all the way. Tackle there.
Almost, bud.
Surprised.
Dude, my lineup is weak as hell right now.
Oh man, hate to see it.
We'll do some lineup checks at halftime. We'll see where everyone's hanging out, everyone's sitting, everyone's cooking.
Very delayed timeout. 16 seconds left though. This sometimes ends in tears though. They complete a pass over the middle and then the clock just burns out. So gotta be real careful here. Sim Eagles.
Ernest, this is a really. They're
just gonna throw. They're just gonna take the.
They're going to take the points.
We're just going to take our points.
Jake the Snake Elliott. Wait, did I see that they called a timeout? Did I just see that?
They did. They called the timeout, and they're like, we're going to kick the field goal.
After the field goal?
They didn't trust Carson Wentz to not throw it over the middle.
Okay.
I swear my lineup went down after my captain scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's how many people rostered Miles Sanders today. Anyways.
Ernest says, my favorite commentator in the DK Sim fam is the one calling the game at the time of that game. All of you are equally great. That's the nicest thing.
Oh.
That's one of the nicest comments anyone has ever dropped on YouTube.
It's like the only nice comment.
No, DK Sim fam's great. Ernest has always been one filled with love and joy, and he spreads it around like Santa Claus. Let's go, Mixon. Another guy who couldn't stay healthy in the 2020 season. And that's going to be the end of the first half. 14-10, the Bengals clawing their way to a lead. It was 14-0, and then the Eagles flying back with a tutty and adding 3 more right before the break. 4-point game at halftime. Love it. 550 people, beautiful people, shiny, happy people, laughing, shiny, happy people. This is amazing. We're 20 likes away from the century mark.
Let's go.
Do it for the Prince, the Canadian Prince of Poutine. Do it for our guy, for the Moose Man, for yourself.
I've been up early. Finished my NHL article. Going to be up there on the DK Nation. You check that out later, folks. I'm hot, Emerson, too, in the NHL bets. I'm like 5-0 here the last few days. Hit the Oilers last night. I got another one up there. So check that article out for NHL later. Check out the DK Nation for all your sporting needs. And stick with us. We got another half of football here. What's your plans for the rest of the day, friend?
Okay.
Sim? Yeah, it is, isn't it?
So, yeah, only Sim, because try to spend some time with the roommates, you know. So we're, let's see, what do I have to do? I'm going to try to return some mittens, some gloves that my dog chewed up.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to see if they'll accept that. And I'm going to try to negotiate with them there at Nordstrom Rack. And then
I paid a lot for these, and for them to come with pre-chewed, I don't know if I'm getting my money's worth here.
I felt so bad. My wife got me these gloves for Valentine's Day within 20 minutes. And I had them on a table. I didn't think she'd be able to get them. Son of a gun, beautiful little Winnie. I said, she's been a little quiet. 20 minutes later, I'm looking around. There's a hole chewed in the middle of one of these gloves. But you know what? Like I said, can only get mad at her for so long. And then, so we'll try to do that. Of course, guys, I'm going to ride the Peloton a little bit. I've been really big into the scenic rides, so I don't like an instructor yelling at me all the time. So yesterday I did Costa Rica. I did the mountain range of Utah. I am just pounding it, dude. Setting records nonstop. If any of you guys or gals have Peloton, let's link up. Let's challenge each other. Let's FaceTime each other.
I wish I had a Peloton. I'm on the Zwift. The Zwift in my basement.
Is that? Oh, okay.
That is an app that you
okay.
Link up to your trainer. So I got an actual road bike linked up to a trainer. So I'm big on the Zwift. It's the same kind of deal though. You take scenic routes. You're in, it's like a video game. It's fun.
Yeah.
And you get a good workout in. I talked to Steve Buchanan the other day while I was doing my workout. It was great.
What were you guys talking about?
Oh, just, stuff. Things. Future DraftKings collaborations, possibilities. It's a business call, Emerson.
Young Barrymore says, sounds like your dog has anxiety of being left alone. That's why she's chewing up stuff. No, she's never left alone.
Yeah.
Like,
sounds like more like she's 4 months old and she's a puppy, and that's what they do until they turn like 2. Dude, if your dog doesn't chew everything, like when they're under a year old, there's something wrong with them. Yeah, I'm not even being facetious. My dog's chewed everything. My dog's chewed the buttons off my controller, PlayStation.
Try to like puppy-proof the place too, but then
you can't puppy-proof it.
They always find a way.
They'll find something. They'll just find something. They'll like chew your wall if they.
Yes, they will. And what's funny is like, so 2 months ago, like Meg ordered this like bitter spray that you can spray on things that would supposed to turn the dogs away that they wouldn't like it. She loved it, and Meg would spray it, and then it would get in the air in our apartment, and then you had this weird taste in your mouth that would last like 3 days. Food didn't taste the same anymore. It was awful. And like it got in my eyes. I almost had to go to the emergency room.
On top of that, the dog actually liked it. So
then the dog's like, "Oh my God, this apple taste."
Sounds like your great product. It's like seasoning for the dog.
Yeah. End zone dance. Don't blame the dog. It's the parents' fault.
What?
I agree.
What happened there? That was a weird play.
No.
Wentz tried to like throw it as he was running there. Tried to dump it off, and he was legal forward pass. Okay, weird one.
Damon says, "Have you seen Marley and Me?" I actually refuse to watch that movie because I have heard I cannot watch anything sad with dogs. I'm
the other sad one with the dog. God, there's one. Another really sad one with the dog I watched recently. It was annoying because I am the same way. Like, dude, like fine, like put some human drama in there. Don't bring dogs into it. You know, like let's keep the dog things cheerful. I can't even remember which movie it was. Anyways,
Herb Dog says, "If you're Emerson's dog, getting attention is not an issue." That is extremely true.
That is the understatement of the year. Yeah.
There are times where I think, I wonder if Winnie thinks I'm like smothering her. Yeah. Navi Roble, for sure. All dogs go to heaven. And I can tell you right now, if all dogs don't go to heaven, I'm going to fight Jesus at some point. That's for sure. So just wanted to say what's up to everyone on YouTube. Noah Moon, I see you there, dude. Bonzo, Brother Phil, JL, Brian C, Monster, the toothbrush is here today. Dom, good seeing everybody. Young Barrymore, Must Be, Ed Zone Dance, Justin C, Gary Lee. Thanks for being here today on a Saturday. A lot of things you could be doing, but you were hanging out with us and the Moose Man and producer Michael and Daniel on the ones and twos and Tate. Much love, DK Sim fam. Was that complete or not? Because I was a little confused by it. No, it was incomplete. So 4th and 4 coming up. 5.5 minutes to play here in the third quarter. Full 6-game slate today, boys and girls. I'm sure Kopp has a free roll already set and ready to rock for the next game. That'll be Jeff and Kaufman on that. Colts at the Rams. So head on into the DK Sim Fan Friends League. Fill out a lineup.
I haven't seen the Rams play for a bit. That'd be good.
Also, producer Michael almost up to 1 million meters on his hydro. I think that's a rowing machine.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a real good way. I actually looking into trying to get a rowing machine. That's a real good way to stay in shape. That's what actual men do.
Yeah.
Not like us, like wimpy guys, just ride our bikes.
No, dude, I've seen producer Michael before. Straight up jacked, shredded. Traps are unbelievable from the rowing machine. Guy is a shrine.
Those are, in all seriousness, though, I wouldn't doubt it. If you're pumping out miles on the rowing machine, man, you're in some kind of shape.
Ed Zone Dance says, "Name your dog Kenny so you don't feel as bad scolding it." Oh, John D. Yes, I Am Legend when Will Smith had to put Samantha down. That was really, really rough.
The rough one.
Yeah. I think I tried to get into, it was about a year or two ago. Is it House of Cards? I watched the first, like 2 minutes of the first episode. A dog got hurt and I turned it off and I never went back to it. I am that weak mentally when it comes to dogs being hurt. I cannot take it. Like, it's something weird about me.
Yeah, I think that's like the first 3 seasons of House of Cards are really good, and then it just, for reasons we obviously know, Spacey gets written out and kind of turns into a dumpster fire. First couple seasons of House of Cards really good though. It's almost worth rewatching, to be honest.
Yeah. I haven't seen any of the John Wick. Says this is almost a 60-yard field goal. I don't know if this makes a lot of sense, but it would be 5 points to your lineup.
It's makeable.
Yeah, dude.
He didn't make it though. So.
No, it's not. No, it is absolutely not. So Jake Elliott, terrible.
He was really close. That was a pretty solid kick. It wasn't really close, but it was a pretty solid kick.
No, it was not. Stop. Just pay attention.
He's on my team, Emerson. I have to cheer for him, okay?
Yeah. Like, I'm
so judgmental. You're so judgmental. It's just...
Yes, I am. There's nothing new. You know me. When I haven't seen any of the John Wicks, I heard like there's an issue. I heard that's why he gets so fired up while they have like 7 John Wick movies now. It's because someone messed with his dog and he got really pissed off about it. So I love that.
Yeah, that's another one. Like,
yeah, Jim V. I see you put that in there. He's like, Emerson, you would turn off John Wick right away.
Yeah,
I've
using
heard
dogs
about
to play on our emotions. I didn't like that either.
So the Bengals get the ball back. What are you doing back there? You're cleaning out? Okay, that's cool. You do you, Queen. So you've got the next sim, and then after that, because you already finished up, right, in your hockey article. What else do you have planned?
Well, I got to do another one. I got to do another sim, so I'll have afternoon off.
I just said that. I said you have the next sim, you finished writing your hockey article, and then what are you planning on doing?
I think I'm taking my kids skating this afternoon because it's finally warmed up here. It was like Hoth here for about 2 or 3 weeks. Like, it was like you don't go outside, or you just like become a popsicle. You become part of the like scenery. You become Jack Nicholson in The Shining. But at the end of it, yeah, probably gonna go skating. Same for a little skate. Little monsters skate around. They don't know how to stop. They don't care. They just like go until they run into something and fall. That's how they stop. So fun for them. Terrifying for me.
Do you put like wrist guards on them?
Nah, they're hardy. They got great helmets with like face masks, face shields, whatever you call it, cages. I think they because they have the face shields on, they feel like they're indestructible too. They try and legitimately can me, like, head first, like let's run into dad, like, yeah, without knowing the pain they're about to cause me.
That tall, weak human being.
Yeah, pretty much.
Weak looking.
Always telling me to slow down. How tall am I?
Yeah.
5 feet 7 inches and 3/4.
Are you really though? Because never seeing you in person, you know how
I am. That's my exact measurements.
Wow. I thought you would be a lot taller than that.
I'm really not.
Okay.
I'm just a lightweight, bro.
Yeah, man. No, there's nothing you can do about it. It's the way you are, man. It's the way you were made.
It's true.
Lineup check. Brunch is overrated, crew. The 128 of you who filled out a lineup in the contest. Where are you at? I just saw over on Twitch. First time playing Fortnite, says 10th in the brunch contest. So I'm sitting right now 119 out of 128. Boyd, my captain, has 6.9 points. That's not nice. Wentz, Burrow, Ertz. I have 2 bagels, Goodwin and Jeffrey.
funny that people thought I was taller. I don't really look tall, like, to me. Like, I look at me on camera, I'm like, yeah, that dude's probably like 5'7". Like, you look tall. Like, because what are you? 6?
I'm like almost, I'm 6'2", north of 6'2".
Right. Yeah.
Maybe a fraction, maybe a hair over 6'2". Not like a Greek god.
That's probably about what I would have guessed, but that's fine. I'm glad people thought I was tall. It makes me feel better.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
4th and 3.
Being short isn't a disadvantage.
No, it's not. It could be an advantage at times. Look at Maurice Jones-Drew. I mean, he tore it up there for a long time.
That's right.
In the NFL, because he said it was actually a benefit. Defenses would lose him behind the offensive line because he was so small, so short. Little bowling ball there. They decided, the Bengals, on 4th and 3 with a 4-point lead, to not send Randy Bullock out to make it a 7-point game. Instead, they went for it. It was an incomplete pass. And now the Eagles, with under a minute to play in the 3rd quarter, will get to do their thing. Hopefully that thing we like, which means getting players in your lineup some points, for crying out loud.
There's Miles Sanders, 41 yards on the ground.
Cena says he's 6 in the Emerson contest. Mark's 78, sitting at 20 right now. The toothbrush.
Oh, that's Winnie making that sound. I thought there was like some squeaking coming from like in my house or something. I was about to get up and go check it. God.
No, she has discovered a toy.
No, that's fine. That's great. It was really tripping me out. I'm like, is something going on in my house? Like, is my fridge breaking down or something? I gotta go check it. But okay.
What's good is when I hear the squeaker, I know that's not a shoe. So that's fine. So get after it. We have come to the end of the 3rd quarter. One more to go. Hold them up, Ulrich. Hold them up. Let's go. 4. Let's go. 4. It's like the Tom Brady meme. Joe Burrow, 20 of 26, 193 yards. He has 2 passing touchdowns. Carson Wentz, 14 of 18, 173 yards. He has 1 passing touchdown. Does have an interception, though. Your fingers are, you have thick fingers.
Thick
fingers.
They're
they're sausages.
Your fingers are in like all different directions. Like,
mine are messed up.
Yeah, did you break them or something?
I played high school football.
Dude. Okay.
The hell? What kind of question is that? Yeah, it's a little messed up. Like this one, I can't even see how it's like a little crooked there at the bottom.
I do.
That was from catching a football in pregame warmups my sophomore year when I was on the JV team. Yeah, I'll never be able to do it. My finger here, see how I can't bend the tip of my pinky?
Wow.
That was, so when I make a fist, when people come at me, I got to curl up the pinky.
People come at me.
When
you're laying stuff down at the dog park.
Yeah, where someone's like, yo, that's my dog's ball. And I said, no, it's not, bro. It's Winnie's ball now. So this happened because I sliced my finger here when I was carving a pumpkin when I was 5. And my babysitter passed out because she couldn't stand the sight of blood. So I have a scar here on my hand. So when I sliced it, it did something to my finger to where now I can't bend the tip. So in a lot of my pictures, you'll see like my pinky, when I'm just chilling, I'm hanging out. A lot of times my pinky's out like this. People are like, why do you stick your pinky out like that? I said, it's a medical issue, dude.
That's it's actually a pretty interesting story.
Yeah. Pretty cool stuff, right?
Did your parents fire the babysitter?
No. She was like my babysitter
she quit?
for the first 10, 12 years of my life. No, she did not. But my mom came home, and my mom being a nurse was like making sure that like Pam didn't die. I'm like, Mom, she's just been laying on the stairs the whole time. And my mom's like, what the hell happened to your hand?
Yeah. We all got our disadvantages. Emerson's pinky disabled.
Let's go, dude. Eagles driving here, trailing by 4. And Marquise Goodwin finally on the board.
Noble Robbie says the babysitter left.
I didn't think it was that bad at the time. And then, my sister's a couple years younger than me. She could barely speak English at that time. Let's go. Testing the atmosphere.
Ooh, a flag, though. Might get some PI. Some DPI.
It is. And was that in the end zone?
Yep. Let's see where they place it. Yeah, 1st and goal at the 1, man. Miles Sanders owner's happy about that. If he gets the... He should get a carry here. And he did. And
let's go. Yep. Too easy.
That was about as easy a touchdown as you'll ever see in the NFL. Sim NFL. Miles Sanders, 2nd TD of the day. Shake and bake, baby. Let's go. It's my captain.
Shake and bake, and I helped. So anywho, yeah, don't go like carving pumpkins with your kids today, okay?
I won't. They do love themselves some Halloween, though. They talk about their Halloween costumes like every week.
Do they really?
No.
The kids are still
they see something. This is, I mean, they're very much like on our attention span level right now. But they see something on TV. They're like, wow, a unicorn. Dad, can I be like a unicorn kitty for Halloween next year? And I'm like, yeah. And then, like 5 minutes later, like, wow, Dad, did you see that hippo? Can I be a hippo unicorn kitty for Halloween next year? You're just saying yes, and then, it'll just keep rotating until like the day before Halloween, they decide something, and then we'll just go get it. It's cool, man.
Well, yeah, if you wait like right before Halloween too, the costumes, everything's cheaper. Discounts on everything.
Completely. I think that's actually what we did this last year. Like, because again, they change their mind like every day on this stuff. So, but they really do like plan their Halloween costumes out like on a daily basis. It's actually really hilarious.
Still playing Fortnite ever since Edward Scissorhands' fingers moved move him back up as my favorite.
Those are totally
dude.
Emerson Scissorhands.
I remember seeing Edward Scissorhands in theaters.
This is a while ago that movie came out. I remember it too, though.
That was in 1990. Dude, my mom was the mom who let her kid watch anything they wanted at like any time. So I became very unstable at an early age because of very inappropriate movies I should not have been allowed to watch and see. But my mom was like, F it. I'm going to the theaters. I'm going to see what I want to see, and my kid can sit there and climb over seats all day long. So guys, blame Moby for why I am the way that I am. What just happened there?
Dropped.
Yeah.
Nice little throw on the run there by Burrow.
Oh, hot potato.
He's taking the lead here, so Burrow's got to get it going. He's got a bonus chance.
Yeah.
It was a very Trevor Lawrence-esque throw right there, I tell you.
Why don't you shut your mouth, buddy? Why don't you, Meg, I'm going to talk to Jeff like this because he's talking crap about the Lord and Savior, the future Lord and Savior of the Jaguars. You wouldn't want someone talking about Josh Allen the way Jeff's talking about Trevor Lawrence.
Josh Allen is in a league of his own. I mean, future MVP of the league, Josh Allen. I mean.
Dude, B. Mills, that is ridiculously funny. Emerson waiting to the last minute for Halloween costumes equal the kids getting sent home from school for being dressed as Dr. Seymour Butts. You're not wrong.
Right now, it sounds like Justin Fields going to go as the third QB. But I mean, look, we're early in this process.
Yeah, I the other day, and I don't know if it was just Boston Sports Radio just trying to, spark the combo up a little bit, or if it was actually reported. I haven't necessarily seen it, but there's some talks of the Patriots trying to maybe move up to grab Wilson out of BYU.
Yep. I think there's going to be a lot. There's a lot of teams behind Lawrence. Obviously, we know where Lawrence is going, but Zach Wilson, Justin Fields. Somebody's probably going to take a flyer on Mac Jones or Trey Lance earlier than people think, just because the Pats, the Jets possibly, the Texans possibly. You got a team like the Eagles who are talking about bringing in competition for Jalen Hurts. So I don't know if that's going to happen. Detroit may want to draft a young QB. There's probably a couple other teams we can throw in there. Washington doesn't have a QB. Are the Giants sold on Daniel Jones? Like, there's tons of not very good teams who are in Carolina, who are in the top 12 of the draft, who could conceivably just fall in love with the dude and be like, yeah, dude, we need a QB. Let's go get him. I mean, I think those top 5 guys are going to go all in the top 8, even though they probably shouldn't. I don't think all of them are going to pan out, but I think you're going to see 4 QBs go real early, maybe even 5. So it's going to be an interesting draft, anyways.
Yeah, it was Todd McShay last week before. I know the mock drafts are always changing, and in the end, they don't necessarily mean anything. But they're funny. Right? Yeah, he had 4 in the top 5 or 6.
I think he had them going 1 through 4, and I think he might be right. Because again, someone's just going to be like, okay, if I wait, we're not getting him, so we got to go get him. And these teams aren't trading up that much. It's to go from 9 to 4. You're going to have to pay, but you don't have to pay that much. So I think the price will be reasonable enough. I think you're going to see a scenario where that happens, where you get at least the top 3 going quarterbacks. You might even get the top 4. Wow.
And just like that, dude. Yeah, Gio's back on the board. So it's his second touchdown. So Sanders on the other side has a couple touchdowns, right? So a couple of running backs just getting after it, doing their thing. Bengals back on top now. A pretty fun fourth quarter here. And the Eagles have plenty of time to respond.
Pretty good game.
So obviously, Lawrence, number 1 overall to the Jaguars. Maybe Zach Wilson to the Jets at 2.
If not to the Jets, they'll trade back, right? So much can happen. Maybe Deshaun goes to the Jets before the draft. Then they can trade Darnold and trade back in the draft. Maybe they stick with Darnold and decide to trade back, or maybe they trade Darnold and decide to take, Fields or Wilson there. So much can happen with that pick. I think the Jets especially are going to be one to watch. And then who's going number 3? I forget.
So number 3 is the Dolphins. So that I could see them taking Jamar Chase, wide receiver at LSU.
Yeah. But I think they'll trade back to do it. The Dolphins, they definitely can stick with Tua for another year. Yeah. But maybe Deshaun goes there, or maybe they just trade back. I think the Dolphins and the Jets both, will have a possibility, especially the Dolphins, of trading back. So should be lots of movement.
Could see maybe now the Lions, who I think are at 5. How crazy would it be to see a San Francisco move up, trade with the Lions, and try to scoop a Justin Fields?
Yep.
I don't know much about this Trey Lance kid out of North Dakota State, another quarterback. It just reminds me immediately. My mind goes to Carson Wentz.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I think someone's probably going to take a shot on him, and it's going to be a risky one. Again, I'm not even going to attempt to make judgments based on these kids, because I'm not a pro scout or anything, and realistically I basically just started watching some of the tape on some of these guys, but he compares to guys like Trubisky. You could throw probably Bortles in there. Wentz is probably another one. Well, maybe not so much Wentz. Wentz had a longer route of success at college, but the point I'm going at is they're 1-year wonders in college, kind of guys who spiked up. They got drafted high and they didn't work out. I'm not saying that's going to be him, but that's kind of where he fits in from his college tape and college record, right? So, but someone will probably take him, go up too high and take a shot at the very least. I think Mac Jones is kind of interesting.
God, just think of recent Alabama quarterbacks who haven't had a ton of success or paid off in the NFL. how crazy is it to think the Detroit Lions would actually draft a quarterback in the first round? Is that crazy? I know they just acquired Goff, but like Goff to me isn't like a promise for success.
Yeah.
And the Lions actually have an out in his contract following the 2022 season.
Yeah. I think it can go either way with Detroit. If they got a really good offer to move back, and they could just rebuild their defense this year, which is probably if I was the Detroit GM, that's probably the route I would take. I think Jared Goff he's a more solid quarterback than we give him credit for. If you look at Jared Goff and Carson Wentz stats over the past couple of years, there's really no difference. There really is. Like they're the same player. So, you know, what's wrong with, you know, if the Colts are okay with sticking with Carson Wentz for a year, like what's wrong with sticking with Jared Goff for a year or two while you rebuild your defense? So I think Detroit will probably get a pretty good offer to move back. That's where I'd peg them. But I wouldn't be shocked if they went the other way and fell in love with the QB because, you know, when are you going to – you might not get to pick 4 again or whatever, so.
Yeah, GT saying on YouTube, no way they take a quarterback in the first. It was just an idea, man. Just throwing it out for conversation. Just thinking,
I wouldn't say no way. I wouldn't say no way, but I agree. I think they're long shots to do it. The thing is, if one of these teams falls in love with a guy, like they will just – we've seen
right.
it. That's what happens with QBs. Like they – you know, the Bills moved up to take him E.J. Emanuel one year, like just because they're like, oh, he's
oh my
guy.
God.
Like, there's so many examples of teams making bad decisions like that to move up, and sometimes they do work out, but you know, often they don't.
Oh God, who was the other Florida State guy like the Vikings took years ago?
Ponder?
Yeah, Ponder.
Yeah.
That's another first rounder.
Yeah.
The hell happened to him? Now he's known more for being married to the young lady who hosts NFL Live on ESPN.
Samantha Ponder.
He's like, good for him. He's like a stay-at-home dad now.
Oh, totally.
Eagles on 2nd and inches. That's incomplete. 40 seconds to go. They're down by 4. But yeah, you know, just full circle here with like Wentz now having a fresh start. We saw what a fresh start did for Ryan Tannehill. Could see what a potential fresh start could do for Sam Darnold. If that ends up, they go that route. Wentz is sacked. I don't know what they're doing. They have all 3 timeouts.
This is going to be a lot.
Probably calling.
Like I said before, this NFL offseason, I think more so. I think Tom Brady kind of opened a can of worms by, you know, making a big move and showing what other big quarterbacks they can do if they kind of force their way out to a new situation. I think it's going to be, there's going to be a ton of movement. And it's,
oh my God!
Wow.
He completes it on 4th down. It's D-Jax, baby.
I thought that was Jalen Reagor for a sec, but now that's Deshaun Watson. Wow. Not last play of the game, but virtual last play of the game.
Let's go, dude.
Down.
Gangrene, man.
Carson
and
Wentz.
Deshaun of the dead coming alive.
The comeback season for Deshaun, or for Carson Wentz, already back on here, folks.
Dude, Deshaun
at the bonus?
Yeah, he's got to be there. And I feel like every time I look up and he's making a catch, it's for
117 yards. So
okay,
7 receptions. Massive game.
North of 27 points in the flex.
This has been a really solid sim.
This has been.
Very.
This has been.
Extremely.
Jackson's got 41.5 points in the captain spot. In our contest, he was captain in 7% of the 128 lineups. His 29th touchdown in the Madden 2021 season. What's the game plan for the draft this year? Are they doing it virtual again, or are they going to try to get some people together and just?
Yeah, I actually don't know if they've announced it. I hope they do something live. I think they'll probably try and do it live. I mean, They don't have to have like a ton of fans there or anything, but it'd be cool to get the guys up on stage.
Oh, and producer Michael, weird flex, but okay, man. He says I'm 5th in your contest right now, Emerson.
Oh wow!
And you are. Josh Love, current first place, holding it down. Dooleville.
We got 1 second here for a Burrow miracle.
Okay, so does he have the arm strength? That's a great question. The answer is his throwing power is 86, and his deep throw accuracy is 85. Now he's got that 77 awareness, 76 overall. I don't know. Do you get to the end zone from here with 86 throwing power?
I actually think he can if he gets like a clean throw off.
Okay. Let's see what happens. That's not going to get there. And
went to the sidelines and incomplete anyways.
Well, that's the end of the game. And, you know, the rookie who will have a much worse career in the NFL than Trevor Lawrence loses this game. He is overrated. He is terrible. And he is fragile. He is Mr. Glass. And he just lost 24-21.
Poor Joe Burrow. Oh well.
Dude, I got my ass kicked in this contest. 121 out of 128.
I was 90th.
Okay, so you weren't much better.
I had no D-Jax or Gio, so I was looking okay for a bit because I had John Ross and Sanders, but.
You know what makes me feel better, though? You know what will put a smile on my face the rest of the weekend is my head-to-head in golf with Samir, because that kid is lost.
Well, and Dustin Johnson just opened with an eagle, so like your lineup's
really?
probably just skyrocketed. What is going on with Samir? He's having a lot of trouble these days. You know, sending Kaufman like head-to-heads, not filling out his lineup. We got to have a chat with him.
What?
Yeah.
Well,
apparently.
he does have a girlfriend now, and it's funny. It just falls off the face of the planet. All of you know this. Yeah, we all have that friend, been single forever, really struggles to talk to significant others. Okay, I know. I love the guy to death, and I'm happy for him.
We're just pulling his
My wife's like, stop it. My wife really likes Samir. He's a good kid. Great.
Well, no kidding. How can you not like Samir? You have to be like.
I mean, he's 4 feet tall. You have to love him. Okay, so you have a Krusty Kaufman player of the game?
Yeah, I'll give it to Deshaun Jackson. Massive game, 7 receptions, 117 yards, and he scored 1 or 2 touchdowns. I can't remember. I think 1.
Just one.
Doesn't matter. Great game, 27 points.
Sean Preston, I agree. Jeffrey goose egg, that sucks. It really does, dude.
It really did. I rostered him too.
He was in my lineup. Now, he was being targeted on the interception by Carson Wentz in the first half. But you know what? An almost touchdown is not a touchdown. It doesn't get you points. So you want to hook me up with your babysitter Billy? Not my kid. I'm still single player of the game. Could it be Alshon Jeffrey? You want to go somewhere else?
It's definitely Alshon Jeffrey. It's him. Terrible effort. No catches. Nothing. Just a shame. A real shame.
Well, that was fun. I had a good time today.
Had a great time.
It looks like Josh Love and then Dooleville finished in a 2-way tie for first if scores hold right now. Tate's going through, double checking, triple checking everything. So much love to you, Tate. And then over in the free showdown with some dollars up for grabs. Okay, 3-way tie for first. Post. 2, and then Coxie 1664, 3-way tie for first currently. If that holds, you'd be winning $20. So that's good stuff.
Okay, good work, guys.
Had a good time. I got to go try to return these gloves now.
Yep.
And then
good luck.
Peloton ride. Thank you so much. Maybe the French countryside today as a ride. You know, I'll let you know.
Les ride and les bicyclettes.
Oh yes, and then the Winnie les Butch. And Colts at Rams coming up 2:00. You will be hanging out with Kaufman.
Yep.
Thanks.
See you guys in a bit.
Okay. Adios.
See you soon, fam.
Peace.
Well, here we go, DK Sim fam. Welcome on back and get ready for a little Colts and Rams action with Jeff Ulrich. He is back after spending some time with you for the nooner. I'm Adam Kaufman. It's great to see you. I've got you for the next two, so we got a little overlap here. Moose, how are you, buddy?
Doing good. Saw some Carson Wentz in the last game, and now we're getting his new team versus another traded quarterback. Well, actually, he's not in this game, but if he was, next year he'll be the Rams starting quarterback, Matt Stafford. So
yeah, we got to wait for Madden 22.
A couple of teams with new QBs for Madden 22.
Absolutely. Much to discuss, obviously, and lineups have locked at this point in time. So if anyone out there was relying on our advice for some silly reason, well, you're stuck. I'm sorry.
Too bad.
It's not going to happen. Yeah, too bad, so sad. This right here is the, it's called the Madden Matinee. We get Wentz Stafford here, right? Free roll. Obviously, we don't. So tell me, with our 176 entries that we sit among, what'd you go with?
I captained Nyheim Hines. He was the more consistent of the two. I did get both running backs in there because we talked about Darrell Henderson. I haven't done a Rams broadcast in forever, but he's been getting the bulk of the carries. Got, not really decent metrics, but a little bit underowned, but pretty good average. So I got both RBs in there. Rivers and Goff, about both QBs in there. I went with the value with Josh Reynolds, and then I threw Jack Doyle in as a YOLO play. So I don't know. Maybe I took a mistake taking both QBs, but we'll see how it works out.
So we had a somewhat similar strategy. I also captained Nyheim Hines. We know how I feel about Nyheim Hines here in Simland. Not quite as up on him or in on him as I was in the Madden 20 days. The salary has jumped, but still he is a consistent, solid performer here in Simland. So captain him, got the value like you said. I have Jared Goff. I do not have Phillip Rivers. I got Bobby Trees, Robert Woods, Trey Burton, Josh Reynolds, who is just a must anytime I see the Rams. And it's not a YOLO play in the same way that a Jack Doyle is, but I've got Malcolm Brown in there, who's actually been pretty good of late.
Right, Malcolm Brown, better value definitely. So I don't mind that at all. Like I said, I'm not sure if I should have rostered both quarterbacks. I feel like that was a mistake now, but that's what we went with, people. Just a free roll. We'll live.
Like this from Giggle Pigs. Dang, Cough's announcing. Now I got to grab my earbuds for the walk to the shop. See that?
I did.
You see that? It's so good. What a time to be alive. I get stuff on my mind, folks. I get things I want to talk about, football and other things as well. We're going to go deep here in this sim. It was great, Moose. You weren't with us last night. Don't worry, that wasn't the great part. Tommy Carroll and I, we did two sims together, Primetime and Madden After Dark. We probably, in those, I don't know, let's call it 2 hours and 20 minutes, right, for two sims, ballpark. And that 220, I don't know, Michael, Daniel, you were here with us last night, our producer and TD. We probably talked, a total of 7 minutes of football in the entire two sims that we did. That might even be a little high. Yeah, Michael says yes, Daniel says less. Rams will start off with the ball at virtual SoFi Stadium.
So what did you guys talk about then?
We touched on it all, man. I imagine a lot of the chat was here with us as well. You can remind me if I'm leaving anything out. We did get into the NBA DFS drama between Tom and I. We cleared the air on that. We spent some time on that, as well as just talking NBA DFS for a little while because obviously the slate was well underway. Light one tonight, 5 games, and nothing starts before 8 Eastern. And be aware, we are going to try something a little bit different with the last minute NBA contest tonight. So sneak preview, just be alert. Pay attention to those notifications. We get, nothing anytime soon, but much closer to lock a little bit later. Think like 7 Eastern, 7:30, something like that. We talked about, there was a lot of movie talk, especially during Madden After Dark, as we kind of dubbed it. It was Film Fest Friday. Talked a lot of movies, a lot of TV, a lot of reaction to the new Mortal Kombat trailer. I don't know if you've seen it. It is just exceptional. Can't wait till that movie. A lot of Marvel versus DC discussion. We compared members of the Sim fam to the Golden Girls. We did that. We talked a lot about Glash's TikTok. We covered a lot of things.
All right, fair enough. Yeah. New Zack Snyder cut of Justice League coming out, so something on the horizon. I have not seen the new Mortal Kombat trailer, but I'll have to watch it today. It's a big deal on the first catch.
Gonna need to. Lindsay Lohan talk. Yes, Mike, absolutely. We did, there was a lot of, we did buy stream trashes with Lindsay Lohan movies. There was a lot of Mean Girls talk for a little while. Jared, who was the one that posed this question, says, Jeff, which Golden Girl do you most associate yourself with? So he was asked, or he asked me, before you even answered that, he asked me, because it was framed a little bit differently last night. He said, Koff, associate members of the DK Sim fam with Golden Girls among Jeff, Emerson, Christian, and Glash. I did it, I thought, fairly easily, and I don't mind telling you, spot on. But if you'd like to answer Jared's question, with which Golden Girl do you most associate yourself?
Dude, I'll be honest. I don't even remember the Golden Girl's name. Like, I don't. I can't even make a proper assessment. So I'll take your word for it. Let's put it this way. Who did you have me with?
I had you with Dorothy B. Arthur because you're a little bit crappy.
Fair enough, man. Sounds good to me. I don't know. Like, I mean, I think that sounds good. I can be crabby for sure, man. You get me on the wrong side of the bed? Absolutely. DK Sim fan knows. If something starts bugging me, I'll let you know about it. So
Daniel says I also fawned over my crush on Zac Efron. That's too also true. I did talk about a profound respect and admiration for Zac Efron.
Fair enough, man. Sounds like you guys had a nice little Friday. The Friday Sims are always, it's the end of the week. Yeah. The announcers are a little loopy.
No question.
The Friday night Sims are all good. Right? Saturday can get a little out of control too. Friday night always feels like, even during the afternoon shift, like, by the second Sim Glash and I were on, we were off a rocker. So Friday's always just, end of the week. This cup.
1st and 10, 3 minutes gone by, scoreless opening quarter. Great to have everybody here with us. Smash that like button. We got about 400 watching along here on the Dream Stream, just on the YouTube. We have thousands more across, of course, all our other platforms, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a solid, give us a follow there. Up over 2,000 people following along on Twitch. Love to see it. Ball to the 17, so the Rams have moved themselves into the red zone. Jay Barb says Golden Girls was before my time. Hyro says they don't watch Golden Girls in Canada. Very confused here. Run to the outside. Cup picks up 3.
They do. I just could go. I mean, I didn't really watch that show a ton when I was younger, and like I don't even remember the 5 Golden Girls. I know there was like one that was a little older.
Well, for starters, there were 4.
Were there 4? I thought there was 5.
4.
Okay, so
no.
There you go.
That's so now we're seeing exactly how out of touch with the Golden Girls you are. We have Sophia and Rose, who was Betty White. Sophia, the Estelle Getty, the older one, who actually, ironically, I think was younger than the rest of them, but on the show, older.
She played the older one.
Yeah, much older. Like she was Dorothy's mom, B. Arthur, Dorothy, and then Blanche, who was the what would be the right way to describe
the flamboyant one, right? She was like the.
No, Blanche was the one that, even despite her old age, liked to get out there and be among the men.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Like she was out.
Touchdown, Tyler Higbee.
Higbee. Okay. Who rostered Higbee, folks? How much owned was he?
I came awfully close. I actually took him out and put in Trey Burton. So good decision, Adam.
24% owned. Pretty low owned too. 2.3% the captain. This is in our free roll. I definitely did not roster him, but congrats to anyone who did.
Well, Daniel, our technical director, said he rostered Higbee. 10th touchdown for Higbee. Zach says, Golden Girls? Jesus, mute. That's okay, Zach. It's your decision, man. 64th score. Passing touchdown for Jared Goff in the Madden 21 land here. Mo says, I almost captained him. Sorry, man. Jordan. Lindenbaum says, garbage. The artist formerly known as Lindenbaum, now just Jordan L in the chat. Jordan, what I think I asked you this the other day. I don't think I got an answer. If I did, I missed it. What motivated the change from Jordan Lindenbaum full name treatment to just Jordan L? Or is it a different account? Maybe it's a different account that you're under now. I mean, I know it's you. Like we've had our back and forth, but I am wondering why you dropped the last name and left the initial. I gotta know. I'm an inquisitive guy. I gotta know. Eric did the same thing as me. Took out Higbee and put it in Burton.
I get it, man.
Maybe well for the both of us.
Maybe it's just feeling, you get tired. It's like when you change your picture and your avatar or whatever on Twitter or social media, man. You just get tired after a while. Mm-hmm. You need to shake things up.
Lewis says, BK captained him. It's a great call. I don't know if you, I don't know how many times you've probably worked with Chris Stahl. It can't be many.
I've worked with him probably 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, he'll do that. Whenever he forgets to put in the lineup, he'll just say that whoever does well is who he would have captained. That's his shtick.
That's the joke. Fair enough.
Hyro says, I missed the Mortal Kombat trailer talk. I watched it at least 10 times. It's so good.
All right. Well, I mean, I'll step on that. I think I knew there was a new trailer for Mortal Kombat, but again, the work week starts and garage doors break and things like that.
Well, at least you didn't drive into it or something like that.
No. Now that you've said that, I probably will, but it has warmed up here. It's actually quite nice today for a Canadian winter day. So still feeling bad for all those people in Texas, man. This is turning into a bad situation. If you are there, I mean, you're probably not watching us if you're there because you don't have power, but if you are there, stay strong. Hopefully.
Yeah, that damage down there and obviously all the people, the thousands, hundreds of thousands without power.
And as someone who deals with extreme cold every year, like I know how hard it can be, especially when you're not prepared for it. So, and they're never prepared for it. No, well, I mean, why would you be? It's Texas,
right?
Like, it's like a historic cold snap. So, yeah, man, can be tough. Can be tough on buildings, infrastructure. Got the roads here, like we said, just constant repair. So, anyways.
Well, I mean, I remember, and this goes back to, it's 3rd and 3, less than 2 minutes to go here in the opening quarter. Still in the first quarter. 7-0, the Rams in front, Colts with the ball for the first time. This was back in 2005. I was living in Texas, and I was in the northwest corner. I was living in Amarillo, Texas, for those out there familiar. You're closer, in Amarillo, you're closer to like Denver or Oklahoma City than you are to any major city within the state of Texas. It's it's really there in the panhandle. And so we got snow one I was only there for about a year, and we got snow that winter just once, and it was all of, I don't know, 2 inches. It the kind of thing that you roll your eyes at where
right.
we live right now, obviously, but there in Texas, the city shut down for 2 days because they didn't have any plows. They were like, what do we do with this? we just need to wait for this to melt.
Yeah, like here, I mean we have like $1 million budgets for snow removal up here. Like, we have an army of snow removal equipment and like gravel and stuff. And you like legitimately it snows like the starting like 11 p.m. that night, like you just see snow removal trucks out because like everyone's prepared for it. But when you're not prepared for it, you got no trucks, you got nothing. Like you got uninsulated houses. It can be like a disaster, man. Like.
Yeah. So as Kevin says, praying for all of you in Texas, as Jeff brought up, obviously already, we are, our thoughts out to you if it so happens that any of you listening are in Texas and especially in affected areas. Appreciate you using us as a distraction just to attempt to clear your head, but more than anything else, stay safe, stay well, best of luck. It's this is real deal out there right now.
Darius says he's in Austin. He has power. Some do, some don't. So rolling. It's kind of what I've heard as well. So
7-0 Rams in front, and we're happy to talk about whatever you guys want to get into, obviously, and we will do football. We've not done that yet, I promise. There's something else that I want the chat and Jeff and Mike, Daniel, Tate, everybody. I want opinions on because I got into a rather passionate, as I'm prone to do. I get into passionate debates about stupid things. I got into a passionate debate with someone about this, and I'm just curious to know where people swing on this topic. So we're going to get there in just a second. First, just looking at the stats, nothing really doing on the ground. Mac 4 for 16. He's your leading rusher right now. Colts do have the ball at the 35 when we begin quarter number 2, by the way, down by 7. Higbee apparently should have kept him in. 3 for 34 and a touchdown. No one else doing anything of note. Cup 1 for 15. Reynolds 1 for 13.
Yeah, kind of a muted first quarter.
Yep.
The nice touchdown there for Higbee, but yeah, no one else really doing much. So, yeah. All right. What was your story?
Jordan, by the way, he did. I want to make him think that I just demanded an answer and then didn't even read it. He said, I didn't make the change. It was tied to a work email that we no longer use. So the Jordan L is tied to my personal Gmail. There we go. That's what it is. Makes sense. Because there was, the first time that we noticed it, the first sim, it was like, is this the same Jordan? And then he was a jerk and we knew it was. But I couldn't resist. Oh, love you, Lyndon Bob. You know that. So 7-0. So here's my question. Here's my question for you. Can we get inside everybody's shower for a minute? It's a personal question. Not inappropriate, Mike. Don't worry. I am wondering, Mike's probably verbally, like audibly going, oh God, what is he about to say? So here's what I'm wondering and those of you out there that are like a body wash people, maybe you cleanse yourself with body wash, you don't apply. You are not relevant to this question. This is specifically to the bars of soap people. Okay? If you clean yourself in the shower with a bar of soap, do you use the bar of soap all over your body, or do you take the bar of soap, suds up your hands real good, and then clean yourself that way? I'm very serious. I want to know what people do.
Okay, so 2 things. It's 2021. Who doesn't use body wash at this point? Okay. And number 2, if I did have to, use a bar of soap, and that was my only option, I'd probably do a little bit of both. I do a little bit, like get the chest or like the arms with the bar of soap, but like I'd use suds on my hands for the rest.
Okay. We'll see what the people say. Daniel says, I almost don't want to give an answer. This is too personal a question, LOL.
It is. It's Kaufman prying into our personal lives again. Someone's nickname is going to be Sudsy after this or something. So.
Brian says, I just used water. Is that wrong?
Kind of, actually. But
yes, as a matter of fact, it is. Mike says, agree with Jeff. It's a little bit of both. Fred, and Fred's not the only one. John is here as well, says, you do neither. You use a washcloth. That is, of course, that's an option for sure. It's not one of the ones that I presented, but it's an option. Yeah, Neville says towel. Mo says suds the hands.
Aaron, what's wrong with body wash?
People coming at you for the body wash?
Well, Aaron was.
Jordan says there's a good reason to use body wash. You don't have to worry about that. We have a field goal here. Good for the Colts. And it's
then you don't have the reusable, like the whole idea of body wash, then you have like a reusable bar of soap, that's like getting gross and sitting there soaping up your, shower or whatever. It's the bottle.
Lisa says cough. Now you just get nasty. I'm not getting nasty.
Pine tar soap a thing? What is pine tar soap? It sounds insane.
We're just talking hygiene, guys. Nothing is inappropriate about this. Tate says, incoming someone with the name Koff's bar of soap. Yeah, that's probably a matter of time. Haven't seen Koff's beard in a while.
Old-fashioned pine tar soap has traditionally been used to help with psoriasis, eczema, and skin functions. Interesting. Old-fashioned.
Well, yeah, you can use that. I don't know what it's specifically called, but that soap. Maybe pine tar soap is another way of referring to it. I have no idea, but the kind of soap that kind of rigid and it's got the specks or whatever in it that's really good for like eczema. That stuff, right. By the way, feels great. Whether you have eczema or not, just that rough like sandpapery kind of soap. It's strong. It feels good on the skin.
Interesting. Check that out.
I'd use that every day of the week. Stuff's expensive. Poor man's soap over here.
All right. Rams, shotgun, spread out. I think I'm wrong here, though, I think. I'm stupid. We're trying for a little screen.
Like 10 times expensive. No hair on the soap, says Jim. Oh, that's true. I use my own bar of soap. My wife uses the girly stuff.
The real question is, what do you prefer, shampoo or conditioner? Shampoo is better.
Shampoo
with
is
the
better.
hair
No.
clean.
No, conditioner is better. Pa, 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 pa.
Really, fool. Really.
Or actually, maybe 30. Yeah, really, fool. What an epic scene.
It really is. Movie is a classic.
Rick says, I can't be the only one that uses shampoo as a body wash, can I?
It basically is body wash.
I don't. I mean,
yeah, when I was younger and poor, I would often, you'd have to resort to things like that. You're like, I can't afford 2 things. It's insane. Like, I'm eating like microwave dinners here. Hot Pockets for dinner. Like, come on, I can't afford 2 bottles of soap that do the same thing. Yeah, when you're in a pinch, shampoo's fine.
Daniel?
Now that I'm getting $1 million or $500,000 per Sam, I'm not up to Emerson's level yet. Now I can afford 2 bottles of soap, a body wash and a shampoo. So,
Robbie says game audio is too loud. I can't hear Adam talking about showering. I must hear more. Meager says, as long as I have my waterproof phone pouch so I can watch The Sims while I suds, I don't care if it's a bar or body wash. So are you one of those? Are you like Meager here? Do you have a case to be able to take your phone into the shower to listen to music or whatever it is?
No, I don't. But I feel like the day I do that, I'll know that like maybe I need like a technology break / vacation.
Like it's gone too far.
Like it's gone too far. Because I basically will bring my, it's attached to my hip. So it's hard for me to go like more than 20 minutes without looking at it. But
so when you
there
don't
are some
text me
things
back,
where
I
it's like, I don't, it doesn't, like I'm not going there yet. And shower is definitely one of them. I haven't even considered that. But now that you have brought it up into my mind, I could see people going into the shower and,
Meager says Netflix in the shower all day. You just don't want to miss those 10 minutes of that show. No, so my wife will, she doesn't bring her phone in the shower. We don't have that kind of case or whatever that you need to do that. But she'll, leave her phone on the counter and put music on while she's in the shower. I shower in silence. It's like the only silence in my day.
Totally, yeah.
Is that shower.
I don't think I want to break down that curtain. Exactly. So... I never even considered that, but yeah, I can see how some people would do that.
When you need a technological intervention. Daniel says the white noise of the shower is soothing. I agree. He says the shower should be a cocoon from the world at large. Well said. Steven says that is a new level of multitasking. So true. Mo, I see you. Got you last night. We'll go again tonight. Sounds good to me. Smash that like, about 500 along with us here on YouTube. Another field goal here. With Jeff Ulrich, I am Adam Kaufman. Unfortunately, that one wasn't good, so we sit at 7-3 still.
Yep. Ooh. 6.
Ken says, I showered to 90s hip hop. So I got to tell you, this is unrelated to the shower, very related to 90s hip hop. My kids, I was going to say my poor kids, but you know what? I'm not doing them a disservice. I'm doing them a solid. We listen to a lot of 80s and 90s music in this house. Current stuff too. But I don't know what your place is like with the girls, but with the boys here, there's music on pretty much all the time. It's just, we'll turn on the speaker, play it off the phone, whatever. There's music going on. It's just kind of background noise at all times, unless there's a dance party. Sometimes you got to have a dance party, and a lot of 80s, 90s exposure musically in this house. And I, like my for better or worse, my 6-year-old right now, obsessed with Wannabe, Spice Girls.
Oh, okay.
Obsessed. Can't get enough of it. It's like on repeat.
I've played some songs for my girls sometimes. They don't demand music all the time though. They have their favorites. Like they'll do like Frozen.
Sure.
They're really into like the Frozen songs and stuff like that, the Disney songs. So I've gotten them on a couple songs like that. Like they like Taylor Swift quite a bit. Big Taylor Swift fans.
Sure.
Spice Girls, I could see that though. Maybe I'll play it for them. They'll probably like that.
Choker says, now that we have finally covered shower hygiene, I think we have thoroughly exhausted all topics of sim discussion. Fumble, and the Rams have it.
Hines catching a fumble. So he's going to pick up points on that one. That's disappointing. They were down in the red zone. Indy's just...
I'll be honest with you, Choker, and, I don't know how many of these we've done. Ballpark 2000, and I've been around for, I don't know, let's call it 600 of them, something like that. I'm actually surprised we didn't get here sooner. Jordan says 90s was the best era of hip-hop ever. Robbie Noble says, for show, can't go wrong with 90s hip-hop. Says his daughter likes Nicki Minaj. Justin says, don't talk to me the first 15 minutes of the day. I need my quiet time just to get it together. I can relate to that. I mean, I can relate to it mentally, not in reality. I definitely, if there's one thing I don't have, it's 15 minutes to start my day. If nothing, it's a good thing if I'm not woken up with a punch to the face. Daddy! Boom! Justin, I won't read it out loud, but just know there's a whole world out there. No fumble coming on back. Colts get it back. Minute to go here in the opening half. Man, Orlando, hearts out to you, man. So I miss showers so much. I've been without water for a week due to the freeze and pipes bursting. Had to result to a gallon of water, a pot, and a stovetop.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Like, just...
Yeah.
Stay strong, man. Spread him out here. 2nd 3.
Fill up. Fill
up.
up.
Fill up.
Gonna
poorly. Yep.
No! 13
bad in this sim. So bad. I don't know why I rostered him. Very dumb decision by me. That's just like a Rivers special in this in these sims. I swear he takes like the worst sacks. After they got the ball back too.
Daniel says, but on the plus side, Wentz could use that type of protection. Very true.
Wentz could. Unfortunately, Wentz isn't very good at his fault is holding on to the ball too long too. So get rid of it this time, Phil. Oh God.
All right. Yeah,
oh, I actually got the first there. Okay.
Got to the 5.
Inefficient way to do it, but they got the first. But they still got one timeout actually. Okay. Paris Campbell. It's another dude. You actually forget he'll be coming back from injury. Nice weapons for Carson Wentz next year. I've already said how I like Pittman, T.Y. Actually, I think T.Y.'s a free agent. But they'll have Paris Campbell back too. Some nice things going on there. Troy Burton and O'Dwyer Wills as tight ends. Not bad.
Sure.
Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. Little scat back like Hines. Set up for success for Carson Wentz. If you can't do it there, man, I dare say he done. He gone. He done.
We'll get
he's
into
not
the
gone,
Wentz.
but he'll be a backup.
We'll dive deeper into the Wentz conversation coming up in half number 2, which is only moments away. See if maybe Nyheim Hines, our captain, can get a touchdown here. 2nd and goal from the 5. Rivers, he got time, space, and a sack. Oh, just thrown to the ground.
And
Aaron Donald, he's pretty good.
He is really terrible in the Sims. Full ribs.
Yeah. Sorry for all those that we see in the chat that were looking for a touchdown from literally anyone for the Colts. Burton, Hines, Campbell. Not working out for you. Not yet. I am not doing so hot in our free roll here. Out of 176 entries, I am sitting 102. I am on a bad run of late. These last few days, I have just terrible finishes. Terrible in these sims.
Kaufman's cold. Time to start sacrificing chickens.
Dooleville is sitting in front by about 3 points right now. Where are you? Wave goodbye.
I'm not doing well either. So 68th. It's respectable.
All right.
I'm in the top half. Actually, it's not bad. I got Hines in the captain, Rivers, Goff, Hendo, J. Wren, and Odell Rules, who's done nothing.
So both these guys about 100 passing yards. The touchdown, though, obviously on the Rams side. No running backs. Mack is still at 4 for 16 and still the leading rusher. So there was no notable production in that second quarter. Higbee, 5 for 57. He has been the guy so far with a touchdown. Campbell, 4 for 43. Hines, 3 for 22. That's in the air, obviously. Pascal, 2 for 26. Reynolds, 2 for 15. Not a lot doing to get excited about unless you got Higbee, I guess.
Yeah, Higbee, Goff, that's about it. So wide open going into the second half. Defense is probably a good play right now. The dude in first, yeah, he's got the Rams D in the captain spot. So didn't Dooleville win the last sim too? Like the last game? What the heck? This guy's on heat.
I don't know.
No, he did.
I'm not sure. Really?
He did, yeah. Won the last free roll.
Keep it up.
Poning us all.
Make it rain with those bragging rights.
Mm-hmm. Put her on the resume, man. I'm saying. So what did you do during the pandemic? Well, I did win 3 man free rolls.
Maybe more
in
than
the
3.
DK SimFam League. Hashtag
Joe,
DK SimFam.
I am rocking a DK shirt right now, actually, Joe. I don't know if you can see. It's King of the Beach.
King of the Beach.
Yeah. Joe says, "What's up, Koff, my guy? No special DK shirt today. I need one of them bad boys." So there you go. I am rocking one.
Don't worry, guys. I don't even get the free shirts. The postage is too high for them to send it to Canada.
Pipeline says, "What up, Koff? Ulrich, New Orleans in the building, baby." Hit that like. We're at 150. Let's get ourselves to 200 by the end of this sim, huh? Appreciate you. All right. So let's, I'm sure you spent time on it in the previous sim. And naturally, you mentioned it a little bit here just prior to the half. But let's do a deeper dive. I don't think it came as any great shock that Carson Wentz was dealt to Indianapolis, the Frank Reich reunion. The Colts were long reported, as were the Bears. That certainly didn't work out. Goes to Indy, where he's got a solid offensive line. He's got protection. He's got weapons, as you alluded to. I'm not going to say it's a team built to win per se. And when I say that, I mean contend. But I certainly think this is a team that if he goes out and he's, better than respectable, never mind straight up turning back the clock to the MVP, caliber days, then, it's certainly a playoff team at that point in time. And you consider the division that they're in as well. What was your reaction to the trade, especially giving up 2 future high picks? And I would say that conditional third is going to turn into a second. That's my guess. Mm-hmm. And, which ultimately, who got right now, opinions evolve over time, but right now, who do you think got the better end of the trade?
I think it's a better trade for the Colts. I don't know if there's like a better end of it. I'm not a big Carson Wentz guy, but at the same time, like for the Eagles to only get a second and a third for a guy they took, where did Carson Wentz go? Second overall? I can't remember.
Yeah, but, second or third. He was there.
Okay, so for them to
not only that, they traded up for him twice.
Exactly, right? So for them to get back a second and a third, like, it's not a good return. So I don't know how you can say the Eagles were like, oh yeah, well they got draft picks back, and Wentz sucks. Like even if Wentz isn't good, like it's not a good return for a guy you invested that much in, right? So I think it's a good low-risk investment for the Colts. I think they structured it properly. There's a conditional first involved, but like he's got to play over 75% of the snaps, so they got to make the playoffs. There's a couple things. So if it doesn't work out the first 8 games, he's still got Jacob Eason there, who I think has some okay tools as well. You can just turn to him. You just say, okay, Carson, like you can sit the rest of the year, or you can cut him. And that's that. And yeah, you gave up a second rounder and maybe a third rounder, whatever, but it's not that big a deal. I think you need a quarterback, and Wentz, again, I'm not a big Carson Wentz fan. I think he had one nice stretch, and I'm not sure if you'll ever see that from him again, but at the same time, you need a quarterback, and there's some upside there, right? It's a little bit like taking a shot with Jameis Winston. Maybe you get him on a hot streak. Maybe he cleans up his game a little bit, and maybe the new scenery and the dome and stuff really helps him out. It's a good, outside of overpaying and mortgaging your franchise like the Rams did for Stafford, Wentz was probably the next best option out there. So I think it was a smart move by them. They got a lot of pieces in place. They didn't have to sacrifice. It could be a 1-year move. It could be a 2-year move. Whatever. It puts them in a good spot, man. Like I like it. I think it was smart from the Colts' perspective. I would have rather seen them get a different player, but like, again, there really isn't that much out there unless you're planning on mortgaging your future. So
do you believe, because obviously Carson Wentz is still young, he's 28 years old, he's really only entering his prime, especially in today's NFL. This isn't 40 years ago. Do you believe that this Frank Reich reunion can like if ever there were a good spot to get back on track, this is it? Many people have talked about just how bonded they were, not only through the coordinator-quarterback relationship, but bonded in their faith as well, that went even a little bit beyond the play on the field, that they weren't just professionally related. There was a true genuine bond and friendship there. Was this the ideal landing spot for Carson Wentz? If ever he were to get it back on track, this is where it is.
Absolutely. That's why I said, this is really it. Like, if he can't get back on track here, outside of a team just being like, bringing him in as a backup and maybe like some QB competition and maybe just like outperforms, it could be his last chance. He's had injury issues. That's the other thing. And I really think that could be limiting him a bit. Broken back, ACL, like these are pretty big injuries, especially for a bigger guy. Like he's carrying a lot of weight. The hits add up there quick. You might be seeing like a little bit of like the Cam Newton effect on Carson Wentz. Now, he doesn't have throwing issues yet, which is good, but, those things can affect throwing motions as well. So I'm just going to read some stats. Like Carson Wentz, 2 of 5 years, he's had quarterback ratings under 80. 2 of 5 years, he's had interception rates above 2%. So he's thrown, well over 14, and last year he did it in 12 games. He's only had completion percentage over 64% once in 5 years. He has, outside of like, other just like touchdown stats, he's thrown for more than 21 touchdowns twice in 5 years as well. So a dude who's had trouble staying on the field a little bit. He's too injury prone. He's tough. We know that, but like his stats aren't that impressive. It's kind of funny because Goff is in this game, and I brought this up. You compare Jared Goff and Carson Wentz stats, and they're pretty damn similar. And Goff might even have the better stats. So, people making fun of like the Lions for taking Jared Goff, or I would rather have Goff than Wentz. Straight up, I know there's contracts involved, and I know there's different money involved for sure. But straight up, you give me 2, no contract or anything, I'll take Goff. Like, I will. I think that he's had less injury. And I think there's just a little bit more runway left there, and you put him in the right spot. But that's just my case for Carson Wentz. Doesn't mean he can't have another good stretch. Definitely the place he's going to, if he's ever going to do it, is going to be where it happens. But I'm not super convinced. You'll see like super high end play from him again. He could be.
Not a lot of people in the chat are convinced. I'll tell you that right now.
What's that?
I said not a lot of people in the chat are convinced that Carson Wentz is going to bounce back, or that the Colts are going to be better than mediocre, meaning 8-8.
It feels like outside of Philly, most people would probably agree with my view. He had a really loyal following in Philly. Like,
Yeah.
to the point where, like, you know, even when Jalen Hurts had a couple good games, they were like, this is dumb. Like, you know, so I don't really get it, but whatever, it is what it is. I just think that, you know, he was the top round pick. The Eagles fans wanted him to succeed so badly that it's probably clouding people's judgment. But we have seen higher end play from him before. I put him in a class of like Jameis Winston, but to be fair, he has shown more consistent stretches of good play than Jameis ever has. So I just worry about those injuries, though, man. He has not looked the same after the ACL and the back issues. Like, I know he's only 28, but like I say, he's a big guy. Those are serious injuries, and I really think that's part of the deal with Carson Wentz right now. Is I'm not sure if he'll ever get back from those. So that's just my take.
1 point game after another Blankenship field goal, so the Rams still ahead, getting the ball back late in the third quarter. Zach says, and importantly here, I would say, but how is Wentz's washcloth technique? That's a great point. It's very important.
Well, I mean, he's a man of faith, so he just uses holy water. There's no soap involved, right?
Get you clean in a hurry.
That's right.
So what about on the other side? Because what we have glossed over for the Eagles, one, you know, it's not like they totally unloaded this contract. I mean, they have a huge dead cap hit as a result of moving Wentz. That they are $30 million, something like that. It's gigantic. Yep. And then also, there are some people, and I'm curious where you fall on this, that are not convinced Jalen Hurts is even the guy. It's like, yeah, they decided they didn't want Carson Wentz, but are they going to take another quarterback, you know, in at number 6 or in the top 10, wherever they are right now? Or are they, you know, is Wentz, or pardon me, is Hurts truly the guy? What's the move at quarterback right now?
Yeah, so I think Jalen Hurts is a guy you can build around, but you have to be smart when you're doing it. Like, you have to be smart with your quarterback, you know, in pretty much all situations. You got to put them in place to succeed. If you're not going to build, you know, around Jalen Hurts' greatest strength, which is, you know, obviously is his mobility, then you're just doing yourself and him a disservice. I do think Jalen Hurts is going to be the Eagles QB next year, and there's a couple reasons why. To get the QB they want, they're probably going to have to pay a lot to move up. I don't think that with Hurts already there, they're necessarily going to fall in love with any of the guys that aren't Lawrence to do that. And they're talking about bringing in competition, and I think they will. But realistically, who is the competition that you're going to build around outside of Jalen Hurts? Like, give me a name. Give me a name out there. There is one name I will say that could be really interesting and really make it a true competition. But other than that guy, I don't see anyone out there that they're going to bring in and be like, oh yeah, okay, we're going to build around this guy now, you know, instead of Hurts. You got any names for me? Well, do you have anyone off the top of your head
that you could bring in to compete with Hurts?
And like, realistically, that person would have a shot to like supplant Hurts.
As far as guys that would actually be available.
Yeah, exactly. And available.
50. Yeah. And a touchdown for Goff, by the way. The only touchdown we've got in this game. Daniel says Jameis, who crossed my mind, but I still don't think I
Jameis is, and
if it's between Jameis, I'd rather see if I have. Yeah, I'd rather see if I have anything with Hurts.
Exactly.
You know, at that point.
Exactly.
And I feel the same way about like a Mariota, a Dalton.
I think Mariota would be interesting because I think Mariota is young enough and he's in the same style as Hurts, and if he improved his passing a bit, you know, he's realistically, Mariota was a former number 1 pick, so Mariota was the guy I could see bringing in, and 2 similar style of players, and you let them go at it, and whoever elevates wins. That would be a true competition. The only other one that even came to mind was Trubisky. That would be interesting too.
That would be.
But again, do you take a shot with Mitch over Jalen Hurts? I think Trubisky would have to really beat out Jalen Hurts for them to go with him. So
Well, where are you on Trubisky in general? Because, and I know we're talking about the Eagles here, but I was saying this last night. We had a Bears sim. This was among the 5 minutes of football we actually discussed. I'm leaning more toward, and it's a long way to go. We're not even at the start of the league year yet.
Totally.
I'm just starting to believe more and more that Trubisky's actually going to be back in Chicago.
What are their other options, right?
Right.
Like, they were trying to get Wentz. That's gone.
Right. Didn't work out.
Now where do they go? They're going to sell the farm for the draft. I could see the Bears doing it since they did that with Trubisky, right?
Yeah, passed over Mahomes in the process.
Yeah. So I think the Bears have a couple options. I do think the Bears are going to do something because I really just feel like that franchise, they want to move on from Trubisky so badly that they're going to do something desperate, overpay for someone, sign someone else. Maybe they're the guys that bite on Jameis.
What's Foles' situation right now? Obviously, are they just going to cut him and eat the money?
I think so. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I looked it up and they can just basically cut him. Yeah. That's another guy. Don't be shocked if the Eagles bring back Foles. They were reportedly fine bringing him back in a trade. So, that could be the competition for Hurts. And as much as I like Nick Foles, again, you're not going to go back and be like, okay, we got Foles again. Like, let's rewind it to 2016. No, you're going to start Jalen Hurts, and Foles is your insurance. You can say it's a competition all you want, but so I think Jalen Hurts will probably start unless they go after Mariota. Trubisky being a wild card there too, but I think Mariota's the only name out there for me as an Eagles fan where it would be a true competition. I'm still pretty high on Mariota, just as an option for a lot of these teams, like even the Pats. I think he could give you like a Tannehill little boost kind of thing. New situation, new chance.
$10 million cap hit ballpark on Mariota. I think the real money's closer to 20, but 10 in the cap, which obviously with the cap being what it is and compared to what other quarterbacks are paid, that's really not bad.
Yeah, it's reasonable. Yeah.
Just to see if you have anything there.
Yep.
I mean, if you brought up the Patriots, if I am the Patriots, if all else fails, so to speak, and I have a chance at Mariota versus just bring Cam Newton back, give me Mariota.
Take Mariota 10 times out of 10. That's always been my point with like a team like the Pats. Like, look at your other options. I mean, at least with Mariota, you got a younger guy. The tread is still on the tires, unlike with Cam Newton, where I think we've kind of discovered that you're not getting the MVP version anymore.
Right.
Mariota, maybe you get a Ryan Tannehill resurgence and you get like a couple years here and you can build something. Who knows? Who knows, man? I don't know. Anyways, I'm interested to see where Mariota goes. Where Washington's been linked to him too. I think that's going to be an interesting name.
So the Black Arturo says Winston and Mariota are the same age. Put a little more respect on Winston. He's nowhere near a bum. So I don't think maybe Jeff disagrees. I don't think Jameis Winston's a bum at all. I really don't. What I do think is he is incredibly turnover prone. It wasn't fluky that he had 42 turnovers, the last time that he was a starting quarterback. Now, and I also do not believe that the Saints are prepared to hand the reins over to him because they are just infatuated with Taysom Hill. I think you saw that when Breeze went down last year. I mean, what perfect opportunity to see Winston get a shot and prove himself, and they go to Taysom Hill. So I don't know what Winston's future is, and I'm not sure he's really going to be keen on the idea of returning with maybe if you could sell him on returning as someone who in camp, provided there are camps, is going to have an opportunity to truly compete for the for the quarterback position, assuming, as we all are, because it's not official, that Drew Brees is retiring. But short of that, I don't see Jameis Winston just saying, okay, I'll come back as a backup. I think he's going to want to go somewhere. Maybe that's New England, maybe it's Chicago, maybe it's any number of different places that could be looking. A place that at least he feels like he has a shot to be the starting quarterback going into camp. And then however it plays out, it plays out.
Yeah. So the Saints is another one. I mean, are they just rolling with Taysom Hill and maybe Winston? I mean, that'll be weird. I mean, they could make a move too. So many teams that could be making moves here. It's going to be a fun offseason. But, as far as Winston and Mariota goes, I recognize that Winston has talent, but like Koff said, I mean, the dude has been is he just going to make the switch to not being turnover prone and not winning games? Because he basically had the same team, despite what some people will tell you, last year that Tom Brady had, and you saw the results. He's just he's just not that good a football player. He's got talent, but like he's turnover prone. There's another catch by Cup inside the 5. So who would you rather build around? Like the mobile QB with Mariota, who, you know, maybe he hasn't unlocked his potential yet in the NFL, at least as a passer. I don't think he has. Or Winston, a guy who's been turnover prone every year in his career, doesn't give you the same rushing upside, and you kind of know what you're getting. I would rather take a shot with Mariota. That's just me. I'm not saying Winston isn't talented or maybe won't get a shot. I think he will get a shot from someone because one of these teams is going to go. Where are you going, Goffy? He got in.
Got in. Jared Goff. Wow. Rushing touchdown. That doesn't happen often.
No. You made it, though. Good for you, Jared.
Got there.
Because I think one of these teams are going to have to take a shot with Jameis. I think it's just going to come down to it. It's like, okay, you know, I mean, our options are go with like a guy we drafted in the late first round or something, or like a second round QB, or like, you know, bring in Jameis for some competition. You know, the Bears might be in that situation, the Pats, New Orleans, probably Washington. A lot of teams out there like that right now. Just kind of in no man's land. Houston could be in that situation once they trade Deshaun.
If they trade Deshaun.
So,
only the second rushing touchdown of these Sims for Jared Goff in all of Madden 21, by the way.
Don't see him take off too often, folks.
Our guy Tate in Game Ops is he's just spamming the chat with his love for Marcus Mariota to the point where like it was it was interesting at first. Now I'm starting to think that they might be related. Thinks he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's going to lead a team to the Super Bowl this year. Mariota's better than anyone else. What are you doing, Tate?
I don't think we've seen the best from Marcus Mariota in his time in the NFL. So I'm kind of a believer in that sense. And I'd like to see him go to a place, you know, maybe in New England, maybe it's Washington. I don't know. Washington probably in a better situation in the near future, but
I don't know who in the world Washington's quarterback is going to be.
I mean, they've been linked to Mariota. I think that would be a really good option for them. A really good option for them. They have a really good defense. You know, they got a stable coach there with Riviera. They got talent. They got McLaren. They got the Sims brothers. You know, the Gibson is looking good. J.D. McKissick, like they have talent there. I just got rocked there like 3 times by 3 dudes. TY, but
got it.
I think Washington's an interesting target for guys like Mariota. Like, it would have been a good place for like Wentz to go too. You know, if you're a guy if you're a guy like Dak, or trying to force your way out, you know, like maybe Washington isn't like the worst landing spot. So Washington could be a really interesting figure this year too.
Did you see, by the way, speaking of Dak Prescott, 2:45 to go here in the fourth, the Colts trying to even this thing up. It is, even though it's an 8-point game, it is technically a 1-possession game. We'll see what they can do. 1st and 10 from the 43, getting into the Rams territory here. There was I don't think it was a report. I think it was just some talking head offering their opinion yesterday, but saying that if the Cowboys franchise Dak again, he's gone. Mm-hmm. Like he will just, the disrespect will be so high that he'll play the year and then see you later. Like there's no chance. And to me, you know, and I'm not saying I would have felt this way like a year ago at this time, but right now, obviously, if I'm the Cowboys, I would franchise him. Like to me, that's a smart business decision coming off the injury.
Yeah, unfortunately, they should have already committed by now, right? Like,
right.
The Cowboys have put themselves in this bad PR place already by doing the dumb thing and committing to Ezekiel Elliott over Dak Prescott. It's insanely dumb, like beyond anything. You know, you lock up the QB position, you can go and get another RB. They already have another RB in Tony Pollard. Like, so now they put themselves in this bad PR position with Dak. You know, Dak's becoming a man of the people and stuff, and he talks about his own struggles and stuff like that. So he's winning the PR battle, and the Cowboys. I don't disagree. From a business position, a guy coming off, is that touchdown? It is.
Touchdown.
And some quick tutties here.
Colts on the verge of evening it up. Nice work. Zach Pascal. And here comes the 2-point conversion try.
Yeah, we got a conversion try here. So I'll shut up until we get it.
Zach Pascal from Phillip Rivers. Don't count out retired Phil. Retired Rivers. He's right here for you.
Old man Rivers. Look out, guys. Fourth quarter comeback.
17 touchdown Simland for Pascal. All right, let's see what
going
you got.
To a bit of
90 seconds left.
Bit of a running formation here. We can drop back.
Keep it though. Here comes the pressure. And an opening.
Oh, he got it.
2-point conversion's good. Trey Burton.
Jeez. Smoked. Thought he was going to get sacked. That's right, Jeff. That 2-pointer. I enjoyed Glasheen's old man betting video, by the way. Thought it was well done.
Oh, you watched it?
Yeah. The old man one? I thought that was great.
The grandpa one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. Glash actually, just public service announcement for anyone that missed it. I don't know if he's still in the chat with us, but he did.
Oh, was he in the chat? I didn't even see.
He jumped in the chat a little while ago. We were in the middle of a discussion that was more important, so I didn't acknowledge our young lad. But he hopped in the chat a little while ago and did say that the new video is posted. It is up.
Oh, wow.
It is on TikTok. It is on Instagram. It is on Twitter. It is available for the people, and it probably will be the first thing that I watch after this.
I'm going to watch the Mortal Kombat video first, but I'll get to Glash right after that.
Good. I want your thoughts on Mortal Kombat. Robbie Noble says, Adam, superstar trait. I know, we're definitely going to overtime. We'll see. Moving the ball along out to the 36, Goff. Jim says, Glash is doing great work on his TikToks. Couldn't agree more. Really enjoy them. Like I said, we spent a lot of time talking about him on the sim last night. Final minute here of regulation. Time once again for Goff to complete that pass to Higbee. He's had a nice day. Clock continues to tick down. No one's using a timeout. Each team has all of theirs available, though. 2nd and 2 on the way from the 44 with about 40 seconds remaining. Rams going no huddle here. Goff's got the ball alone in the backfield. Some pressure coming his way. Dumps it off. Good enough for a first. Can we get a timeout? There it is. Robbie says there's a Mortal Kombat coming out. Oh, Mr. Noble, were you not with us last night or earlier for that matter? There's a new Mortal Kombat trailer. Go watch it. It is exceptional. And yes, it is going to be good this time. I can feel it. And it's coming out in mid-April. HBO Max. 1st and 10 from the 48. Goff, quick release, completed. Don't need to use another timeout, though. Only got to the 45 that time. 2nd and 3 coming. Yeah, Daniel says it's not going to be PG-13. Hell, watch the Red Band trailer and you will see that.
Definitely not going to be PG-13.
This movie is coming at you. It means business.
20 seconds. They got one timeout. Come on, Goffy.
Got it! Touchdown! Bobby Trees out of the woods and into the end zone.
That's how you stop overtime, folks. You throw a touchdown. Goff coming through. After I built him up, said I'd rather take him than Wentz. That's my quarterback, folks. That's my quarterback you're talking about.
You got that Goff Wood stack. You're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, man. Goff break? Oh, no, he's not at the bonus. Never mind.
About 60% of people did, however, so. Well, I guess I don't know that to be true. Goff is 60% owned. Woods is 63% owned. That's in our smaller free roll. What percentage of people have the stack, I couldn't tell you.
Probably fairly large.
Yeah. 17th touchdown for Woods, fittingly for number 17. And he had just 1 for 6 prior to that, so that's a big help. That's going to make a difference there, Moose. I'm going to jump up, maybe even into the top 50 here.
Look out. Kaufman's on the warpath.
I'm coming for you. Giggle Pig says, Koff knows movie talent better than anyone on here. Heck yeah, I do. Okay. See if the Colts have anything left in the tank. They do have 3 timeouts. I'm not going to start off with the ball at a particularly good spot, however. Just right at the 26-yard line. 23-yard return for Ty Hilton, as I like to call him. Especially on days he doesn't perform well. 1st and 10 from the 26, 16 seconds left. Rivers, you got another dramatic comeback in you. Big boy throw, looking down deep into traffic and incomplete.
Big knockdown, yeah.
2nd and 10 from the 26 with 8 ticks left now. There we go. Rivers drops back to about the 15. Check out that arm strength again. It's another long throw to about the 20 and incomplete again. Time expires. That'll do it.
That's it, folks. That's all she wrote.
Steven says if JCVD isn't in the new Mortal Kombat, I'm not going to watch it. You know what? I was calling for him to be Johnny Cage for I don't know how long, man. In fact, I mean, if for those that don't know the backstory just of the video game, Jean-Claude Van Damme was the inspiration for the Johnny Cage character, and yet ends up being Colonel Guile in that lousy Street Fighter instead.
Oh yeah, they did him dirty, didn't they?
They really did. Daniel Sisler would love a JCVD cameo, and there probably will be a JCVD. How could you possibly say there'll probably be a JCVD cameo? How can we know that?
Maybe no.
Feels like a reach there, Danny boy. So he's got a feeling. I got a feeling. Ryan says Phillip Rivers' real-life throwing power is like a 13. Well, that doesn't really matter, I suppose, because here in Simland, it is an 85. Rivers 225, a touchdown. Goff halfway to a Bundy. 2 scores, 217 in the air for him. Let's see. Malcolm Brown, 10 for 38 to lead a very disappointing running day. No one was better. Mack 7 for 16, Hines 4 for 17, Henderson 3 for 12. Just gross. Absolutely gross. T.Y. Hilton even lost yards on the ground. We'll look at the receivers as well here. Okay. Higbee 7 for 72, a touchdown. Pascal 5 for 56, a score. Campbell 5 for 66. Hines 6 for 44. Henderson 4 for 35. Cup for 33. Is Higbee the Krusty Koff player of the game?
Yeah, I was just looking at these dudes. I think so. I was thinking about Woods there, but realistically, you probably got better return from Higbee. So yeah, we'll go Higbee. 20 points, 24% owned. Yeah, basically doubled his seasonal output. We'll go Tyler Higbee. 7 catches, 72 yards. Those are solid numbers with the touchdown.
Looks like we're gonna have amino transference. No, there's no N in there. I don't know. Either way, projected winner by about 3 points. Henderson in the captain spot, Rivers, Goff, Higbee, Pascal, and Blankenship. Who was your big disappointment here?
Let's go with T.Y. T.Y.
Okay, Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award.
Yeah, 1 catch.
Hilton, oh, God. 1 for 11. And the lost yards on the ground.
Lost yards on the ground. So he's actually
1.9 points.
I think he was negative points for a bit. So T.Y. Hilton, for sure.
Yuck.
Not my kid. He's not my kid.
Not our kid. Robbie says, I got to see this trailer. Robbie, I mean, you're on the internet, dude. Hit the YouTube. Just move over to off to a different tab for a second. Pause us, mute us. Hit the YouTube, man. Nice job today, says J.E. Joker says, well, good job. Good job again. The Earth Realm champion. Realm, yeah. Why was he in Street Fighter? I don't know. Money, I would assume. I mean, why was Raul Julia, may he rest in peace, in Street Fighter? These are the things we don't have answers to, but we should. So, Here's the deal. Rest of the sim day coming at you here on a Saturday. I will be with you along with Kenny Ducey. I'm very interested.
Deuce.
This,
the deuce is loose.
Well, we'll see. You know, we got Cowboys Lions on the way, the early bird special in a little under an hour. And I don't know. We've talked about this before, Jeff. I don't know which Ducey we're going to get. You know, he was probably up all night watching tennis again.
That's right.
We might get a very subdued Ducey as opposed to the tweaked out one that we long for. So I don't know which we're going to get. Then it'll be Jason Rossi and Brandon Cristal for Packers Cardinals. For the happy hour sim at 6, 8 o'clock prime time, Washington at the Niners, Brendan Glasheen with BK, and then Phonics of TikTok stardom coming on back with Tom Ace, Tom Carroll for Buccaneers and Seahawks. Everyone make sure you ask Tom about the dinner that he has a little bit later on tonight. See what he tells you about that. That's what we got going on. Jeff returns tomorrow for the 2 and the 4 Eastern time. In fact, we will be together for the 4 o'clock again. I look forward to it greatly, my friend.
I shall see you tomorrow, friends. Have a great eve.
What was
Stay
that? Me too? Me too, Cuff? Yeah, all right. Thanks to Mike, to Daniel, to Tate, to Glash's TikTok, and to Robbie Noble for his Mortal Kombat excitement.
Mainly Glash's TikTok.
Mainly Glash's TikTok. And go watch that trailer because it's just so great. I might watch it for a third time. All right, Moose. Thanks, buddy. Here's Lion ahead of you, and lineups locking momentarily. How are you, bud?
I'm good. How are you doing? How are you up in? I'm just submitting it now. I was just agonizing over it. I didn't want to put Greg the Leg Zerline in, but I really myself a good day here. So I'm backing Legatron, and I also really like Marvin Jones Jr.'s over lineup in quite some time, just because everyone in this sim Lions are sacking the Cowboys. So it was really difficult, but I had to get both going with CeeDee Lamb and Legatron. But again, because not too many great had to do a
So I decided to go with TJ Hawkinson. CeeDee.
I mean, again, though, like I said, with so many rosterable people, in this sim, I feel like it doesn't matter. Football and both quarterbacks are I think ripe for big games. I think that both these guys could go for over 20 points.
Yeah, we're told there's some lag, some freezing issues going on. See you guys in the chat. Appreciate you. We'll see, obviously, if there's anything that we need to worry about. And obviously, if we do. Cough, did you call in the chopper? Yeah. I know.
Well, I am so upset that I can't roll my R's and you can. What is going on there? Why can everyone roll their R's, but I can't? Not fair, man.
Maybe that's what we spend the entire sim doing, trying to figure out how we can teach you to roll your R's. What do you think? Do you spend a lot of your own personal time trying to get over the hump here? In Puerto Rico, perhaps? A little early bird special that we've got going on here for the 4 o'clock Eastern. Sean says he's got the Captain Hawkinson.
You don't have to throw it in my face like that.
I know, I'm just being a jerk. I wondered, I speculated earlier, which Kenny are we going to get today? Are we going to get the kind of subdued, tired from being up all night watching tennis Kenny?
I wasn't up all night, so, you're not going to get super tired. I mean, I did sleep so long today that maybe you will get super tired, Kenny, but I was not up watching Wayne's Funnel last night. I thought that it was going to be a blowout. I wound up waking up at 5 a.m. just like randomly, so I rolled over, checked, saw that actually I woke up at 4:30 randomly, rolled over, checked, saw that my sweet Jen was down, and so I was like, all right, well, this is gonna be quick, and then it was. So.
No to Zeke, and nowhere near first, however. Only got a couple right there. We remain scoreless, minute change in. Daniel says quick and pace or so.
Boy. Let's see.
Where do I begin?
Chance here, but to me, if you're looking at playing this, to me, I went into the semifinals thinking that's sort of where I went in, and it wasn't necessarily fully because of Novak Djokovic's injury. I just felt like it's been a weird tournament for him. It just doesn't feel like he's going to win. And then his last match against the qualifier, Aslan Karatsev, the big story of the tournament, I changed my mind a little bit. And it had nothing to do with the fact that he was playing a qualifier. The guy just served his tail off. The guy just was serving ridiculously. And if he serves like that tonight, then it's going to be a very close match, and he's probably got a good chance to win. That's sort of where I'm at right now. Just, again, the way that he had one unforced error through 2 sets, which just is insane. And if he's going to do that, that's where, Medvedev makes his money, is he'll just tire you out in rallies until you make a mistake. So I think it's going to be a really good match. It's a very close one, very tough to call. I actually might side with Djokovic here just because this is his Roland Garros. This is where he never loses, and he came through that last match very strongly. So
we got a 4th and 8. It's going to be a punt from deep in the Lions' own end zone here, and see if they can get it even beyond midfield. Good punts in these games, as we know. And Ducey, I'm Adam Kaufman. Mike is our producer. Daniel, our technical director. YouTube and Twitch, working to get that corrected, but appreciate your patience. We do thank Chains as the enemy. Love to see us get there nice and quick. Smash that like button if you're watching along on YouTube. Dak. Nope.
Coming back.
Gonna be a hold.
Disappointing.
So it'll be a 2nd and 8, much more respectable. If you guys do have, just like you guys will ask golf questions when Jeff is on or Reed is on, this is the man you turn to, Kenny Ducey. I couldn't even fake my way through. Trying to get everything corrected. Kyle says this game be over by midnight. Well, that's the thing about the lag. The lag is happening, I believe it's happening on Twitch. It's not happening in our Zoom window. We're seeing the game perfectly with no issue happen in real time. It will be over at the same time it normally is, unless, of course, we decide to pause it. 30. Flash. Yard loss, 4th and 18 coming, but this is, albeit long field goal range. It'll be a 48-yarder if we're to assume that.
Legatron. 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 Let's go.
Willed it into existence. 3-0. Better call a TO. This sim is getting away from you, baby. Again, if we thought that just pausing the stream would do the trick for you, we would do that, folks. I promise you. Unfortunately, the issue is a little bit beyond our ability to just, pause and fix. It kind of needs to work itself out. Which, to be perfectly frank, is equally annoying to us as it is to you. Although I'm watching on YouTube now and it looks okay. So hopefully the issue's worked itself out.
I was watching on YouTube as well. It seems fine, but we'll see.
Looking ahead to NBA DFS tonight. We've got Herb says, Koffs, it's safe to go Mo Wagner tonight. He bageled me last time out. Just depends on minutes projections and that sort of thing.
I wrote some showdown picks for tonight's Blazers and Wizards game. So I did a lot of looking into this. So I think that you should, if you're going to play the full slate, I would stay away from the Wizards big man situation. But if I'm playing the showdown, which is the featured contest now on DraftKings, I would certainly take a good look at playing Robin Lopez at like $3,000 in the showdown, just because. Yeah, he's the only constant with this front court, Koff. You look at all these other guys. You look at Wagner and who's the other person he's splitting minutes with? I'm already forgetting. It's not Hachimura. It's Alex Len. I can't figure out Alex Len, Mo Wagner. They're both getting inconsistent minutes. But I think the constant here is Robin Lopez getting like 20 minutes. So if I have to take anybody, I'm probably taking him. But I don't think he has super great upside for the whole slate. I just think in general for that showdown, he might be worth it. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Congo Cab helping you out with Alex Len in the chat.
Thank you, Congo Cab.
For electing to play. And
sure.
You got LeBron and Lillard and Curry and Westbrook and Beal and Levine.
Oh yeah, Lillard in a great spot tonight for sure, right? Yeah, you're gonna have LeBron. Some Lillard exposure. Yeah.
You got a lot of guys in.
What a punt, by the way.
Solid spots. Yeah, amazing.
Did you see? Okay, they punted. The punter. I'm gonna rewind that on YouTube for you. So the ball was placed at the Detroit 36. The punter was standing at his own 22-yard line and pins it and punts it to the 1. That's insane, Koff. That's
unfortunately no safety, at least not yet.
80 yards. Wild, man.
Ball taken up to the 4-yard line.
You have a chance to catch the NHL outdoor game before we went on the air?
No, I haven't. I know the Bruins play tomorrow.
It was great. I watched that game. I watched the first period just for the backdrop. Like, it was so beautiful because they don't have to worry. Obviously, you can't have fans, right? So they didn't have to worry about playing in a baseball stadium this time around. They're like, let's just go on a lake. And so it's just amazing. You see Lake Tahoe in the background. You see the mountains with snow, the white mountains. Literally there are trees right next to the rink. I'll say that they should do it a lot. They should do it a lot more. I mean, they already obviously do it like every year, but to do it in the actual great outdoors is pretty cool.
Yeah, well, as opposed to obviously within a football stadium, a baseball stadium, it's very different. I saw some of the scenery, some of the pictures that, just pictures that were floating around on social media, but yeah, I need to actually turn on a game and like I said, with the Bruins tomorrow, I will, but eager to check that out. It's got to be, I can't even imagine what it must feel like as a player to be out there playing in that environment. It's got to be so much fun.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, that's not that much fun because you have the whole issue with the ice, right? The ice is never that consistent,
sure.
But
yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah, it's why whether it was the teams today or those tomorrow, I feel for the guys that, can't play, whether because of injury or COVID concerns or whatever it may be. That's a real bummer. The the Bruins, for instance, David Krejci just got hurt last game and didn't make the trip to Lake Tahoe. Like, that stinks. You're healthy all year. You get hurt right before this outdoor game. Bummer.
I know, especially because I'm sure the players were really looking forward to it. That is kind of a shame. I did not know that about David Krejci, so sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. Not a Bruins fan,
Sure.
Yeah. We are working on the choppiness, by the way. So Pebble Beach, great name, but bad comment, says he's going to be disliking. Don't dislike. It's not, it's internet problems happen. They happen.
Don't like that, Pebble Beach. Be better. Be better, Pebble Beach. We love you. Now love us back.
Robbie Noble saying, the Aussie Open are finals already. Who won? Brady Osaka. It was Naomi Osaka winning in straight sets over Jen Brady. We got Brian saying he loves the brick wall. Really brings out my eyes. Brian, I appreciate that. I am dating, so I am taken, but I appreciate that. Kyle also, is it just me or is Ducey way calmer now? Dude is really trying. Got to give him props for that. You can tell he wants to talk more. Probably digging his nails into the table.
Do you feel calmer? Are you more subdued? Have you medicated yourself at all?
I think it's because no, I mean, I haven't. I'm drinking some green tea, which if anything would make the problem worse, right? Drinking green tea.
The issue.
Right. I think it might just be because NFL season's over. I'm not as fired up about all the people that I don't like. I'm not as fired up about the Saints and
sure.
All these teams, all these players that I don't want to see thrive. Don't have to think about them right now. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Also, tennis is back. I mean, I'm just a happy man.
I was going to say, did you see you got a tennis question in there from Giggle Pigs?
I did not giggle pigs. What did you say? What did you say?
Got a tennis question for you, bro. Who would be your favorite to root for between Ivan Lendl and Boris Becker when they ran the courts?
I would probably have to go with Ivan Lendl just because I'm a huge Nick Kyrgios guy, and Boris Becker just made a fool of himself going at Nick this year, this off season on Twitter. Nick called him a donut, and so I think that I'd probably root for Ivan Lendl to win for sure.
Alana says, "Koff, we finally watched the Mortal Kombat trailer, and now I can't stop yelling, 'Finish him!'" I'm telling you, that trailer is legit. People got to check that out if you haven't. I am excited for that HBO Max dropping.
Mike saying, Ducey only reading positive comments. I mean, I'm just reading comments.
Yeah, it's not his fault they're all positive. What are you going to do? What else we got here in the DraftKings conference room? Taking a little look-see. Gil Ambrose says, so we have to sit here and listen to these idiots? LOL, it's time to mute. They need real announcers like me, Gil Ambrose, a real announcer.
Gil Ambrose.
I'm not familiar with you, Gil, I'm being perfectly honest. Are you, in fact, an announcer? I'm going to Google you. Let's search for Gil Ambrose on Twitter. Well, that is a lady. Let's see. Nope. I do not see a Gil Ambrose on Twitter, other than this compulsive editor of text, cyclist Gardner. And
well, I will say, in better news, finally a goal for Fulham against Sheffield United. They had been pushing 11 shots, and finally a goal for Fulham. I like Fulham. You got to root for Fulham, man. Right?
If you say so.
Daniel saying owned by Shad Khan. They're a feel-good team, man. They are. They were so bad. They were in the Premier League, and then they were so bad for so. Actually, I think there is a Netflix special on them, if I'm not mistaken.
You may be right.
Like, they have great fans. Maybe not.
Gil says, I'm not on Twitter, I'm on YouTube, you simpleton.
Oh, that's about Sunderland, never mind. But yeah, Fulham, they basically were like an embarrassment. They were bad, they got relegated from the league. And they're back now. Shad Khan bought the team, they went out and got Loftus-Cheek on a loan, but they really played well last year to get promotion to the Premier League.
Still 3-0 Dallas halfway through the second. There's your guy, Blake Jarwin, as the Cowboys are driving here out to the 38. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, Mike, Daniel, Tate, all here with you. Thank you for being with us. We do appreciate it. New York Goat says, streams are quality entertainment. Been with you guys since day one. This is my first time commenting. Keep up the good work, guys and gals. Well, that is something, New York Goat, that you and Kenny have in common. You both say gals.
Okay. Again, what was I supposed to say?
Ladies? Women? There's nothing wrong with it. It's just so old-fashioned.
Obviously, there's something wrong with it. Obviously, there is, Goff. Hey, you know what? You know what I want to say right now? Because Robbie Noble just brought up tater tots. I'm about to order some tater tots with the cheeseburger.
Oh, yeah? Where are you going to get those from?
From Mel's Burger Bar down the street.
I think I'm going to have a burger for dinner. Now, you put me in the mood. New York Goat says, okay, don't get weird on me, LMAO. Gil says, living rent-free, time to move out. No, New York Goat, appreciate you being here with us. And all of you, for that matter.
Burger.
Justin says, if we're going to name call, you should go all in on, like, ignoramus. That's true. I think if we're going to call people names, let's come up with a really, one that you just don't hear often.
I like ignoramus. That's
ignoramus is a good one. One of my all-time favorite. It is a line from a movie, but it's not because it's a line from a movie. And I think it was The Firm or A Few Good Men. It was one of those. It was a Tom Cruise line. And he accuses someone of, that was a galactically stupid thing to say.
I like when people will say, like, this guy, he's patently insane. I love that. Like, there's a patent for how insane you are.
That's a good one. Uh-huh. Alana says, Kenny, don't forget to put some tots in your pocket.
There's a tot in my pocket. It's like walk it like I talk it.
Walk it like I talk it. There's a talks out there with young children. Are you familiar with the Walk It Like I Talk It? Forgive me, who's the rapper behind that song? Migos, yeah. The Migos reading children's books. I feel like it was longer than a TikTok, but it was strong though.
It's a Dr. Seuss book. Really Walk It in My Pocket.
Yeah.
I don't think that was Migos. I think that was.
Mad respect for all you commentators. Been almost a year listening to you guys. Thank you. Appreciate you. All of you. Seriously, I've said it a zillion times, but it can't be said enough. Without you, we can't say enough about all of you out there tuning in for these, whether you're in the comment section or you're just listening, or even if you're not, and you know, the dream stream itself, that's okay. I mean, we'd rather you be here, but just the fact that you're around and participating, we love it.
I got a burning question for you.
Tell me.
If I order something now and it says it's going to get here in 30 minutes roughly.
Okay.
35 to 45 minutes. That should be the end of the game, right? Yeah.
I would feel better about 40 minutes than I would 30. If I'm placing that order, Kenny, if it's me doing it, I would wait 10 minutes before ordering.
But it says 35 to 45. So 40 minutes puts us at 5:10. I feel like that's got to be, I'm going to do it. That's got to be enough.
But let me, now I'm going to root for it to come before the sim is over. Is your girlfriend there? Is your woman there?
It says estimated delivery time 5 to 5:10. Yes, she's here.
So, all right. So it's not like you need to get up and go get it. It's just the food might get a little cold while it's, waiting for you to consume it. I would rather have nice hot food that I can just instantly grab and start devouring than run the risk of it even sitting there for 3 minutes. I do apologize. It's out of our control. We are doing our best. There's some tech stuff going on behind the scenes that we are trying to reboot, rework, all while the stream continues on without us stepping aside. Ooh, down inside the 5. And says, looks like a good time to run to the store. Well, you may be right. Ability to get all the stats. So if there are any missing statistics, they will be fixed at the quarter break. Detroit's on the board. Nick Jokic, though, is well, I asked you.
It didn't matter. You said, oh.
Noah says, who scored, though?
Boy. Busy man typing this much.
Apologies for the inconvenience. If there was anything that we had the ability to do, we would. I assure you.
Hey, we're on the screen now, at least.
I'm in 20th.
You are crushing me right now.
I like having
good mic.
Thanks. Yeah, my voice has a little more bass. I sound like.
Should I take mine too? Look, we can both hold our mics right in front of our faces.
Yeah, this sounds great.
Whose mic sounds better?
You're coming through loud and clear right now.
Yeah.
I would love to know whose mic sounds better.
I also would like to, because if it is yours, and it's fine if it is, I might upgrade my mic. I've had this mic for like 6 years.
I did get the upgraded. Yeah, no, this is the upgraded one though, so suck it. I've heard for
going on here. There will be.
Brian C says what?
On from Psych, and I think that is way too high praise. Well, no one said you had to create an original. You first time. This is just
with that specific internet server hasn't caused anyone issues, so they all stink. It's not. They're not reading the chat comments. They're not looking at the
Christian's internet service. Yeah. Cough hitting that high note and hello from the out.
Yeah, I'm regretting that.
Bro, what's up, Cody? Look, at this point in time, here's what we're gonna do. Disrespect.
I'm doing play-by-play here in the chat.
And it's just Kenny. You will get a. I'm very blurry on my end as well. Good for you. Nevertheless, some do.
That's Swift or Carry-On Johnson there. Couldn't tell.
Carry on. 4-yard pickup, says Daniel. Daniel says carry on.
Oops, Amendola.
First and
Where's
goal from the
Amendola?
9. I'm hungry. Good time for a snack.
Yeah, you know what? Me too.
First and goal. Marvin Jones Jr. getting it done.
Everyone, so funny.
Ought to see those numbers soar. Marv Nation, where you at?
I like that people, even without watching The Sims, are upset that.
Not surprised, right?
I mean, I guess not. I mean, the sun.
There's so much you can do in those situations.
Right, the sun beating down on it is difficult. It melts away the ice, and then you get bad conditions. Wow, Fulham is into 7 minutes of added time. That's like the most I've ever seen in the Premier League. That is an incredible amount of extra time, right?
I can't think of a time that I've ever seen that much.
You see it in MLS all the time.
7 minutes?
All the time.
That's a long time.
Yeah. In MLS, it's regular, but not in the Premier League. Unless there's like multiple delays for VAR. 7 minutes is a lot.
Here. The 3 game.
Oh.
That's a colossal mistake. Minutes. You said, no, I'm going to order 10.
Since
Lifty says, this is all I can do is.
we're trying to power. Jared.
Those fast fingers.
I guess I should just hit caps lock, right?
That's it. We'll move on to the 4th. Zeros on the board. Tom says you still can't fix your stream. No, unfortunately. I mean, love it if we could. As with all of you, I know.
Koff, let's recap what's happening for the people who might not be able to watch. Right now, it's the Cowboys are giving Zeke the football a lot. They're feeding Zeke. He's getting marginal gains. We had a nice drive last time. The last possession was a great drive by the Lions going down the field for a touchdown to Marvin Jones Jr. for about 9 yards. You had Marvin picking up some yards on that drive. You had Swift on a couple screen passes. You had Carry-On Johnson, big 1 yard conversion. Danny Amendola had his second catch of the day on that drive. And then for the Cowboys, it was just a lot of Zeke, really. A catch to, I believe, Amari Cooper. I'm not exactly sure who it was. But we got these stats updated for you. Zeke up to 66 yards rushing. Other than that, nothing really happening on the ground. Zeke 18 carries for 66 yards. Stafford's got 2 passing touchdowns. And that's where we stand right now with the passing and the rushing attacks. And then looking over at receiving, Marvin Jones Jr., 7 catches, 96 yards. Koff, when the touchdown. Pretty good. Galladay, 2 for 27 in the score. Cooper, 5 for 66. And TJ Hawk, 4 for 48.
Jones right now on his way to the Krusty Koff Player of the Game honors, the way things are going for him. We got very unofficial stats right now, so we got to give, obviously, our Game Ops crew, Tate specifically, time to just get everything up to date because it's been blurry for him as well. It's not just us. So with the manual scoring, it does take a moment, as we've told you about.
It does. I was watching myself about 10 seconds ago, nodding my head, and I realized, but I wasn't.
Sad.
Sweet. I'll tell you what I'm starting to love. I'm all year now. I've watched the entire season.
Really entertained by it. No lot of in my game.
Premier League. I was top of the
failure there.
Oh, how did I know that? I didn't know that we were gonna have 6-minute breaks between quarters.
At least.
Throws off all the timing.
It does. You're right. And you're right. You're right. And you're right.
And I'm right. As Peter Frampton would say, thank you. On the most popular version of the 18 million versions of Baby I Love Your Way, and he's playing it live, and he goes, thank you.
What a great song.
Ooh, baby, I love your way every day. That's right. It's a great song.
We need sax, man.
Wanna be with you night and day.
Watch out. This guy's going to sing at his wedding. Someone's going to have a new YouTube name. Kenny's Burger. Kenny's Takeout.
All right.
Possible.
People are hearing me sing, so that's good.
But everybody, give it a refresh if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, just in case. Can't hurt.
Matty Staff, where are you throwing the ball, friend?
$14-11 game. Hopefully this particular sim does not go any longer than it has to. 6 minutes to go in regulation. Yes, Noah Gallup did get the 2-point conversion.
Ooh, baby, I love you way. I'm singing to the food.
Noah says, "Oh, Koff, you know we're going to overtime." Hopefully not. So I don't think, and I'm just hoping and praying that our signal will stay as I ask you this question, because it's a real question. I have not personally gotten your thoughts on the Carson Wentz trade yet. I don't believe we've worked together since that trade has gone down. By all means, correct me if I'm wrong. What were your, we've reacted plenty, obviously, to the Goff-Stafford swap, but how'd you feel about the Wentz deal going to Indy?
Well, I had kind of thought that that's the best land. I think that we talked about the Bears perhaps on the stream, and I was just like, I don't understand why he would go anywhere other than the Colts. So, I mean, it's a perfect fit, you know?
Alana says, is it back? I missed the real news. Did Kenny order his burger? Not only did he order it, it's there. It's just waiting for him, Alana. Smelling up the joint.
Oh, everyone's telling me I don't need to type play-by-play anymore, so.
All right.
There you go.
Beautiful.
I'll stop.
So you can focus more on your commentary. So
That's
we
right.
agree, and Moose and I talked about this quite a bit during the previous sim, the Madden Matinee, that Indy was the logical spot, the reunion with Frank Reich, weapons, offensive line, so on and so forth. But do you believe in a Carson Wentz revival? I mean, obviously, I think you believe that if it's going to happen, this is where it's going to happen. But do you believe it will happen?
I think that he can have a revival, absolutely. I absolutely do. I think that Carson Wentz, I think that something happened to him mentally last year. It just, first of all, he didn't have, any protection on the line. But something happened to him mentally where, I think he felt a little bit of pressure from Jalen Hurts. And I think that it affected his play. And so now I think that he is in a much better headspace. I think he's going to be feeling much better, that he's he's got the reins of the Colts quarterback job. They're not going to be taking him off the field. I mean, they'll take him off the field for if they re-sign Brissett, they'll obviously have him quarterback sneak. But even then, I don't know if you need to do that, right? Carson Wentz is a pretty good sneaker, a pretty good runner. Why would you bring back Jacoby Brissett? I think that he's got a great set of weapons there now. He's got Nyheim Hines. He's got a good line. He's got Michael Pittman Jr. He's got Zach Pascal. You still got T.Y. Hilton there. Jack Doyle, Trey Burton. The list goes on. He can throw to so many great targets. His old friend, Trey Burton. So I I think that the Colts have a very good team. I think that they're very much set up for success. I didn't even mention Jonathan Taylor there to establish the run as well. I think it's going to be a good season for the Colts. This is a good defense, a legit team, and I like Wentz's chances of reviving his career there.
First and 10 from the 18, about 3 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. I agree with you across the board. I like it. While we have time, we're kind of playing catch up, obviously, with the amount of time that we do have left. But what about the other side of things, the Eagles side of the swap? Obviously a huge dead cap hit coming their way after the deal.
And, Zeke, what a move! How did they not tackle him?
Taking the lead.
How do you not tackle Zeke there? What happened? Can you tell me what happened?
I'll tell you, they tried to tackle him just barely, and they were unsuccessful. That is what I can tell you. Cruised on in. Missed tackle at the 3. I mean, Zeke, I was watching back on YouTube. Zeke put his head down. He was gone. It was one guy that maybe had a chance. Maybe. So how'd you feel about the Eagles side? Obviously dumping him. Like I said, the huge cap hit. Now you're maybe building around Jalen Hurts. There's no guarantee in that. They could draft a QB still or acquire one. How do you feel about Philly?
That's a tough one. I think that they'll be okay. I mean, Rieger was a great draft pick for them last year. Jalen Hurts looked fantastic. I wonder about that defense. That defense had a lot of issues. I think that they're sort of in the middle, really, of a retool. Not necessarily a huge, blow it up rebuild, but they're going to need to take a couple years and draft some skill position players. They're going to need to draft some players on defense and get right, And I think that they could use a little bit of a new look. That's
18-14 game. The Lions with the ball. Final 3 minutes here.
So let's see if the Lions have a big charge in them here. It doesn't seem like overtime is possible, Koff. We'll see.
Not mathematically.
Well, I mean, they could get a quick score and then a field goal, right? But oh boy, roughing the passer.
Flag.
Ooh, baby, I love you every day.
Dennis says, hey, Koff, the movie buff. Sounds like Joey Pants from Memento and Midnight Run, doesn't he? Maybe a little bit.
Every day.
Our guy Mike has worked with Joey Pants before. I'd say that new Mike treating you well with the whistling. Jay Hill is in front. Actually, it's a 3-way tie for first currently. Poppy Herb is in there. Ian Starr Johnson.
What's our
59?
What's our featured game tonight on ABC? Is it the Heat and the Lakers?
I don't know. Let you tell me.
I believe it is. Looking forward to that one. I'm not going. Are you watching WandaVision?
So, I will, but I've not started yet. I'm waiting for it to just finish so that I can binge it.
That's what I told you, right? Didn't I tell you to do that?
I don't recall. You might have.
I think I did. I think I said, because it is agonizing having to wait for the episodes, especially the fact that it's not like an hour-long show. I feel like they're like a half hour, if that. And the episode ended today. We watched the latest one. It comes out on Fridays. So we're just like, oh, what? We need to see more. So,
you're enjoying it then?
Oh yeah, very much enjoying it. It's a very good show. It keeps you very interested. I love it.
I'm told
I
they've
like it a
even
lot.
started to do in recent episodes the traditional Marvel post-credit scenes. They've started to mix in a little bit.
They have?
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't make it that far. Maybe we should turn it back on.
Yeah, you need to go take a look back.
Daniel said this episode matters. Oh boy. I mean, not only am I going to be racing for my tater tots and my cheeseburger,
You're going to pop Disney Plus right back on.
Racing to put Disney Plus back on. My goodness.
Daniel says, with each successive episode, my expectations of the show are going down, though each episode has its high points. Alan says, agonizing. How do you avoid all the spoilers? You just gotta surround yourself, I guess, with the right people here in chat rooms. Kenny has muted his mic to now tell his girlfriend, you're not gonna believe this. I'm reading his lips. You're not gonna believe this. There is a mid-credit scene for the new WandaVision that we haven't watched yet. I need you to cue that up for the second this sim is done.
Get it queued up, please.
Please ask my burger.
Having
Please
it get
have my
queued
burger
up
on the plate. See?
No, I didn't want the burger queued up. I wanted the sim.
See?
The credits.
Nailed it. Across the board. Nailed it. You guys all heard it in the chat. We're not buffering right now. You heard me.
What happened?
I love that you don't even know.
I couldn't hear what was just said. What happened?
I want you to add this to your to-do list. Go back to the 2-minute mark of the fourth quarter and experience what was just happening.
I'll listen right now.
While you were taking a little break here.
Listening now.
Whoa,
oh my
Zeke,
goodness.
Again! Third touchdown of the day. 68 yards for Ezekiel Elliott. Holy cow.
My goodness.
Well, that's opened things up.
I'm watching right now, so.
What are you watching? Are you watching me getting into the conversation between you and your girlfriend there, or are you watching the sim? I guess if he's not listening to me right now, then we know what he's watching.
I'm still listening, by the way. I can't hear you.
You do? Okay, good.
I'm listening to what just happened here.
Good, okay. All right, good. $25-14 Dallas in front, about 90 seconds left here in the fourth quarter, and then we'll be done here for the first half of the Dream Stream day. 160 rushing for Zeke. Just when it seemed like it might be a question as to whether he'd hit the bonus, he obliterates it. See?
I just heard it. It was so good. He's saying, "Can you get it queued up, please? Can you get it queued up, please?" That was great.
On the nose.
Was that was amazing.
On the nose.
I don't know what was more amazing, that or the Zeke run that we just witnessed.
Well, and I even added, no, not the burger, the show. And then you said, no, not the burger, the show. It was perfect.
Amazing.
It was perfect. Yeah, it worked out. See? And much like WandaVision this week, apparently, this show ending on a high note. This particular sim. Marv,
I'm glad I muted you to say it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said that. We wouldn't have been able to get that moment, you know?
I know. What a time to be alive.
Great.
So, guys,
See, I think the Lakers win tonight, and then
we're back. We're good.
I think we get a Lakers win tonight, and I think we also get Djokovic winning. Although I'm still going back and forth on that. I'm not sure.
As I sit 59th, we have JC Mart 2 in front by about 4 points. LeBron says, or Daniel says LeBron is probable. LeBron is questionable or probable every single game. He'll play. Especially with Davis not playing.
I think the Heat this year have just been so unspectacular, and LA's defense has been so good. Like the Heat, I've watched them hang around or win many games just with Duncan Robinson just like drilling threes. Like that's not going to happen tonight, right?
I don't know. It's hard to know what to expect.
I think the Lakers should win that game.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the Lakers winning the game. It's just a question of who's going to perform well. I'm trying to think, who's even a good play on Miami tonight? Let's see.
Oh, sack. Do the sack dance. Do the sack dance. Do the sack dance.
Hero and there are really no great Miami plays tonight. There just
right?
aren't. Robinson and
it's you also just like never know when to play Max Strus. Like you want to play him, but you just never know when to. You know.
Sure. Iggy, nah.
Every single
Precious,
game I think about playing Strus.
Glass is half full. Can't give you the lineup tonight, mainly because I haven't even said it yet. But two.
What a catch! Did you see that?
I did. Both of you. We'll do something.
I mean,
fun,
yes, automatic booth review for that.
Last minute NBA tonight.
I don't know how that would have been a catch. I mean, there's no way that was a catch. Right? Am I crazy? Then that's it. That's it.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna watch it back on YouTube. Let's see.
I don't think they gave it to him because otherwise they would have been.
No. Well, I guess I don't know if they gave it to him. Let's see.
We'll find out in a moment when we look at the. We'll find out in a moment when we look at the.
They let the clock run out while they were doing the replay. Yeah, so we don't even know. I thought it was good, actually. So 22 fourth quarter points to come back and win this thing. Unbelievable, Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, Zeke just an incredible performance. So Zeke is going to get my player of the game. You guys know that I hate giving them. You guys know I hate giving player of the game to the guy that is 80% owned, but you know I have to here. Zeke.
Yeah, I mean, dude has 70 points in the cap.
Well, he also single-handedly won the Cowboys the game. 3 touchdowns,
correct,
5 racks, 100+ yards. Stafford finishes with 291, so I believe that means they gave him that catch at the end, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, yeah. I thought it was a clean catch.
So over 200 yards combined total for Zeke, which is insane. Got the bonus, 5 catches, 3 touchdowns. 161 on the ground, like we said. And the funny part about this game is there was only 175 rushing yards in the total game, and Zeke had 161 of them, which was crazy. And then receiving wise, Marvin Jones Jr. I'm gonna wait till we get to the next slide to see if they ended up giving him the yards.
Jones is the only other guy that you could have certainly given.
Right.
Prestikov player of the game honors too. He went 9 for 124 and a touchdown, 30 fantasy points.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Zeke here though.
Near Zeke.
But we'll get. We're having a look at the stats, so we'll get a look at it in a moment. Tate and Ops still checking out the quarterbacks, making sure both of them have the correct stats, and I think now we will move to receiving in just a moment. Yeah, Marvin Jones Jr. folks did get credit for that last second catch. He got 30 yards on that catch, so that equates to 2.5 points, right? That's pretty big. That would be 4 points. 30 yards in a catch, 4 points. That's pretty massive. So if you're towards the top in any of your contests, just hang tight. Some Marvin Jones Jr. points might be coming your way. But I'm going to give Zeke player of the game, and my not player of the game.
Babysitter Billy, not my kid award.
I'm going to say Michael Gallup. He was a popular option here, $7,400. Just had 1 catch for 2 yards, and the 2-point conversion really saved him here. If not for that, would have been a pretty miserable day for him. I mean, it already was a miserable day. CeeDee Lamb outgained him. Hawkinson, DeAndre Swift outperformed him. so many options on this slate, better options than Michael Gallup. Just an absolute stinker of performance. So he's not my favorite play today.
All right. Well, we've been with you for a while today. I think it's a good time to get going. But here is the deal. Taking a look back here at the schedule the rest of the day. So we are both done. Kenny returns at noon tomorrow, the nooner, with Brendan Glasheen for Saints Jets. I will be back for just one tomorrow. You've got me at 4, so same time, early bird special, hopefully with better results with Moose, Vikings, and Bears. But the rest of the day today, you have Jason Rossi and Brandon Cristal. Packers Cardinals coming up in just under 40 minutes. And then Washington at the Niners. After the happy hour sim, it's prime time. BK sticks around with Brendan Glasheen. And then Glash comes back with Tom Carroll, for Bucks and Seahawks for Madden After Dark. So that is what the rest of your Saturday looks like. Kenny, we made it, buddy. Try and get a burger, watch a little, post or mid-credit scene for WandaVision, get a nap in, and then get up early for some tennis.
So excited for tonight. All right, and SNL as well. All right. Take it easy, Sim fam. Well. Glad I could be of assistance in the chat with the play-by-play.
All right.
And Coffee, it was great being with you.
Always a pleasure. Mine, I assure you. Thank you to Mike, to Daniel, to Tate, to everybody, most especially those who hung with us. Thank you for your patience. And here's to something, less power outage issues over the course of the rest of the Dream Stream day. Talk to you again tomorrow.
All right, welcome in DK Sim fam. Second half of your Saturday dream stream. It's getting used to it now. Six streams 7 days a week. Yeah, I'll get it one of these days. 42 nonetheless. I'm Jason Rossi. With me is at BK Denver Sports. This man's got it on lock. The sweetest setup in the crew. It's Brendan Cristal. What's up, dude?
What's going on? Yeah, look, I give my wife full credit for the cool 4 TVs behind me. But you know, it was still it was kind of her idea, my execution and my friend's execution for doing it for me.
Either
It's
way,
actually
we're
the cheapest thing in the basement because TVs, as awesome as they are like $200 a pop. You know, every time I go to a store, 75-inch TV, $699. I'm like, wait, what? I spent $1,000 for a 42-inch TV just a few years ago.
I'm the same boat. I was at Target earlier, not hashtag not an ad, and literally like a TV like bigger than the one behind me is like $200. It doesn't even make sense. But we'll talk.
Put a
TV.
DraftKings logo on that one.
I know I probably could, but I'm not always frank. Well, I guess I am. Andrew does it different. Andrew does it well.
You would still see it though. You'd have an idea. Like it'd be a subtle advertisement.
There we go. Well, I'll get it there. We'll step our game up next time. All right, here we go. We'll do it in post. Thanks, Andrew. We got Madison, we got Andrew, we got Zach on ops, me and BK. We got Green Bay, Arizona. Pretty sexy matchup for a Saturday, as we call it here in the East Coast. This is our happy hour for you. It's just like chilling in the afternoon.
No, just happy hour at 4:00 out here too.
That's happy hour everywhere. Let's be honest, especially these days.
Good happy hours start around 2 or 3 and go till 7. Right, at most establishments.
Sure.
You get to some places that do it till 5:30 and you get annoyed. Places do it till 6, but if you can get to happy hour till 7, then you're in a good spot.
You are.
So yeah, it's happy hour here. And I was watching some hockey earlier outdoors
in
Tahoe, and they're
it.
taking a 10-hour intermission or something like
Yeah,
that.
I know. Yeah, they're moving up tomorrow's game. The Bruins are playing locally, so they moved it up because of sun glare. It's a whole thing, but it is cool to see. I love these spectacles. But we got one here: Green Bay, Arizona. Lineups of lock. Did you put in a lineup?
I got a lineup in.
Okay. Is it a real lineup?
It's a real lineup. I'll tell you my real players. I was able to get both quarterbacks. I captained Devin Funchess, which I often do.
I like
in these sims. And one time it really paid off. Another time he just had a couple catches. But so I got Funchess, and I got a value play on Lazard, Zane Gonzalez, because I don't stat kickers. I feel like you get more consistency from kickers than the defenses sometimes. But both quarterbacks, so Rodgers and Murray, to go with Funchess, Gonzalez, Lazard. That's 6, right? Yeah.
That's right. All right. So
sounds like a winning lineup. You know, I had a little run where I had a first place and a top 10, then into the hundreds, and then into the top 50. So we'll see how I do.
You're working your way back up.
Exactly.
For me, I kind of similar-ish thought process. I went Kyler Murray in the captain, and I know I'm probably going to live to regret that, but I got him and Rodgers, Devontae Adams, Larry Fitz, Zane Gonzalez, and I also had Lazard on that cheap play, who, you know, if he scores, it's usually a touchdown and a couple yards, so it's a good punt play.
Yeah, it's kind of a boomer bust with Lazard. I'm also going to spend the next hour debating whether or not to break my boycott and play basketball, a lineup against Koff, who would beat me 10 straight and 11 when you count the NASCAR race.
If you want my advice, I say no, but that's just me.
You say don't do it.
I say don't. I like him. Keep him guessing,
and then a bit.
Yeah, and then one time, just randomly, without like getting back to him.
Yeah.
TK over on the YouTube says, "I like 3-hour happy hours." Your GD right.
Yeah. No one doesn't like having a good time for a longer period of time and things costing less. Yeah.
No,
I want to pay full retail.
Yeah. When does that happy hour end? Yeah. Let me make sure I get there.
Get half off.
Speaking of which, you know, I drink a lot of water, BK, and I've been trying to add different flavors to my water. So I found a sugar-free Margaritaville strawberry daiquiri. So that's what I'm drinking tonight. It is it just literally tastes like strawberry, but it's, you know, dressed up with the advertisement of Margaritaville to make you feel cool. So that's how I get down.
Margaritaville brand, like Jimmy Buffett making money for that.
Oh yeah, he is. Yep, rent free in his head.
What a industry that guy has become, on top of being obviously a world-class entertainer.
Yeah.
But it was last year when I was in Florida at the Super Bowl. We went up to Fort Lauderdale and stayed in Fort Lauderdale after the few days in Miami. My wife and
hold on one second. Kyler Murray just escaped ours.
Look at your captain.
Oh, and he fumbled. No, what? oh, look at this. They're going to return this one. Good yardage, getting it down to the 41. He was in the backfield dancing around. I swear, you could have told your whole story because he was just dancing back there.
I know.
And then escapes for like 25. And then
long way to get there. There's a Margaritaville hotel in Fort Lauderdale.
No, you're good.
Margaritaville hotel right in the heart of Fort Lauderdale. Or I think it's Fort Lauderdale. It was somewhere right in that stretch. I mean, it'd be Fort Lauderdale address, but like on the beach, Margaritaville hotel to go with all the Margaritaville places.
It's insane.
Margaritaville and the Keys. Yeah,
I remember.
It's good to be Jimmy Buffett.
It really is, and it's kind of like oh, now I'm gonna really mess up. This is so bad. This is my brain today. Newman, not Randy Newman. He's the musician.
Yes,
one.
Randy Newman, the composer.
No, I'm thinking of whatever Newman's Own. I don't know why I can't think of his first name right now. The actor, Paul Newman. Yes, but I'm gonna go with Randy Newman for fun, because I was getting names wrong. But
not Oscar winner Paul Newman. Well, Oscar winner Randy Newman.
Yes, but Paul Newman, like, there's another guy, like, you would never, like, people that buy Newman's Own, Salsa, all these brands, like, they're probably not even realizing the connection. Where Margaritaville, obviously most people would, but there's some point of view, probably, like, if you're buying, let's say, a mix for an adult beverage or even just a virgin beverage, like what I'm drinking tonight, it's funny how, like, you don't even associate that with the person behind it, like Paul Newman or like Jimmy Buffett. I think that's hilarious. Like, you'll go to Margaritaville. I don't know if that's
true. Well, maybe
I do. I don't think
everybody buy Newman's Own. Yeah, and I guess the longer, time passes that he hasn't been in a movie since, like, doing the voice in Cars. Is that a touchdown? Is that Lazard?
It's gonna be, and it looks. Is that Mercedes?
Mercedes.
Rev it up, baby! It's Saturday night. Get the Mercedes out. Even though it's snowing here in New England, but somebody on Twitch said they had Aaron Rodgers plus Mercedes, so they're off.
Well,
to
there you
a hot
go.
start.
They're in first place probably.
Yeah.
But so, I guess when people can diversify, right? Does it make you? Are you more inclined to buy the flavored water because it's Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville?
No, it was basically based off flavor. So I buy two. I've been really trying a bunch of different things because I really do like water, just plain water. But I'm trying to spice it up, especially like when I'm drinking, like I'm trying to drink like 120 ounces a day. So like usually at the end of the day, this is when I'll add a little flavor. And I saw it in my local Walgreens, and I said I'm gonna try it because the best one, BK, is Starburst Pink only.
Okay, by Starburst.
Just by Starburst, just the best, the brand. It's the best flavored water the best flavor I've ever added to water. Because with that,
you've got some of those little ones, the Mayo or Mio, whatever, is that what that's called? I just haven't ever used them. They're up in our pantry or whatever.
I think what happened was once I found out, my doctor gave me like basically a prescription of water. Take that for what it's worth. If you're just joining us, Aaron Rodgers, Mercedes Lewis, after a huge fumble by Kyler Murray. Yes, he gets the rushing yards. Zach is off to a busy start in our ops team. But my doctor basically said, need to drink a ton more water. And I thought I drank a lot of water. So I was like, okay, challenge accepted.
They say you should drink the number in ounces of half of your body weight in ounces. Not what you actually weigh, but if you weigh, say, 180 pounds, you should drink 90 ounces. Not 90 pounds of water. That would be hard to do every day. But you should drink.
We wouldn't be alive.
I weigh right just shy of 180 most days. And so I should drink 90 ounces of water and live in a mile above sea level, even more so. And there's plenty of days where I don't come close to that, unfortunately.
But no, that's fair. And my doctor didn't actually, because I asked that question. Doctors actually don't really say that. It's more like nutritionists will say that. Take it for what it's worth. But anyways, my doctor was just like, drink more water. It'll help you with a lot of different things. Water's great for you.
Yeah, and I asked you can't have enough water.
Yeah, and I asked about the flavor because they actually suggested, they just said don't drink only flavored water because even though it's sugar-free, there's still crap in it. We all know. But anyway, so then I started drinking a ton of water, but you quickly come to find out when you drink that much water. So I was drinking around 120, and that's way more than half my body weight. I'm not 240. Used to be. I'm actually, but DK Sim fam, I don't want to break kayfabe. So yes, I still am 380 pounds. But with that being said, I was just drinking so much water, and I got really tired of the taste of like nothing.
The lack of taste of water.
Yeah, and it's just like it got so tiring, especially coming on The Sims, where like you could subconsciously drink stuff. So I was like, let me just have a little something. So yeah, I'm just trying to find these different things, and so far so good.
Brian C on YouTube. Hi, I'm Rossi. I'm a water addict. Have been since 2019, but I'm working on it.
Yeah, hey, listen, guys, we're all a work in progress, right? It ain't about perfection, just about progress. At least that's what I say about my sim lineups. Mo says, who scored for the Packers? Well, that would be Mercedes Lewis. Aaron Rodgers just tossing dimes in the end zone.
No. Winter Bold's already teeing me up on who's the 2021 Broncos QB. I'm going to stick with Drew Lock until I have a reason to believe otherwise. I understand it's my job to know these things. Right now, that's what they're going on. They haven't been on the market. They weren't on the Carson Wentz market. They called on Stafford. They actually weren't in on Goff. And they will be all in on Watson if there truly becomes a market for him. They will bid high. They will potentially overpay if they have to. And I think that's what's going to separate all these teams is the Panthers. Are they going to do 3 number ones in Christian McCaffrey? Are the Niners willing to put Nick Bosa in the trade? I think to win the trade, the Broncos and Bradley Chubb and maybe other players, plus Locke, obviously. But so I'm going to go with Locke and a veteran to battle with him, a Nick Foles, Andy Dalton type. But I think week 1, and we don't know the schedule yet, you'll see Drew Lock under center for the Broncos.
Hey, right now, I agree with you. I'm on board with that. Smash Lana says, damn, I faded Lewis for Kittle. Must be talking about the classic here, or evening showdown, if you would. Carl in his bet says, Rossi, the taste of water is its temperature.
Okay.
That doesn't really make sense, but I don't like cold water. I'm drinking cold water now, but I'm usually a room temp guy.
I'm a fan of cold water, and I said this to my wife last night because I just, it's Friday night, had a glass of wine at dinner like I usually do. We went out, we had just gotten our hot tub fixed a couple weeks ago. I've been broken for about 6 weeks. Hot tub just came with the house, so believe me, I'm certainly not complaining.
Here we go, so you and cough.
Out there with the wife and the 14-year-old, but I've got a thing of ice water, and it's getting high. It's 104 degrees, right at the hot tub. And I'm drinking the whole big thing of water. And
was it a cold tub?
And I'm like, I've never done this. She's like, yeah, it's good to hydrate while you're, dehydrating. And I was like, well, normally I just have a beer or something with me. So I've never had, I can't say never ever, but a thing of ice cold. It's cold outside. It's 20 degrees or whatever. Sure. So it's staying cold outside the hot tub. It was great. But I even like when I'm on the air, I'm probably more inclined to drink cold water if I can get my hands on it.
Yeah, I understand. Ever since I was a kid, I don't know what it was. I can chug like the largest thing of water if it's room temperature. When it's cold, it's just, I don't know, can't do it. Kind of hurts, actually, if you chug cold water.
Yeah.
Now we got a water chat going here. First, Noah says, bro, we talking water? Water? Yes, bro, we're talking water. Dr. Hawk, or Mr. Hawk. Actually, you're going to go turn into Dr. Hawk tonight. That's a nice catch, by the way. Across the middle. Who was that? Is that Larry Fitz? No,
87.
87. So would that be Max? Max Williams with 10 X's?
A lot of X's in Max's name.
Yeah, Madison says water cooler talk. Yeah, this is what guys are really
real life water cooler talk.
Dr. Hawk says, infuse your water with lemon, cucumber, and mint leaves, Ross. Well, first of all, we're not that close. You can still call me Rossi, which is weird. My friends do call me Ross, and I really don't understand.
They're too lazy to add the.
Yeah, they're like another letter.
The other letter, the other syllable.
So actually, it's funny because people always do say that lemon, cucumber, mint. That just takes too much effort. I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm not against it. It's just the effort. I'm not going to do it on the regular.
Well, or infusing water. Like you go to nice hotels, I feel like they always in their lobbies have some sort of
those like bubblers you just hit. Oh, it's actually a great way.
I mean like fruit, like in the lobby, like they'll have lemon water.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's in those big like jugs.
Oh yeah, yes.
I don't know what a better way to use with that. Here comes Kyler.
Brian
Scrambles gets past
on YouTube. I avoid water like the plague. Chocolate milk is where it's at.
Okay, my doctor, Brian, see if my doctor said more chocolate milk, I'd probably literally weigh 200 or 380 pounds, but we'll try. Big Kev says, chug a gallon of milk. Nope, not going to do that.
Everyone claims it's impossible to do in an hour. Have we seen that debunked on the internet?
I know that it's been done, but I don't know if it's real. Let's just say that. And that's going to be a real touchdown there.
Christian Kirk.
Here's a guy I've been fading so hard. I was going to talk about him pregame.
I've played him a few times, and it hasn't done much good for me. I think he scored once ever.
He's so funny. So I have a feeling, this is my watching these games, having a decent amount of Arizona recently. Haven't had the Packers in a hot minute, but he usually scores once. He'll have this, and that will be it. Like I'm going to be surprised if he has a huge game.
I'm kind of the unofficial color commentator for Seahawks and Colts. Glash and I had 3 Colts games in like 6 days.
They're a sexy team now. They got their new QB. They just, retread. I appreciate what the Colts and Eagles did, putting the quarterback market back into somewhat reality.
Yeah, it's nice to say that you think you're going to get this blockbuster deal, and nice of Howie Roseman to get Chris Mortensen and Adam Schefter to put that out for him.
Yeah,
they're
seriously.
on the verge of a blockbuster deal to try to drive the price up. And then in reality, it becomes a 3rd rounder and a 2nd. And have we seen what the conditions are to make it a 1st? I imagine it has to do with
it's playing time.
Starts.
So it's 75% playing time or playoffs and 70%. So more than likely, if you're the Colts, you want that to be a 1st round pick. You're like, no big deal. 2 years down the line, we'll worry about it then.
No, if you're going to the playoffs, well, it's next year's draft, right? 2022 draft. Right. Yep. So they went to the playoffs this year with Phillip Rivers. Yep. If Carson Wentz can resurrect his career with Frank Reich and company, then you'll absolutely pay that price, because they're picking 21 this year. You hope you win the division next year, and so that pick is even lower.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the hope, and that would be the setup. And at the end of the day, we'll go best case scenario. If you're the Colts, you win the Super Bowl gladly. You'll trade a year's worth of picks for a Super Bowl in the NFL.
Absolutely.
So, I just personally, it's going to take a lot, I think, to be Carson Wentz to get to whatever level to be a playoff contending team. I think the team set up that he doesn't really have to do that much, but we'll see. After last year, it was really it's hard for me to imagine him just a change of scenery is going to switch everything.
Well, here's the thing, though. The last time he was with Frank Reich, he was really good, and I'm not saying that Frank Reich was the reason, but Carson Wentz has it in him. You don't accidentally play like an MVP. I don't think, right? I guess, do we have an example of league MVPs or guys that were second, essentially? Because he didn't win the award because he got hurt, but he was going to win the award.
He would have, if he remained, even if he played subpar, that would have went to him in 2017.
Yeah.
So, and Brady
we have examples of guys that have played at that level that get hurt and never are the same.
Oh, there's got to be. Well, I was almost about, it's funny. Obviously, this, like Peyton Manning, but he had that outstanding year for Denver, so you can't say that.
He had 2. Because 2012, he could have won MVP, but Adrian Peterson had 2,000 yards coming off a torn ACL. And then in 2013, Peyton had the most prolific year in the history of football in terms of all 3 categories, completions, yards, and touchdowns.
I'm trying to think. There has to be somebody, like an MVP to injury to like
and they
done.
were never the same.
Well, I'll look. I'll go through it. We got to.
Maybe like, and I guess I don't know how good Joe Theismann was, but he never even really played again, did he? But that injury is different because that was basically his leg was never the same. This is just an ACL. Cam Newton, Matt Ryan, okay, but
no, but both of those guys had.
Cam's a lot of injuries and a style thing, and I don't know. I guess that's maybe going to be the closest in recent years. Matt Ryan's just not playing well, but I don't think it's because of injury. He just
and Matt Ryan also did. It wasn't like that year he won MVP. He stunk ever since. He also still has like, if you look at his numbers,
they're almost there. I can pull them up real quick.
It's not like he's been absolutely awful. Cam Newton might be one, but I don't even look at him as that. Like I know he's been off injured a lot, and I don't. I guess that, like you said, by the example, what we're looking for, he is the closest.
Yeah, he qualifies.
Yeah.
But I put him, because he's such a unique player, Lamar Jackson's kind of in the same boat to me. That like if Lamar Jackson starts to get bad or starts to look the way Cam Newton looked last year for the Patriots,
sure,
it's not going to blow my mind, right?
Because, I'm with you.
Because the way Carson Wentz played, yes, he ran for first downs and probably had a handful of touchdowns that year, but he was going to be the MVP because of his arm. Cam Newton was the MVP because of the points the offense scored, but he wasn't chasing Peyton Manning's single-season passing mark.
There was no history to him. It wasn't even like a Michael Vick rushing. He was just that in-between on a team that went 15-1. He was really good. I'm not trying to say he didn't deserve it or any of that. If you look at his numbers at the end of the day, they're not jumping off the page over the last 20 years of quarterback play.
Here's Matt Ryan with no injuries, so to speak. 49, 44, 38 TDs, 7 picks, MVP year. The 38 to 7 is a huge number. Then the next year, 64% of his passes completed, 4,095 yards, 20 TDs, 12 picks. The year after that, and in these recent 3 years, he's completed over 400 passes and thrown over 600. That's because they've been down a lot. 69%, 4,900 yards, 35 TDs, 7 picks, 2 years after winning MVP. That was as a 33-year-old in 18. In 19, 66.2, 44.66, 26 TDs, 14 picks. This year, 65%, 45.81, 26 TDs, 11 picks. So Ryan, not a good example.
No, he's played fine. By the way, we have a solo leader in our showdown here. Two-way tie in the free showdown, should I say. Solo leader in the late classic. Noah asking for some funches. Bro, we're all looking. I like how he's just saying bra the whole time. Noah, just turn your name to Bra Moon. Give me some Adams, baby. Yeah, we're all looking for that. It's 4th and 2, though. Brandon Cristal, Jason Rossi. Yeah, we're talking about MVPs. Like, is there somebody that has just fallen off the map, kind of like what we're seeing with Carson Wentz? I just like watching the games I saw, because obviously being East Coast, getting a lot of those Philly games. Like, I watched this guy play so bad. Like, he was like, not that I watch every quarterback ever play, but out of the ones I have seen in my live action watching, in my 20 plus years of watching NFL pretty like hands-on, like understanding the game, he has been as bad as I've seen. Let's see if Aaron Rodgers can get this. They're going for it here. 4th and 2. Not going to bring Mason out for a deep one. Drops back, has a man wide open across the middle. He goes to him.
Oh, you got to catch that, MVS.
Yeah, that's the thing with MVS. Sometimes he'll catch those amazing plays and drop some big ones. That will be written about in the paper tomorrow. Got ripped a lot by, not that the Green Bay or the Wisconsin papers are really rough on their team all the time, but he always was getting crushed. So much that Aaron Rodgers would like defend him every time he was on any interview.
MVS, yeah.
Yeah, because he has major drops his career. He's almost like a little Nelson Aguilar in his own way.
Yeah, speaking of Philly. Although this year Nelson Aguilar was good in Vegas.
See, that's the thing. I think
have no issue with him catching babies this year.
I think that's the thing. Certain players in certain places can definitely change, and things can change mentally. I know it's such a big part of everyday life. Me, you, quarterback, pitcher, shooting guard, doesn't matter. Mentality is major. But there's something about Carson Wentz that doesn't, like, oh, he's back with Frank Reich. That doesn't, I know there was fundamentally things wrong in Philly, and they said, the report came out that him and Doug Peterson didn't talk for 10 weeks, which is borderline, like, I almost don't believe it.
That seems wild. But
it just doesn't seem real. Like, I'm sorry, like, being in a locker room, how do you not speak for, it's not like he wasn't playing for 10 weeks either.
Well,
during that 10-week stretch.
But who is in his ear? So Peterson's not in his ear? I guess not.
I can't believe
it's almost
it.
impossible.
Yeah, like
but
a coach and quarterback.
Maybe that means that they didn't have any real conversations. Not that they didn't call plays.
True. Probably not practice.
Yeah.
Like they weren't texting each other after games,
right.
sitting down.
And Doug wasn't going into the locker room, which most head coaches don't spend hardly any time in the locker room unless it's to go by and shake guys' hands or to grab them to come meet them in their office and maybe to grab a bite. Yeah. But the locker room is the players.
Yep.
Is the players' place, and especially for a former player like Doug Peterson who played so long, there's just that invisible line that coaches don't cross. They might walk through it because of the way the building's designed, right? To go from one area to the other, or like I said, they may grab somebody or they may walk through it on their way to the training room to talk to the training staff. But that's the players' space. So Doug wasn't going to go down there, and I guess, wow, what a punt! I guess that means Carson didn't go stop by his office, and maybe they didn't have any conversations walking off the field together. I guess I can believe that.
Yeah, that it's just the way it was framed, right? And I get it's headlines, clickbait, but just like didn't talk to each other for 10 weeks. It's like, put some context. Like didn't talk off the field for 10 weeks. Sure, I'm sure some coaches and quarterbacks don't do that anyways. Like there's part of me that believes that.
Right.
Say, almost got a safety there. Nice run there. And Jones getting warmed up. Just under 6 minutes ago here in the second. 7-7, all tied up. Green Bay was Mr. Lewis, if you would. They revved up the Mercedes tonight. Aaron Rodgers throwing a dart to him. And then for the Cardinals, it was Christian Kirk. Who would have thought? From my captain, who's not really doing well, as the fumble earlier, Kyler Murray. Giggle Pig says, you want to talk about amazing catchers who are on the numbers drop artists. As a Bears fan, I got to throw Brandon Brickfingers Marshall in the mix. I understand with the Bears, there was some stuff, but he is not known as like
Brandon Marshall went to a lot of Pro Bowls and it has borderline, borderline Hall of Fame numbers.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he had that stretch there for the Bears where he was not good, and he has one of my favorite highlights ever. And I know you must not like this too much, but in Denver when he just wanted out, there's that famous practice where there's a ball thrown to him.
I was there.
He punches it in the air. Oh, you were there.
He knocked one down and then he punted another one.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not a fan of pettiness, or even though I know most players and people close to them love that stuff. But when he did that, he knocks it down. That's right. That highlight was ingrained in my brain because that's when the NFL Network was at a certain height and they were just starting to have all the cameras at every practice all the time, and unbelievable. That was that's gonna be so annoying. It's gonna be so hard, especially for what you do. Watching that, being well, you want this guy on the team because it's gonna be good. Sure, gonna be more buzz around the team, more interest.
He's fun to cover.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Right. So Brandon's one of my favorites to cover. He's doing cool stuff now with his media company. But you knew the writing was on the wall that he wasn't going to finish his career in Denver. Yeah,
because then he went to Miami first, right? Then I think he went over to the Bears.
That sounds right.
Look at Aaron Rodgers throwing the ball across his body, going one way, doesn't care, finds his man.
But he made a Pro Bowl at each stop.
Oh yeah, no, he was a heck of a talent. As obviously again a Patriots fan during the years of Tom Brady, I was hoping for someone like him to come, because there was conversations because he during his off the field issues that he's very well publicized, mental issues, things with him and his wife. He's had to stop in Boston because there's a lot of great facilities for such people that are dealing with any issues, mental issues.
That's where he spent a lot of time up there.
I actually sat next to him at a restaurant, did not know it was him. You ever sit next to somebody they're famous, but you can't quite put the name to it,
and it's out of place because you're wait, why is he?
Yeah, and I never and I'm not the guy to ask. I'm not forward, and I waited, and then eventually the waitress came over to me and goes I know you were staring at that, because my wife goes, that man's hands are so manicured. I'm I'm pretty sure that's a football player, but I can't something isn't computing, and like you said, displaced. How does this work? And the other that was Brandon Marshall.
All right, he is 23rd right now in terms of yards. 12,351. Art Monk's ahead of him in the Hall of Fame. Irving Fryer not. Julio will be. Witten will be. Largent, Hall of Famer. Andre Reed, Hall of Famer. Torrey Holt will be. Henry Ellard won't be. Anquan Bolden, borderline. Chris Carter, Hall of Fame. James Lofton, Andre Johnson, Reggie Wayne are in that group. Steve Smith Sr.'s ahead of Marvin Harrison. Then Tim Brown, Tony Gonzalez, Ike Bruce, Randy Moss, Terrell Owens. Fitz is second. He'll obviously be there. Yep. And by the way, Larry Fitzgerald to catch Jerry Rice.
And what's he going to play, another 15 years?
Something like that.
What's the numbers? I've looked at this recently, but I can't remember.
He's second, 17,492 yards. Jerry Rice is first, 22,895.
Yeah, no. Is anybody going to catch that? Well, if they extend the seasons. If they extend seasons, of course, but
17 games will help, but Jerry Rice played for 19 seasons, so that's part of it. He played from 85 to 04.
And you know what's funny? He played for a lot of I respect that number so much because he played a lot of that without a pass. It wasn't pass heavy offenses. Obviously he played with the West Coast offense and stuff, but across the league there wasn't passing across the board.
So his rookie year 49, 86, 65, 64, 82, 100, 80, 84, 98. Then he had a stretch 112, 122, 108 with Steve Young.
Yep.
7 in 97. That wasn't a good year. 82, 67, 75, 83, 92, 63, and then 30.
That's amazing. Just the consistency. We're at the 2-minute
30 his last year. And then he actually came to camp with the Broncos in 05.
Yep, I remember that.
That was before I was here, obviously. Well, I'm telling you. It may not be obvious to you. But he wasn't cut. Mike Shanahan said he probably wasn't going to start, but he was going to make the team because he's not going to cut Jerry Rice. But he was 5th on the depth chart. So
it's interesting you say that because that's exactly, that's a lot of story. Obviously being in New England covering them, that was a little bit of the John Lynch situation. John Lynch was going to play 1 year with the Patriots. It came really close and they said, listen, he wanted a certain thing. They wanted something else. They're just we don't want to make this embarrassing, but he's yeah, I'm done. I'm good here. I appreciate the opportunity. If it's not playing time.
Right. Belichick So what's funny is,
Look at this, bro.
Denver wasn't his first true choice. He wanted to go to Indy to play with Peyton and with Tony Dungy.
Makes sense.
He's such good friends with Dungy that had he not been able to respond from his injury, Dungy told him that he didn't want to have to cut him because he didn't want that to put any kind of strain on their friendship, and he didn't want to have to keep him because they're friends, and that if he wasn't worthy of the roster spot. We all know he came to Denver 4 years in a row. He went to the Pro Bowl in his 4 seasons here. One of those was more of a courtesy / not even courtesy, favor to the league. He's in Southern California, and they call him on like Tuesday or Wednesday because one of the safeties got hurt, and they're like, hey, can you get over here? Because I don't even think they announced alternates back then.
No,
and he was in San Diego, and he was in Hawaii that day, and played in, I want to say that was year 3 of the 4 years he was here.
Just wild.
He's a heck of a player. I'm glad he's in.
Yeah, here's 3rd and goal. Wide open receiver. It's
Lewis
caught.
again!
And there it is. Who was it that someone shouted him right out? Hasn't even shared it with me. It is our guy, Call Me Fig. So smells a Lewis Tutty. Well, hopefully you smell $1 million, and that comes around the corner soon too. But
I should
man,
have captained Lewis. That was what I was thinking. Mercedes Lewis would maybe be my captain, but I didn't.
I'm telling you. Let me see where I am. I bet you I'm way down. Oh,
I'm in
29th.
98th, dude.
Come on, get with it. 29th as of right now. But my team also kind of stinks, and that touchdown doesn't help me. Well, I have Rodgers, so that's good. But Devontae Adams doing okay. He's got 6.6. Larry Fitz quiet. 1 for Zane Gonzalez. Lazard got 3 for us, so that's, hopefully you just get a couple more catches. Not expecting a huge game, but yeah, Eric Court kind of feeling it. WTF, Lewis. Call Me Figs is Captain Lewis. Tom's Microwave, Captain my Captain. Lewis just getting it done for people. Noah, are you bleeping kid? Are you kidding me? Bleeping Lewis? Yeah. Let's see. We're not kidding you. That's what happens. Scoring touchdowns. Wide open middle of the field. The one thing you got to remember is, I know how easy it is we can get lost in the offensive conversation. The Cardinals defense kind of stinks out loud, especially in the middle of the field. That's why you're going to see a lot of these passes most of the time, at least first half, because they'll make their adjustments. You'll see them attack the middle of the field. So if you do have a chance to watch some of these sims, then recognize some of that. So then next time you come in, maybe it's a Lewis, maybe it's the tight end for whoever the Cardinals play next.
So something that's caught my eye here on Twitter.
Tell me.
Alex Sherman, who covers, I think, TV media and sports media for CNBC, says the NFL is asking for 100% increase on TV rights from all of its partners, which is a rumor that we've been hearing for a while. So without having the specific contracts in front of us, just play along
Double.
here. I'm pretty sure Fox is $1 billion a year, so they're saying we want $2 billion. You keep your same package. This is not counting Thursday. CBS, same thing, $1 billion. Now we want $2 billion. ESPN, Monday Night Football, NBC. Let's just assume they're all paying $1 billion, right?
Sure.
And that's, and some might be 1, 2. They want 100% increase across the board for each year of the contract, and they'll probably be, I think they're typically like 5 or 6 year deals. One idea with ESPN trying to get ESPN/ABC wants the Super Bowl back. So they want to figure out a way to start getting football back on ABC. And obviously the nature of television has changed, where other than The Bachelor, live, or episodic television isn't what it was because of all the streaming services.
Sure.
Live sports is really the bell cow that, especially the NFL, you can't miss with. So there's one idea where ESPN and ABC were going to get Thursday and Monday Night Football, and one would be on ESPN, one would be on ABC. Probably, I would assume Thursday night would be on ESPN and Monday night would be on ABC. Or another idea, because it was so well regarded at Hopkins, is a doubleheader where one's on ESPN and one's on ABC on Monday nights. An East Coast game that starts.
That's what they need to do, BK. That's what.
Everyone loves the opener, and with those couple of
this year,
reschedules last year because of COVID, no one's mad at 2 Monday night games. The Thursday night, I think people can take and leave.
Yeah, get rid.
Most years, it got better when Fox, really when CBS had it a couple years ago, and then Fox when they paid for it for those couple years. Those games have gotten better.
Yeah, but I still. Oh, look at that dime right down the middle of the field, touchdown.
Kirk again.
Oh, this is gotta be kidding me. Christian
I almost
Kirk, second
Captain
score.
Kirk also. Captain Kirk. Yeah.
Hey, look at you.
but-
So both touchdowns have been duplications here. 2 from Mercedes Lewis from Aaron Rodgers, now 2 from Christian Kirk from, obviously, Kyler Murray.
I think ultimately these TV networks are going to bite the bullet because they know
I don't know.
they can increase their advertising rates
Yeah.
to match to make the profit they need. Because you can't be one of these networks without NFL. It's worked out so well with essentially all 4 major networks. Say we go about ABC, ESPN. I think ABC missed by putting that on ESPN. But if anything, they could have simulcast it because you could probably make more money had they figured out a way to simulcast it, right? Because you have different advertising packages.
A part of me for the NFL, like, this is such a power move because of what you said. Like, they know networks are it's just different the way we're all consuming
NBC's
media.
not ready to lose Sunday Night Football. Fox
But
is
I'd be
going
like,
to lose
hold out.
CBS. Yeah.
Hold the line, just like everybody who's been recently with all these, like, GameStop. Hold the line, everybody. Don't let the NFL just start. Well, listen, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me. I just want to consume it.
Well, I mean, there's only so much you can do, but the second you don't agree to re-up,
somebody else will take that game.
NBC will happily have Sunday and Monday Night Football.
Yeah, or
I would think
the 4 o'clock games or all that. 100%. Because NBC
right, to
used
lead
to.
right into. Yeah,
Isn't
sure.
it weird? Like, obviously, when we were growing up, like, NBC was. Like, I remember watching Sunday football with NBC.
Yeah, NBC had all the AFC games.
Yep.
Dick Enberg calling John Elway games when I was a kid all the time.
Yep.
And CBS was the NFC because I felt like Greg Gumbel was always calling a Cowboys game when I was a kid.
Felt that way. I know, I'm with you, and that's why I think it's just funny how
And
like
Brett
things change.
Musburger.
Yep. And people want to talk about like commentators changing, but that's the way I look at it. I'm like, I remember NBC, like it was basketball after the season, obviously the famous song that the greatest NBA or greatest sports song ever. And then during football season they had all the football games. Then NBC, you've quite noticed, only has 1 football game. They're doing obviously other sports, but it's not the same. They have obviously the NHL. We'll be watching again if you're interested tomorrow. Lake Tahoe, there was some today. You'll have some more tomorrow.
And tonight.
Oh, is it third? Wait, there are 3 games?
No, they're finishing the Colorado game tonight.
Oh, okay. Oh, because they delayed. Sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry, the breaking news in the situation.
When you started doing your NBC little theme,
NBA on NBC.
NBA and NBC, the John Tesh work of art, it got me thinking, I bet this will bring a smile to Madison's face, about the SNL sketch with Tim Robinson.
Yeah.
Where he's John Tesh's brother.
Unreal.
And they're pitching the themes to NBC. Who was he doing? It wasn't Sudeikis. Was it Sudeikis?
Hold on.
I'm gonna look it up. That's an all-time sketch.
Yeah, we're heading to the half here. BK, Brandon Cristal, Jason Rossi with you. Hope you're having a great Saturday. We're having some fun here on your dream stream. All tied up here. Mercedes Lewis with 2 scores. Christian Kirk with 2 scores. That's really the highlight, aside from Zach busting chops here, making all the points be what they are. So he's our ops guy. We got producer Madison. Andrew, our technical advisor. Smash the like if you're over on YouTube. It goes a long way to make us feel decent about our little selves here in this
round ball
world.
rock. It was Sudeikis
Yes.
and Tim Robinson.
It's so funny. Tim Robinson, obviously now with I Think You Should Leave on Netflix, which was a huge hit.
They need a second season of that.
Oh, it's coming. But I actually fear what that may be. But nonetheless, that's like a perfect sketch show. And his like contributions to SNL now, if you look back and you find certain sketches that you realize he wrote, or sometimes you'll see him in, like you get it, like you see the connection, his type of humor, if you will.
SNL's had plenty of those where they didn't realize maybe what they had, right? JB Smoove was there for a couple of years.
Yep.
Barely on camera, wrote some sketches. Most of them never got in. And then you hear him tell
Sarah
stories
Silverman
about it.
was there for 1 year.
Yeah, that list is long.
It is, especially people that wrote for it,
and
not
to
just
be
on.
fair, there's a lot that goes into being good on SNL, right? Not everyone can do what Will Ferrell does, or obviously, right? That you can fit in that show, or Kenan Thompson, you can fit in that show better than you might fit somewhere else, and somewhere else you might fit obviously better than you do in that show because of just the nature of that show.
No, I'm with you. By the way, what's up? What's up? Call me Figs. What's up, Rossi and Brandon? Brandon.
I'm still in 98th, I guess. I'm locked in.
Let's see.
in
Hold on,
98.
Bert. I've been telling this guy, I don't know who he is, but he's been killing the contest recently. Burgerman 60 right now in first place. He's got the captain of Mercedes Lewis, Aaron Rodgers, Kyler Murray, He's got DeAndre
Gotta have
Hopkins,
Christian Kirk in his lineup, right?
Christian Kirk, and MVS. So he's got a sick little lineup so far. I am currently sitting in 47th. Captaining Murray's help. So Aaron Rodgers and Murray.
2 times better than me, twice as good as I am.
Right now, we'll see. So plenty of
Congo
time.
Cab's got Christian Kirk.
Look at him, lucky guy. So yeah, we got He Still Hate Me, Jordan L, Call Me Fig, Official Chinchilla, must be a big Emerson guy there. Cena, Congo Cab, Tom's Microwave, Justin, Obi, and plenty of the crew. Sean Robinson, Mr. Hawk. I want it to be Dr. Hawk.
Christian Kirk's got to be loving life as a kid who grew up in Phoenix.
Oh, I know. Playing his hometown.
Right, playing his hometown. And I realize with Hopkins, he's certainly not there.
Yeah, Andrew was asking, was this a new episode tonight? Yep, we got a new one with Bad Bunny. I'm sure you would say it. Bad Bunny, if you're into that. I like how it's the guy from Bridgerton. Because I'll be honest, Madison, it's exactly what I have. No, it's like Jean something who's hosting.
The guy from Bridgerton's hosting?
Yes, and with Bad Bunny as musical guest.
That guy's been in like 3 other shows, but I don't know his name.
Neither, and I hate to say that, but I've never seen Bridgerton. A lot of people have suggested it. Somebody else on YouTube is mentioning that Vanishing at the Cecil Hotel, which, by the way, is awesome. If you watch into any true crime-ish stuff, but yeah, this guy, he's hosting. We'll see what he can bring. I usually watch most of the sketches. If I don't watch it live, BK, I'll watch like the next morning, like whatever has the most hits on YouTube.
Yeah, we watched the first 2 episodes of Bridgerton, but so darn tired because all these babies fell asleep. And I know it's just going to ramp up the X-rated scenes, or R-rated scenes, I should say.
Hello, X-rated. What's going on at that house?
I think
tonight?
R-rated scenes.
Get
R-rated
in there.
scenes.
Watch out, everybody. The Crystals.
We started watching
babies
Nomadland last night, the Francis McDormand movie, but my wife fell asleep, so I paused it, and then I don't remember what I started watching.
Now, I'm going to ask a
Too many
personal
choices.
question. I'm going to ask a very personal question. Is your wife the type that falls asleep like that, or is she just like babies and life?
Well, we put them down, and then they wake up in the middle of the night.
No, I do that. I feel you.
But she'll fall asleep on the couch, whether we're in the basement or up on the main floor, and I'll be like, go to bed, like as she's dozing off, and I'll pause whatever we're watching if I look over and catch her. No, I'm comfortable. So then 2 hours later, I'm done watching something else that I wanted to watch, and then we get up. She's like, let's go to bed. Okay. And then the next day, I can't fall asleep on the couch anymore. Not comfortable. My neck hurts.
Every night.
I said,
dude,
I'm pretty sure. I know. I'm like, all right.
It's the same conversation. It's 10 minutes of what we're gonna have for dinner. A couple hours later, I'm falling asleep on the couch. I don't want to fall asleep on the couch. All right, let's go to bed. My wife could fall asleep.
Do you have a TV in your bedroom? Because we don't have a TV in our bedroom anymore. We used to when we first got together.
We did. It just was obviously not used when the little one was in there. But yeah, we do. But there's something like I'm not a big fan of watching TV. Like I'll have it on just for like noise, but like I can't pay attention to something in the bed for whatever reason.
Yeah, I kind of wanted the TV that either hides in the cabinet at the foot of the bed and or slides out under the bed and then up. But those are a few grand, and she still isn't going for it. So
not yet. Just wait.
No, I think if I can get a new iPad for my birthday, then that might be a solution. Is I'll just lay there and watch that.
Yeah, our guy, producer Andrew, says, I'm on the 3rd night in a row of rewatching an episode of Ted Lasso. Already because his girlfriend has fallen asleep.
Yeah.
She's on her own now. No, dude, we did. And by the way, Ted Lasso. Have you watched Ted Lasso, PK?
Yeah, we watched it in 2 days.
Oh, okay, good. All right, because that show, I hate that you watch in 2 days.
Maybe 3 days. Maybe 3 days.
But it's so. I remember having to stop my wife. Like, there's only 10 episodes, but we watched 2 in a row, and we really got into it. I'm like, we gotta savor this thing because this is a good one. And that's
now remembering it. I did not do it like that because I realized they came out every week. So we watched.
Oh, did it? See, I watched it.
That's what it was. When it came out, my mom told me to watch it, and a couple of friends. So I watched the first 3. Then the next one happened to come out the next day, and then we had to wait weekly. And then we watched it every week on that day.
That's great. By the way, Madison, I'm sorry to shatter the hearts of the world. I'm revealing stuff here. She says my BF. Maybe that means
that could be best friend.
It's good. True. Never mind. So let's keep with that. She says going to buy a new Mac soon, and we'll be getting Apple TV for free for a year. Then I like how it's like, I'm going to purchase.
Yeah, I got Apple TV Plus because I got a new phone, and then I got another new phone. And my wife got one, so I should have 3 years of it coming to me.
I don't know if it works that way, but
I don't know how it works either. But I'll certainly let she got an iPhone for the first time in her life and she hates it, but whatever. And that was right around Christmas. So when mine runs out, I'll definitely just set up one in her name. So at least have a second year.
It's funny because I tried that with Netflix once. Like I bought something, I bought something else, and I tried to do it in my wife's name, but like I don't know how. Netflix is pretty smart. Like they knew. They're like, oh yeah, this is the same like IP or something. Let's see if Rogers can get this one in here 4 minutes ago in the third.
Throw it to Lazard or Funches.
Is he going to Lewis?
Funches. He was so open.
Look at this. Rogers got two defense. Throws it away. No, he does. Screw him. Get him out of here. MVP,
he's not the MVP to me. He's the LVP after that.
Yeah, and
you see how open Funches was, just running across the back?
Yeah, he had the hand up and everything. That's the Madden signal for open in real life. No, actually, in real life, that's
football signal.
No, that's usually like, I think I'm open. That's what I call it in the NFL. You see those guys, like, hey, look. And it's like, dude, there's a safety over there.
Or if a receiver's got a single high safety, he'll throw his hand up, and that means go right.
Here we go. Oh, hand off to the fullback. No, it's fake. Aaron Jones gets stopped at the 2. Smash Lana says.
That was a Mike Shanahan special. That's literally a play Mike Shanahan designed.
That was like, that's where I always saw it.
And Matt LaFleur, of course, worked for Mike Shanahan and Kyle Shanahan and DC.
Smash Lana says, don't change your lineup last minute. This is probably because he's playing other guys. Watch this. All right, here we go.
Captain Blood says, is Rossi really sure there's no sugar in his Margaritaville water flavoring? Because he's talking really fast.
Bro, it's natural.
My Sim's on fast forward. There's Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones gets it in. First touchdown, not by Christian Kirk or Mercedes
Lewis. I had a coin flip
Lewis.
between Kenyon Drake and Aaron Jones. I went Drake, and now I'm still in.
Hate the Drake.
100 whatever. Hate the Drake. I'm in 105.
All right, we'll get there. Yeah, I unfortunately Captain Blood, and for anybody else thinking the same thing, sugar-free. This is what happens when you don't I don't see the outside world. So I'll see my family, but sometimes during the week, Lash was said it to me this week. It's like, dude, this is my communication with people that are not like my wife and child, or FaceTime my aunt.
I hear you. Other than doing updates and I'll chime in on the different shows of something.
Oh, absolutely.
Whatever. But I went 4 days without leaving my house, and I felt like it was like a whole new world. Right? I left my house Sunday and then didn't leave again until Thursday. And I'm watching all these kids during the day after I do my updates. It's a lot. And
it is.
I'm like, we need our new nanny to get here.
Yeah, when's that happening?
I don't know. The State Department's involved in London, so we'll see. Hopefully March 19th.
Oh yeah, right after St. Patrick's Day, let them get there.
Yeah, here's the thing: is that week is free agency week, so it's a busy week. So.
Yeah, you're gonna be crazy.
Yeah,
especially this year, especially with the Broncos too, who have money to spend. You never know.
Yeah, a little bit of money, and I think that the Deshaun Watson deal, there's two kind of big deadlines. The bigger of the two is the draft, because you want to know what your draft picks are.
Yep.
But they're carrying over $9 million. They're not going to have much room when we find out what the salary cap actually is. But zero real free agents will sign with them. The 52nd, 53rd guy will sign with them because they need a job, right? And maybe they know the position coach or whatever, or the agents that go there. You'll have a chance to compete and start. But they're not going to be able to sign any frontline guys or even mid-tier guys to come play with Deshaun Watson if they don't know Deshaun Watson's future, or to not play,
Yeah.
The uncertainty. So I think March 17th is a pretty significant deadline, and then certainly the draft, which I think we've talked about, is if they don't trade then, even if, going back to what we talked about earlier, if the Panthers are willing to offer Christian McCaffrey and multiple number ones in August, right, or Nick Bosa or Bradley Chubb or whomever, you don't know where those picks are. Right now, Carolina's 8, Denver's 9, San Fran's 12. Next year, even though you have Nick Bosa, you might be picking 30th with San Fran, or 32nd if they win the Super Bowl. It's so that unknown, unless they think they can really get Deshaun to change his mind. The draft is the bigger of the two deadlines, but I wouldn't be surprised if talks heat up and he's traded by March 14th, 15th, when legal tampering starts.
I love that, legal tampering. It's like the biggest oxymoron.
All the illegal tampering is going on now.
Oh, no, I know. That's why being you obviously worked a long time in the industry and stuff, and I remember my time.
Well, it was easier at the combine because they could just go talk to each other.
You over here, come on, let's go to lunch. Quote
right,
unquote.
We're gonna go to lunch to talk about your player that's already on our roster.
Seriously.
You know what? Why we're doing that?
Wow.
You got these couple other guys. Is that a face mask?
Yeah, I think it is. Kyler Murray making 2 jukes Yeah, they had to get a face mask just to get a hold of him. So he gets stopped at the 39, going to tack on 15.
Put him close to that bonus, right?
He's got to be close. He's got to be. We'll get you those numbers in a bit. Again, our guy Zach smoking them. Smash that like for our ops team. Hit subscribe so you get notified every time DK comes live on YouTube. Obviously, our Twitch fan. If you're over on Twitch, make sure you just hit that little heart, subscribe, so you know as well there. There's a pass out to the side. Looks like Drake on the grab. It's out to the 11. But yeah, I guess obviously the biggest national story, at least from my perspective, when it comes to Denver right now is everything's rumors and everybody's swirling. Like the Von Miller. Is Von Miller going to be back? How are they going to get rid of Von Miller? In your opinion of what you've heard or whatever you're willing to say doesn't truly matter in some cases. But do you think Miller's back next year? Von Miller's going to be a Bronco in 2021?
I think it's and I said this a couple times this week on our air here on KOA in Denver, that it's really about 50-50, at best 60-40. John Elway, who has nothing to say about the football team anymore other than just as a consultant, wanted Von Miller to retire here. And I think a lot of people in that organization want Von Miller to retire as a Bronco. This investigation thing, while it's a thing, and I don't want to just dismiss it outright, as talking to some people about it, had he have committed some very obvious egregious crime, he would have been arrested and likely charged and already arraigned, and that those proceedings would already be ongoing to some degree. I'm not saying something didn't happen, but either whoever was making allegations, we don't know what they are, isn't cooperating, or there's just no proof, and they're dragging it out in case something comes to light or in case someone changes their mind. So the off-field stuff is a little bit of a factor. Here's what I know, and we had to deal with Dan Graziano on Get Up saying Von Miller, that the Broncos are likely to move on from Von Miller. He didn't even tweet it. It was more, I think they needed to fill the segment after they talked about J.J. Watt. So he's like, well, the Broncos aren't going to bring Von Miller back. Sure. What the report really should have said is the Broncos aren't going to pay Von Miller $18.5 million this year on the final year of this deal and count 22.5 against the cap. What it should say is that the Broncos may move on if they can't restructure an extension. They're not just going to ask him to take a pay cut for 1 year, I don't think. I think they will look at, hey, let's sign you to a 3 or 4 year deal that includes the $18 million you were making as part of a bonus, maybe a little more, plenty of incentives. Kenyon Drake, he's on my roster.
There he is. There's your lineup guy. Barrels his way in. Hey, it's fine. This will help you. Barrel his way into the end zone. Kenyon Drake. So we're still matching here. It's very much a game of chess or checkers or as I like to play jacks when I was a kid because it was simple.
War can be a pretty even game. Right?
That's even easier. They played out my nieces and nephews, the only game we can actually play. But yeah, so you've had 2 touchdowns by Mercedes Lewis, 2 touchdowns by Kirk. The running back gets in for Green Bay and Aaron Jones, and now Christian Kirk gets in. So a lot of points here on a Saturday. Hope you're all doing well. Talking about Von Miller.
Scoring. I've had some pretty low-scoring games. So I say all that to say, look, new GM George Payton maybe hasn't even talked to Von yet. They haven't reached out to Von's representatives or Von directly as a team, even if it was Vic that was going to talk to him or whatever, about what they're thinking, because I don't think they know. It goes back to the Deshaun Watson conversation. If you're going to include Bradley Chubb as part of the trade, and I think you're going to have to, well, you're not going to field the defense next year that doesn't have Bradley Chubb or Von Miller. I wouldn't think, right? That just doesn't make any sense for what Vic Fangio wants to do in his defense. And yes, he's coming off an injury, but it's not an ACL. It's not an Achilles. It's a weird ankle tendon thing. And he was poised to have a big year. He was in phenomenal shape and was just a monster in training camp. And so I think they really don't know. It is right now the biggest storyline because unlike Deshaun Watson, Von Miller is a Bronco, so his future is something that is tied to the team. Justin Simmons needs a new contract. They could franchise him again. They could also sign him to a new contract any day now. His old agent is now the Broncos cap guy and has been since last year. They were close in the offseason. And Justin Simmons, all he did was go out and have a Pro Bowl year again and not miss a snap. So it's 3 straight years where he had missed a snap. So that's a story. Who the quarterback is still a story. Sure. But Von Miller jumps to the front of the list because you have to make a decision based on a $7 million roster bonus on March 17th as it relates to his current contract. So there's an actual deadline, and we know deadlines spur action. So,
yep. And there's a grab there. Good breakdown there, BK. There's a grab. Aaron Rodgers guns it in there.
I still have to say it's 50-50.
Yeah,
Well,
hey,
it's
listen,
really 50-50. I don't think they've decided.
I agree. That's what I will, and it's also because people now there's blood in the water. NFL moves are happening. Now Carson Wentz moves. People are still looking to. It's like, oh, what's the next one? Oh, is Von Miller going to get cut?
Let me throw one more piece of this at you. J.J. Watt is, as we know, he tweeted this week, free agency's wild, and he's got his brother maybe shoveling his own house, trying to get him to the Steelers. And all of that. But
sure.
If J.J. Watt signs with the Browns, with the Steelers, just to give him a jump on free agency, whoever the team is.
Yep.
And he signs March 10th, right? Because he could literally sign today. We could get breaking news in the middle of this sim. J.J. Watt has agreed to a deal with X team. Then that will allow the Broncos, who haven't decided anything, to say, okay, J.J. Watt, same draft class, same kind of player. No, they're not the exact same player, but same kind of player, Vaughn.
Position
same kind of production.
Yep.
You guys have kind of been tied to each other since y'all came in together in 2011. He just signed a 3-year, $30 million deal with Cleveland, or 3 years, $35 million with the Steelers.
Sure.
So he wasn't going to make 17.5. We aren't going to pay you 18.5. We will pay you more than J.J. Watt, though. We're going to pay you 3 years, 36, with none of that 18 guaranteed, but another 4 guaranteed, whatever it is. So you're getting your money this year. We want you to retire a Bronco. And if you're playing at an all-pro level at the end of this deal, then we'll sign you to another couple year deal. So I think that's part of this too, is they want to see what the market does with J.J. Watt before they have to commit to a long-term contract. Or an extension.
It is fascinating. No, I agree with you. And I think that's like J.J. Watt's going to set the market. And just quickly here in the sim land, Kyler Murray's got the bonus on the ground. Getting close there is Mercedes Lewis. 7 grabs, 92 yards, 2 touchdowns. Christian Kirk's got 2 touchdowns, 4 grabs, 54 yards, should I say. A rushing touchdown for Aaron Jones and a rushing touchdown for Kenyon Drake. Aaron Rodgers is right about at 210 yards. Lewis is, 200 yards on the nose for Rodgers. Aaron Jones is at 75 on the ground. So a lot of offense in this one. Murray, like I said, he's hit the bonus in this one. Drake is just 10 or that 30 or 10 yards.
That Drake touchdown got me to 100.
Hey, climbing up, baby. Out of 140, that's still, what is that, top 2/3 for now? Madison lets us know there is a solo leader in the late classic and an 8-way tie in the free showdown. I'm in 74th. I'm dropping. Those 2 rushing touchdowns hurt me because, don't have either one of those. Have quarterbacks could use something here from Adams. Fitzgerald's been real quiet. Haven't heard from Lazard since the first quarter either. We are dreamers. Seriously, over on Twitches. What the hell's going on with Lewis getting everything?
Ooh, I should have been a pick there for Patrick Peterson. I think it'll be interesting to see where Patrick Peterson goes too. We'll see a record number of 1-year deals, I think, or even 2-year deals, but likely a lot of 1-year deals because we were talking about the TV contracts. Well, that's going to affect next year's salary cap and future salary caps. So I think that you will see potentially J.J. Watt sign a 1-year deal, Patrick Peterson sign a 1-year deal. These guys, and even younger guys that don't have the pedigree and the resumes those guys do, sign short-term deals to go prove themselves, and then next year hope to sign 3, 4, 5-year deal somewhere.
Aaron Rodgers throws into triple coverage. Yeah, I think I agree with you, especially on the 1-year deals. Like I'm sure there'll be teams, because some players are just not going to want to do it, but like I don't know if Patrick Peterson falls in the category of a 1-year deal guy. Probably not, but depending on the money. But I agree. I think there's going to be so many of these players that it's like, hey, you were fine. You're an okay player. If you want to make some big money, let's prove it here. Wherever here may be. And here isn't going to be the normal stomping grounds. Not like everyone's going to go to Tampa or Green Bay. I think there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be fascinated by getting some of these players. There's a catch across the middle.
Well, here's the thing, too, in the next 2 weeks.
Yep.
Sorry, I caught a glimpse. Herb Dog, BK, don't worry. We know you're going to take credit for your pretend lineup winning. My pretend lineup had I captained Kirk and Mercedes Lewis, both in my captain.
It's unbelievable. He actually is paying luxury tax prices for what he's done.
So
manipulating
both quarterbacks and Drake. Anyway, the names that are going to hit the market are going to surprise you. Patrick Peterson, J.J. Watt, while they mean a lot to those teams, even Von Miller certainly means so much here in Denver, those won't surprise you. They're guys that are 10-year vets, 31, 32 years old. Maybe Peterson's 30 because he was just younger than those guys. Those don't surprise you. Michael Thomas hitting the market might surprise some people.
Oh, that's a touchdown.
That's not Lewis again, is it? Oh.
No, that's MVS that time. Had the big drop on a 4th down earlier in the game, but there he is. MVS touchdown. First score of the game. Aaron Rodgers, 3rd touchdown here. So with 6:13 remaining in the 4th quarter, it is going to be a 7-point lead for the Packers. This actually reminds me, BK, I'm sorry to jump around a little bit, but every time I see Packers in Arizona, the wild playoff games these teams have had, there was 2 there. And this one, I don't know. We're also lining up for another wild one here. So we'll see. Crosby, this should be a no-brainer unless we get some funky fake. Not going to. There's your touchdown. 3 scores, Aaron Rodgers. Unreal.
Well, that's not that unreal. He's Aaron Rodgers. He won the MVP.
I know, but in Madden Sim, it's been a while since I've seen this many points, with this much time left. And there could be some free football. You never know. Still plenty of time. See who can get on the board. Which defense can they make a stop? Yeah. First time playing Fortnite. Needed MVS. Says, thank you, Madden gods. I would say, you could thank the DraftKings gods, too, if you want. Just throwing it out there. Ugaboo says, Madden gods is a different god. Oh, yeah. We're all, listen, believe in what you want. Just believe in something. Here is... Now drop for a bomb. We see you guys in there. Monster. I haven't seen Monster in a long time. How you doing, man? Tony says, Lewis is getting all because I switched him out of my classic lineup, and I deserve it. It happens. That last-minute change is the biggest killer. Like, that's why, setting these lineups, BK, whenever you set up contests anywhere with DraftKings, you have to set a lineup, or you could save it till later. But I always set it, and then I always can change it. And I usually forget to change it, and that's most of the time beneficial.
No, yeah, I just set it and forget it, honestly. And it's when I remember to check the invites from the BK Sim Fan League. You're good about sending them, so is Glash. And I wasn't sure which game I was doing with Glash, so I actually clicked on the later game that I'm not a part of. And then I haven't picked the lineup for the game we have coming up next, but I will here shortly. What I did not do was play Adam Kaufman. I'm keeping that streak alive. And the only reason that I even played him, I broke my streak to do a showdown. Celtics Nuggets, and we each picked 5 of the same players, and he had Semi Ojeleye and I had RJ Hampton, so he beat me. So I went back to my boycott.
That Shemi loss. That's the separator there.
I went back to the boycott.
Good for you. Get it. That's what boycotts are for. You step out when you want, but then you can easily just go right back in. There was a sack there by Green Bay. Murray had a nice run before that. So 2nd and 16 from the 34, 5.5 to play. Murray from the gun. He's going to take off again. He's over 100. Oh, just got walled. Like a clothesline there. He's at about 130 now.
How's that not a penalty?
No, I know. Could have been. Please. That's like 19. We talked about that watching NBC back in the day. Those are the hits you'd see there. Just people getting depleted.
I'm surprised that that doesn't get called more, where a quarterback gives himself up and a guy just makes contact, not drills him, but just hits him.
Yeah. I feel like it's all. Oh, you mean in Madden?
No, in real life.
I feel like it does get called.
Not as much as you think. And a lot of times because guys miss or they just graze him.
That's true. I just think if a quarterback's about to slide, if it's too close, I think the flag's sometimes a little too happy. I think too many times I've seen a quarterback go for a slide and then the guy comes like when you're mostly tackling, if it's a bigger quarterback, you want to hit the midsection to low. So you're already kind of down there. And then if he slides down and you make contact with the helmet and not a flag, and I don't love it. Even when you just tap a helmet, watching Von Miller, he's gotten many penalties from just tapping a Tom Brady or somebody's just helmet. And I think that's ridiculous. I'm that is such a horrible rule.
But you need to know, to know the way the refs are going to react, right? Stuff like that is avoidable.
Yeah.
Not the hitting guys on the slide. It's part of it is that you're leaving your feet or you're engaging in the tackle and they drop late.
True. I think it just is too many times where the flag just comes out instead of like really thinking about it. Because it's like if you don't throw it, then you can't throw it later, even though we see that a lot. It's like what the NBA used to be. You like guy goes up, misses a shot, comes down, ball's still in the air, bounce on the other, and then you hear a whistle. You're like, wait. What?
Yeah.
Speaking of random players getting when you, what happened?
Teddy Bridgewater unfollowed the Panthers and set his IG page to private.
Oh gosh, is that real? I don't get that stuff. Like, what does that mean? Like, why would you do that?
You know, the guy still got $40 million coming his way. But
like,
I think his guarantee, I need to double check his contract. His guarantee wasn't great.
But like, what does it mean? Like, if you block or unfollow, like, you're just trying to just say something then. Just say something.
Well, you're acknowledging that, hey, I see what you guys are doing. You're trying to get rid of me for somebody better in Deshaun Watson. And I don't like
think, like, just, but, like, then say it. Like, I think the whole unfollow thing is
28, by the way. 3 years, $63 million, 33 guaranteed. So he got 23. Let's see, his signing bonus was 15. And so he got $8 million last year. So he's got another 10 coming to him, even if they cut him or trade him.
I know,
but
this is what I'm talking. I don't know. I get it's a business,
but it's like, dude, they're not feeling. Is that Lewis again?
I can't tell by the number. It looks like he's in the bonus now.
It's a bonus.
Wow, what a game! I don't want to
tell us we don't call the games. We're calling.
They're not saying it tonight. They're having a good time. This is a good crew.
Because there's a lot of scoring.
Yeah, exactly.
It's hard to call a game when it's 7-6. When he punts you,
but if my employer was moving on from me, I'm not gonna, like, obviously it's much different in the world we live in, but still, like, I wouldn't just like unfollow without saying, like, just be like, hey, bummed about the news or something, or be like, something's going on. Like, I don't know. I think that it's just so passiveness, as our guy Drew says, Andrew, our producer, says, petty wars. It is like, just say something, Teddy. Be like, hey, hearing some stuff here in Carolina.
That's the funny thing about Deshaun Watson doing that is, and it's clearly been reported heavily that he is wanting a trade, but he's never actually said that. He hasn't tweeted anything. All of his tweets have been related to JJ Watt walking away or retweeting pictures or this or that, but none of it's been anything directed at the team.
Yeah.
And so, and he hasn't come out and said, yeah, I do want to trade. And he hasn't done any interviews. He hasn't done any podcasts. He hasn't been caught by TMZ walking out of a restaurant.
Yeah.
So we just have to assume that was reported because his agent told Adam Schefter that he told the team he wants to trade. And Cal McNair saying that we haven't heard from Deshaun doesn't mean that his agent hasn't told either Cal McNair or Nick Caserio that he wants to trade.
I just want to know who found out that Teddy Bridgewater unfollowed.
There's people that track this.
But like, you don't get notified of stuff like that. That's the best part.
No, you have to be combing through his followers.
Yeah, and then like consistent. Clearly, what happened was he's with his boys or somebody, and he did it, or somebody knew he did it, and they texted somebody who texted somebody. Who eventually gets to someone like yourself who works with the team, and then they say, "Hey, guess what just happened?" I don't know. Like, works. I just think it's foolish. Don't be a child and unfollow somebody and make that like part of your quote unquote statement without words. Let's see what we get here. Aaron Rodgers, they can put this game away. Under 2 minutes to go. A 3rd and 7 here at the 11-yard line. Can still get the first. Fakes the handoff. Rodgers looking. Has a receiver open to the side. Rodgers scrambles out. He's going to take off. Has room. Has the first. Stretches for the end zone. Got it. Touchdown, Aaron Rodgers.
How about that effort?
Discount double check, baby.
That'll do it.
It's a game-winning effort right there. Yeah, putting this game. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's still 2 timeouts for Arizona. We've seen crazy things.
A field goal, I guess, would have also put it away. But
sure, but
Rodgers with his throwing shoulder, and then that Buda Baker can't bring him down. Shy of the goal line.
Full effort, not going to get it. TK on YouTube says a Teddy stalker. Damn right, somebody. And Lucci Riviera, I'm not telling you how tall I am, but yeah, could be around 5'1". Could be. Could be shorter. Could be 3'8". Oh, that's what we need. Oh my, it's gonna happen, Drew. Like, how good's your internet there, BK? Where you
better.
live? Okay.
Wait, how good is it in general, or how good is my internet?
Where you're sitting now to where your hot tub is? What's the distance? Other side of the house?
Oh, my Wi-Fi wouldn't work, but we've got long enough. I think I do have a long enough Ethernet cord.
Yeah. Okay. We might have to make it happen. We might have to do BK in the hot tub.
Here's the problem with the hot tub. Well, I guess as long as the bubbles aren't on. I'm just sitting in a hot tub.
I could care less of the audio. We'll do it on like a random time that works for you, of course. We got to do it. Like, I'll sit in the snow if you sit in the hot tub. Like, if I'm game.
You know where it actually would work okay is my cell phone Verizon service out here is pretty good. I could just
do it on the cell. One of my first Sims
AirPods
with Flash. I got kicked off and I came out on the phone. Tommy Freeze Pops, Mr. Microwave. He's done it a couple times. Doesn't look or sound great, but hey, you get the job done.
I'm up for it.
All right, we'll make it work.
If Madison says it's okay, since she's in charge of our schedule.
Yeah, Madison, listen, we'll talk. We'll get it. We'll cross all of our T's and dot our I's.
Well, because I can always, if it's not going great, just come back inside.
No, we don't want that. If it fails, it fails hard.
Well, and here's the thing. I just ordered a new studio light in the middle of this sim because I'm not happy with my lighting situation. So even if we did it at night, I could have the studio light out there. So it'd be pretty well lit.
Oh, let's go. That's what I'm telling you. Or it could be.
Here's the thing. I'm not in as good a shape as I was in my younger days.
Oh, don't worry. We'll keep it chest up.
I'm not embarrassed. I'll wear my DraftKings shirt in the hot tub.
Yeah, dude. Listen, as a guy, I was a chubby teen. Listen, there was a lot of T-shirts. And then I realized, just don't bother. But you can do it here. It's advertisement.
Yeah.
We're going to make this all happen.
My DraftKings shirt, they're like, oh, one of their analysts one of the announcers did it from, or reporters, as Carolyn calls us, from a hot tub.
There you go. It's going to happen. We'll figure it out. Whether if it's with me or not. But if it is with me, I'll do something as equally dumb. Well, not that would be dumb what you're doing, but I'll sit in the snow. I'll go full Frosty the Snowman up there.
In complete other news,
yes.
Did you guys see where United plane that was taken off from Denver headed to Honolulu?
Fumble here. It's picked up by Green Bay. He's going to pick it up. Oh, they're going to take it to the house, BK.
This is huge because there's somebody that has the Packers D that might have just jumped up. I'll be curious if that affects the actual outcome of
Let's see, I'm going to
monitor
the top here because I'm nowhere near it. Burgerman was in first, up by 7. His lineup does not have the defense in it. Does have Kyler Murray, who lost the fumble. Second place before that has Murray as well. Also does not have the defense. So it shouldn't affect the top, tippity top, but we'll see. And there's still some time left. I'm sitting in 94th. My team is just bombed out over the last fourth quarter.
Where am I? So you're in 94th. I'm in 93rd.
You're beating me. I literally, all it is Kyler Murray's got 38 in the captain. Rodgers has 35. I have 91.
But you have a chance to jump right back ahead of me. They could hand it to Kenyon Drake, who I have, because you don't have Drake, right?
No, I do not have Drake. No running backs.
Right. So they could hand it to Kenyon Drake, but if Kyler does anything, then you'll jump back ahead of me. Other than fumble.
See. Don't go anywhere. We thought it's a 3-score game, but it's so
here's what I started to say, and I know I have 30 seconds left.
Okay.
An airplane, a United plane, headed to Honolulu from Denver, had engine failure on one of its engines. Parts of the engine fell from the sky. So you can go to Twitter and see all these different pictures and videos. There were little small parts that fell over a soccer field just north of Denver, kind of almost to Boulder, northwest of Denver and Broomfield, kind of dead west of the airport. Pieces of the engine fell in people's yards. One fell on a guy's truck. They were able to swing back around and land at DIA.
Wow. And so it's not like a Breaking Bad situation.
There's video from inside the plane, a person sitting next to the burning engine.
Who's filming this?
Well, that's what I was saying. My wife's like, everybody would have been filming. I'm like, no, I would have been praying. This engine's on fire. Let me turn this around.
Yeah.
And there's even audibly, you can hear everyone cheer when they touch back down.
That's amazing. Pilot.
All of it's amazing. But you think about a flight to Hawaii, in a couple hours, they were going to be just over water for a whole long stretch.
True.
Having flown Denver to LA to Hawaii, I know how long it is just to be over that water. So there's obviously other airports between here and the edge of the continental U.S. But luckily, the problem occurred as quickly as it did, and they were able to flip around and get back to safety at Denver International.
Amazing.
And
story.
like I said, you jump. Oh, you jump further behind me, so I'm 2 ahead of you now because he handed it to Drake. Oh, here we go. You're gonna jump ahead of me? Throw it to Drake. No.
Oh, there we go. Come on, that Larry Fitz too. Come on, baby.
No, it's Kirk again, I think.
Oh. Well, listen, while we're doing this, obviously we're getting past that 7 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Mountain. Just line up your players because we'll quickly wrap up once this is done because I know you're coming back with Glass shortly, so we'll give you some time to maybe put a little food up in the belly.
No, because of I thought I was doing the last 2 of the night, which I have tomorrow with LaMarca.
Yep.
But obviously I'm doing the happy hour and then the next one. So 14-year-old's going to keep an eye on sleeping babies, and the wife and I are going to go have some dinner.
Even better.
You can go to restaurants in Colorado now.
Awesome. That's what I like to hear.
You go to restaurants in Boston?
Yes, but it's not like, it's still like kind
of
tough.
I'm not saying nothing's normal here. Like
no. But still, the fact that you can, that's good.
Normal enough. We've done it a few times.
Like 10 seconds. Yeah, I actually haven't in a long time, since like November. Barely get out of the house these days, BK. That's why I'm all energized, and I'm one and done today, so it's start full, end empty, baby. All right, let's see. 10 seconds. I think we're both going to be, I think I know who your player of the game is going to be. I think that one's kind of obvious, but we'll see.
It's not Devin Funchess.
Well, maybe I know who your babysitter Billy is. All right, we got one last timeout. So as soon as this game goes Zippo, we'll ask you the big questions, then we'll get out of here. I'm going to go get freaky on my Saturday night. Going to bust out a board game tonight, ladies and gents. That's right. And my wife decided we watch a little too much TV, so we're gonna play a game. What game? Don't ask. Don't know.
Don't ask because you don't want to tell us or don't know. I guess. That's
no, different. I really don't know. I have like 4. I have like categories, maybe that. We don't have a ton. I got rid of mine when I was young.
We've got a lot of games. It's become a big thing.
Throws it. We get in America. It's intercepted. So look at that. The Packers D. That's probably gonna hurt me. You're probably gonna beat me now, BK. Because Kyler Murray in the last 2 drives, 2 turnovers. I'm in 102nd. I'm gonna throw my phone against the wall. I was in 26th earlier.
I'm looking at my lineup for the next game.
You should, because you know what? You stunk. We both stunk. It's fine. He's
the
BK.
Most money. How about this? Haskins and Garoppolo.
Oh, yuck. Anyways, in this one, Rodgers hit the bonus. Mercedes Lewis hit the bonus. Kyler Murray rushing hit the bonus. Who's going to be your crusty Cristal player of the game?
Oh, it's definitely Mercedes Lewis.
Yeah, this guy was unreal.
Hits the bonus, 2 touchdowns. Kirk also 2 touchdowns, but I think he only had 77 yards if I saw that right.
Yeah, he was fine, we'll say. He was fine. Aaron Jones almost hit the bonus. Murray with the 135. So who's going to be you actually have a couple options here. I don't know what receiving yards for one of these players, but your babysitter Billy, not Mike, hit award.
Probably Funchess, right?
Drake had 33, 9 grabs.
He scored. Drake
I know, but he
scored.
had 10 yards rushing. He wasn't like
but he
outstanding.
Scored.
I have different standards. Is he in the winning lineup? That's also another thing.
Funchess got me 11.25 points.
11. That's pretty good. How about
Lazard, 3 points?
Yeah, but he wasn't highly owned.
No.
Let's see. Where's my stinky lineup? Devontae Adams had 9 even.
Could be Adams, because what's his ownership numbers?
His ownership numbers, at least in our count, he was
high.
50, and I bet he was over 50.
Yeah, in the other one. So let's give it to Devontae Adams.
All right, Devontae Adams, you stunk.
Yeah, we did not. Well, because Rodgers threw 3 touchdowns, and the fact that none were to Devontae Adams.
Yeah, Devontae Adams was 52.50. So, yeah, he was the 3rd highest owned. It went Rodgers, Murray, him, Drake, Aaron Jones. All out of the top 5, 4 scored. He didn't. He stinks.
Yep.
Stinks.
I would cut him. I would cut him if I'm.
Let's go. Let's call him up. Let's call the owners. I think there's some owners in here, actually.
Probably. Everybody owns the Packers.
Sure do. All right, BK. Listen, this was an absolute pleasure, dude. I can't wait till our next time together. Enjoy a little grub in between. You'll be teaming up with Glash next. As you said, it's an action-packed game. It's the Washington football team and the 49ers. Don't sleep on it, though. Watch out for my guy, the sprinkler. This could be a sprinkler game. Again, defense kind of stinks for 49ers on that last update. But with that being said, any final words you want to leave the peeps with?
No, I'll see everybody here in 43 minutes or less. So you have a good Saturday night, maybe leave the house for a couple minutes. It gets snowing, but
It stinks out here. I'll be honest. I went to Target early. I'm good.
oh yeah, you're right, Target. So
Yeah, it was a big
covered
party.
for the day. Yeah.
All right, he's at BK Denver Sports. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. On behalf of Madison, our producer, Andrew on the 1s through 7s, and our guy Zach in Ops, we will be back, BK, with B Glash. They'll be here in about 43 minutes. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Stay hydrated, be well, say something positive, and we'll see you soon.
Carson Wentz has been traded by the Eagles, going over to the Colts. And this has been an amazing story for me because the Eagles came into this offseason all high and mighty, like they were going to get this, treasure trove of picks and everything for Wentz. And it just didn't turn out that way. You look at what they got. Oh, well, hold on.
What do you think the asking offer was to start?
So when this whole thing started, the return that they wanted no less than what the Lions got from Matt Stafford from the Rams. So we're talking about, multiple picks. There was multiple first-round picks was even being thrown around. And the way I envision it is that the Eagles are coming into this offseason like they were Jordan Belfort trying to sell Aerotine International, calling up teams. So, they pick up their phone, calling up like the Bears, right? And they said, we heard you're in the market for a quarterback that has huge upside potential with very little downside risk. Does that ring a bell? That's my Jordan Belfort impression. And the Bears go, oh, yeah, we are in the market. And they go, okay, I have this one. It's Carson Wentz. Hello? And then they weren't, no interest. Nobody wanted Carson Wentz. So the haul that the Eagles end up getting back after all of that is a 2021 third-round pick, big whoop, a 2022 conditional second-round pick that could turn into a first-round pick under these conditions reportedly. If Wentz plays 75% of the snaps, that's a risk right there with how injury-prone he's been, or 70% of the snaps and the Colts make the playoffs. So those are the conditions that I can turn into a first-round pick. Now, the Colts already had a couple quarterbacks on the roster prior to this. Jacoby Brissett already has been said that he was not in the mix for the starting position. They did draft Jacob Eason in the 4th round. There was some thinking that maybe he could be the successor to Phillip Rivers. But you just look at the season that Carson Wentz is coming off, and you look at some of the numbers that he put up. 57.4% completion rate amongst qualified quarterbacks, second worst in the league. 72.8% passer rating, second worst in the league. 6 yards per pass attempt, the worst in the league. 15 interceptions, the worst in the league, tied for the worst in the league. And let's not forget, Julian, I totally forgot about this. He took 50 sacks in 12 games. That literally totaled 10% of his total dropbacks, an average of 4.1 per game. So he's going in a much better environment in front of that really strong Colts offensive line. So, the risk of injury definitely goes down, but, with Carson Wentz, anything is possible. But at least from a standpoint of where he has the potential to succeed once again in front of that offensive line and they can stay healthy, this is probably one of the best landing spots for him.
I think it's a great trade for both teams, honestly. The Colts, for clear-cut reasons, they need a quarterback, and they just got a quarterback that has shown us before that he can play at an MVP type of level. He has to stay healthy. That's a must. Now, if you look at the situation he's getting dropped into, though, it's just so much better than Philly, and it starts with the offensive line. You go from maybe the worst offensive line in the NFL to maybe the best offensive line in the NFL, at least a top 5 bottom to a top 5 best, or a bottom 5 to a top 5. I don't know why I worded that so terribly.
Very strange, but okay.
So he's going to be protected. He has weapons around him. He has T.Y. Hilton. He has Michael Pittman Jr., who's, I think, a very legit wide receiver. He was the first pick of the 2nd round, could have been a first-round pick. Showed a lot of flash at the end of the season for the Colts last year. He has running backs. He has pass-catching running backs. He has a good trio of tight ends that Phillip Rivers used in that loss to Buffalo in the playoffs. Everything's there for Carson Wentz to play well. All he has to do to stay healthy. And the thing that is the most involved with keeping him healthy, the offensive line, is one of the best in the NFL. So I think it's a great landing spot for Wentz. And then for Philly, I think it's a great deal because you get the 3rd rounder now. That's fine. You can use that on a piece. 3rd round picks are, nothing to bark at right now. And I think the pick has a great chance to wind up being a first rounder in 2022. That's why these conditions are on it. If Carson Wentz can't stay healthy in this situation, then he just doesn't have much value, and the contingencies on it represent that. And you get a 2nd rounder back, and you say, okay, he is who we thought he was. He's made of glass. A 3rd and a 2nd are fine.
So I know there's a lot going on. Obviously, football's done. Basketball, hockey's still underway. But you know what? Baseball is right around the corner. We have so much to talk about here, and we're going to do it weekly. Division previews from both a DFS and betting perspective, and you're going to see a lot from these guys. DK contributors Steve Buchanan and Gary Thorne. I am Adam Kaufman. And, guys, we're going to start today with the National League West. Certainly one of the most compelling, most interesting divisions in all of baseball, and I think you have to begin with the defending champs. That's the Los Angeles Dodgers, who not not only were just a wagon during that pandemic shortened season, they go out and they make a ton of noise, adding Trevor Bauer to that rotation. Exciting, naturally, Bukes, we know that, but as he joins, Clayton Kershaw, Walker Buehler, and David Price, provided he's back, just an onslaught of arms coming at you.
Yeah.
Who really stands out in that rotation for you?
Honestly, I would love to say David Price, but opting out last year, we don't really know what we're going to get out of him in this upcoming season. So I'm just going to stick with Walker Buehler. I mean, look, he struggled out of the gate last year in that odd season that we had. But if there's one thing that you can point to that's encouraging, he's continuing to miss bats, and that number keeps continuing to go up. Last season, he had a 12.3 swing and miss rate, and like I mentioned, that number goes up each and every season he pitches. When he first started out at 10.2%. So if he's going to continue to miss bats, his command is excellent. Obviously, that was a struggle for him for a little bit last year, but if he can continue down that path, he's going to be a real problem for opposing teams every 5 days when they have to play him. So Walker Buehler is my guy for this one.
But of course, Gary, and as we know, it's not just about real life performance, it's best fantasy performers. So of this group of guys that we mentioned, is it Buehler for you or somebody else?
It is Buehler, though I will back up Steve and say I think Price has the potential to be the best fantasy value in redraft formats. I mean, right now in NFBC drafts, he's going around pick 175, pick 200. He has the potential, especially with just the amount of wins he could possibly rack up on a team that dominant. So something to keep an eye on, obviously. But if you're just going with best pitcher of the bunch, I think it has to be Buehler over someone like Trevor Bauer, who a lot of the projection systems don't love. I don't know if I'm as far down on Bauer as maybe some of the underlying sabermetrics are. But if you go by Steamer, if you go by the bat, whatever projection system you want to use, they all like Buehler more. And it's for a lot of the reasons Steve talked about. It's the swing and miss potential. It's the fact that his expected WOBA has been lower than Bauer's if you go back to the 2019 season. Really, the only way you can get Bauer ahead of Buehler, in my mind, is if you start looking at durability. And, that 2020 season is really going to mess with a lot of these, like, he's thrown 175 innings since stats. But Bauer's basically thrown the equivalent of 175 innings, wink 2020 season, for 6 straight years. So you kind of just know what you're getting from Bauer. You're getting 30 starts. Buehler had some weird injury stuff last season. He's still pretty young. We know Dave Roberts has a weird thing with limiting the young guys in their innings. So that's maybe the one area where I give the edge to Bauer, but otherwise it's Buehler.
So from 60 games to 162, the regular baseball season, you do have the Dodgers even still, obviously, the favorites in the DK Sportsbook at plus 350 to repeat as champions. Gary, and staying with you, do you see any value in that?
I mean, it's hard to ever say you see value in taking the favorite. Do I think they probably win the World Series? Sure. They have the best team. I mean, Pacoda just put out their projection system for the 2021 season. And not only are the Dodgers the only team projected to have more than 100 wins, they have 6 more wins than anyone else. However, the team with the third most projected wins is in their division, the Padres. So there's only so many things that have to go right for San Diego and wrong for Los Angeles, I think, where maybe the Dodgers, as crazy as it sounds, find themselves in that one-game NL wildcard playoff situation, which is not what you want if you bet them plus 350 to win the World Series. So I think if you're looking for actual value with World Series bets and you want to use that same Pacoda projection system, they love the Twins to win the AL Central, and they are 20-1 right now to win the World Series. And then even someone like the Brewers or the Reds, like that NL Central is wide open. It seems like the Cubs don't want to play this year. So, I mean, the Brewers are like 44-1, and Pacoda has them winning about 90 games this season. So I think there's other bets and other places to go. You don't have to pick on the NL West, where 2 of the best teams in baseball, probably the 2 best teams in the National League, happen to reside.
So same for you, Bukes, thinking value in mind. You'd rather put your money elsewhere?
Well, real quick, I just got to take a quick check. Oh, yep, there it is. The Pacoda standings. They're in the trash barrel next to my desk here because they're absolutely horrific. The Twins aren't going anywhere this season, okay? I love the Twins. They have no pitching. They're not going to get that far, okay? And believe me, I'm a big Twins fan, so don't get me wrong. But kind of going off what Garion was saying, you want to get value here. Look at some of the teams that are way down the board, okay? Garion's team here, the Blue Jays, 28-1. That whole cast of misfits that they have in the rotation, if they can actually start to align that lineup is going to do a lot of damage. 28-1, that's value right there. Talk about the Nationals, another team that has some value here. Obviously, their pitching is immense, but can that lineup actually hit? 33-1, that's some value right there. I think about the Yankees last year, how they were the big favorites in the American League. As we were entering the month of, mid-September, we didn't even know if they were going to win the division. You're just not going to get the best bang for your buck there with the Dodgers. Will they go far? Absolutely. But is that really going to, cash in the money for you? Not necessarily.
Guys, we've talked about the Padres. Let's do it some more here with more of a focus on San Diego and Bukes. Obviously the Padres have gone out. They've upgraded their rotation. Blake Snell, Yu Darvish, Joe Musgrove. But the conversation, it feels like it starts and ends with this team, with the offense, because of just what a force of nature Fernando Tatis Jr. was out there last year. And don't get me wrong, Manny Machado was great as well. But Tatis is rapidly ascended to one of the faces of Major League Baseball. But in terms of fantasy performance, where does he rank for you going into this season?
I think he's in the top three. How can you not put him in the top three there? Defensively, offensively, he is the whole package. And we haven't even seen him play a full season of games yet. He's played 143 games, 39 home runs, 98 RBIs, 27 stolen bases. He is the total package. Now, again, you can also say that is a very short sample that we have on Fernando Tatis Jr., but we have a short sample on everybody from last year. So you really can't use that argument. But from what we've seen, this is somebody who flew through the minors, has done it at every level in the minors, and now it's coming over to the major leagues as well. If he can tone down some of the strikeouts that he has and the swings and misses that he has, he legitimately could be the top player in Major League Baseball. His wins above replacement 2.9 was the first amongst all shortstops, third in the league last year in that small sample. But truly, from what we've seen so far through the minors, in the major leagues, he's the player.
Top three for you as well, Gary?
I think if we're talking fantasy baseball, he's the number one pick. I think the two guys who you kind of have to debate are Tatis and Acuna. And right now they're going 1-2, Acuna being the number one pick in NFBC formats. It's early, obviously. We're still a ways away here from this being concrete ADP data. But I think all the negatives you can possibly come up with for Tatis are still just as prevalent with Acuna. So I'm thinking he's my number one guy. We talk about these projection systems. Steamer only has two players in 2021 projected to score 100 runs, drive in 100, and steal 20 bases. And it's those two guys. But when you're talking about real 5-category players, 2020, weird season, understandably. Maybe you don't want to take all the stats we have from that year, with complete confidence, just blind faith. But Acuna had some real batting average issues. His expected batting average was just 254, where Tatis's was up at 298. That is a massive difference between those two numbers. And a big reason for that is, even with the strikeouts that Tatis brings to the table, he led all of baseball in barrels per plate appearance. When he puts the bat on the ball, he squares it up almost every time. So I really think he's the first player off the board for me this year.
Knowing all the potential for this team too, Gary, and do you have a favorite futures bet for San Diego in the DK Sportsbook?
Yeah, I think Bukes and I are probably going to line up on this one. I think right now Tatis for NL MVP plus 850. Look, I just said he's probably going to have the best statistical season of anyone in baseball. Steve mentioned that he's a great defensive shortstop as well. You put those two things together on a winning team, that probably is going to lead to MVP more often than not. But if you want longer odds, he's 25-1 to lead baseball in hits. And as I mentioned, strikeouts are an issue. That's obviously a bit of a wary thing you have to go when you're projecting this forward. But Steamer has him finishing 9th this year in hits anyway. And it's with a pretty, I wouldn't say a low estimate of plate appearances. We're talking about 677 plate appearances. But he's someone who's batting atop an order that should just be turning over constantly. He could be averaging 4.7, 4.8 plate appearances per game. Might get up to 730, 740 plate appearances if he stays healthy. That's just going to be volume across the board. So I think 25-1 to lead the league in hits is a pretty good one if you want slightly longer odds.
You have anything different, Bukes?
No, I'm pretty much on par with Gary in here. I love the MVP bet at plus 850. As the season goes along, I think those odds are just going to fall here. So you're probably not going to see anything better than plus 850 at the moment, at least heading into the season. So I like the MVP bet. I'm a big Tatis backer, so I think plus 850 for MVP would be the way I'm looking.
Well, fresh off an exciting and maybe longer than usual Daytona 500, it's time to move along. So we bring in Pierce Dietrich, our DK contributor and racing expert, I think is fair to say. I am Adam Kaufman. So you had Michael McDowell emerge victorious at the Daytona, and obviously it was a really compelling race there late, Pierce. But now we move along. We got the O'Reilly Auto Parts 253 also at Daytona. It's just a different course, clearly. So as you look at this one, any just course changes, things that we need to know for this race as compared to the inaugural event last year?
This week, NASCAR has added some turtles to the track. If you're new to it, it's basically speed bumps, I guess, to explain to people that are not big racing fans. During the Clash race, the drivers were cutting corners during the chicane. They were throwing dirt on the track, which basically made it ice, which is a real problem for DFS because really good drivers, mainly the guy that was leading Truex, spun out on the dirt. NASCAR doesn't want that to happen again. So instead, they've added turtles. So if a driver cuts the corner or misses their mark, they'll tear their car apart. So there's going to be people that are going to wreck out. But now, instead of being random drivers getting loose in the dirt, it's going to be the drivers that you would expect to wreck. They're going to wreck.
So you bring up Martin Truex Jr., as you said, spun out there very late in that race, only had, 7 laps left or something like that. He was very close to the end, unable to finish. So he is the favorite, though, at least in terms of a DFS perspective, the highest priced guy at $11K. Do you like him? Do you prefer somebody else in that general range?
Absolutely. If you look at the race, the full race, and then the exhibition race, he's looked really good. Last year, he made some mistakes under caution, drove through the field twice. That's really tough to do at a road course, but he did it. And then he made mistakes again in the Clash race and again drove through the field twice. You really can't ask for any more other than maybe don't make mistakes this time.
So below Truex, you've got 4 drivers in the 10K range. You have Chase Elliott, who was last year's winner. He's 10-7, so just barely below Truex. Do you have a favorite here?
Chase Elliott's going to be the favorite. He's on the pole. He has the #1 pit stall, and all he does is win at these road courses. But if you want to be a little bit different, you can take Kyle Busch. He can give you some place differential, whereas Chase Elliott can't score any place differential. And also, if you look at the Clash race, all Kyle Busch did during that race was pass cars. He passed over 23 cars in, 30 laps? That's very impressive at a road course.
Interestingly, you continue to pay down here a little bit, but popular names, people that certainly fans are familiar with, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, these guys, 9K range, and interestingly not talking after last week's crash there at Daytona. So what do you make of them? What do you make of them at this range, their relationship, what we should expect this weekend?
Well, they might not be talking, but I'm not going to talk about them. Who I'll go with is Alex Bowman, starting 36th. If you look at his Roval-type races, he's finished 12th, 8th, 2nd, 4th. He's been good at these races. Last year, he only finished 12th at the Daytona Road Course, but that's because he wrecked early in Stage 1. He rebounded. He got back on the lead lap. He drove back through the field. He's starting 36th. There's just too many points available. He's going to be the guy to play.
Where's the value for this one?
I like Chris Buescher in this race. Last year he finished 5th, and I don't think he's going to finish 5th again. But if you look at how did he finish 5th, at these road courses, what these drivers can do is pit before a stage break, and that basically cycles them forward about 10 spots. That's what he did last year. He got to the front and he held his position. There's no reason why he can't do that exact same thing. He may not go to 5th, but he can easily get another 10th place finish following the same strategy from last season.
I know you were high on Chase Elliott. Is he your winner for this event this weekend?
Truex would be my guy, but we've already talked about him. If you're making a bet at the sports book, I'd look at Kyle Larson at plus 2,500. He won the 2015 Rolex 24 at this course. And if you look at the last time that NASCAR used a low downforce package at a Roval type track, Kyle Larson led the most laps in that race.
Pierce Dietrich knows a thing or two about this stuff. You should pay attention to him. Thanks, bud.
Yeah.
Carson Wentz has been traded by the Eagles going over to the Colts. And this has been an amazing story for me because the Eagles came into this offseason all high and mighty, like they were going to get this, treasure trove of picks and everything for Wentz. And it just didn't turn out that way. You look at what they got. Oh, well, hold on. Hold on.
What do you think the asking offer was to start?
So when this whole thing started, the return that they wanted no less than what the Lions got from Matt Stafford from the Rams. So we're talking about, multiple picks There was multiple first-round picks was even being thrown around. And the way I envision it is that the Eagles are coming into this offseason like they were Jordan Belfort trying to sell Aerotine International, calling up teams. So, they pick up their phone, calling up like the Bears, right? And they said, we heard you're in the market for a quarterback that has huge upside potential with very little downside risk. Does that ring a bell? That's my Jordan Belfort impression. And the Bears go, oh, yeah, we are in the market. And they go, okay, I have this one. It's Carson Wentz. Hello? And then they weren't, no interest. Nobody wanted Carson Wentz. So the haul that the Eagles end up getting back after all of that is a 2021 third-round pick, big whoop, a 2022 conditional second-round pick that could turn into a first-round pick under these conditions reportedly. If Wentz plays 75% of the snaps, that's a risk right there with how injury-prone he's been, or 70% of the snaps and the Colts make the playoffs. So those are the conditions that I can turn into a first-round pick. Now, the Colts already had a couple quarterbacks on the roster prior to this. Jacoby Brissett already has been said that he was not in the mix for the starting position. They did draft Jacob Eason in the 4th round. There was some thinking that maybe he could be the successor to Phillip Rivers. But you just look at the season that Carson Wentz is coming off, and you look at some of the numbers that he put up. 57.4% completion rate amongst qualified quarterbacks, second worst in the league. 72.8% passer rating, second worst in the league. 6 yards per pass attempt, the worst in the league. 15 interceptions, the worst in the league, tied for the worst in the league. And let's not forget, Julian, I totally forgot about this. He took 50 sacks in 12 games. That literally totaled 10% of his total dropbacks, an average of 4.1 per game. So he's going in a much better environment in front of that really strong Colts offensive line. So, the risk of injury definitely goes down, but, with Carson Wentz, anything is possible. But at least from a standpoint of where he has the potential to succeed once again in front of that offensive line and they can stay healthy, this is probably one of the best landing spots for him.
I think it's a great trade for both teams, honestly. The Colts, for clear-cut reasons, they need a quarterback, and they just got a quarterback that has shown us before that he can play at an MVP type of level. He has to stay healthy. That's a must. Now, if you look at the situation he's getting dropped into, though, it's just so much better than Philly, and it starts with the offensive line. You go from maybe the worst offensive line in the NFL to maybe the best offensive line in the NFL, at least a top 5 bottom to a top 5 best, or a bottom 5 to a top 5. I don't know why I worded that so terribly.
Very strange, but okay.
So he's going to be protected. He has weapons around him. He has T.Y. Hilton. He has Michael Pittman Jr., who's, I think, a very legit wide receiver. He was the first pick of the 2nd round, could have been a first-round pick. Showed a lot of flash at the end of the season for the Colts last year. He has running backs. He has pass-catching running backs. He has a good trio of tight ends that Phillip Rivers used in that loss to Buffalo in the playoffs. Everything's there for Carson Wentz to play well. All he has to do to stay healthy. And the thing that is the most involved with keeping him healthy, the offensive line, is one of the best in the NFL. So I think it's a great landing spot for Wentz. And then for Philly, I think it's a great deal because you get the 3rd rounder now. That's fine. You can use that on a piece. 3rd round picks are, nothing to bark at right now. And I think the pick has a great chance to wind up being a 1st rounder in 2022. That's why these conditions are on it. If Carson Wentz can't stay healthy in this situation, then he just doesn't have much value, and the contingencies on it represent that. And you get a 2nd rounder back and you say, okay, he is who we thought he was. He's made of glass. A 3rd and a 2nd are fine.
So I know there's a lot going on. Obviously, football's done. Basketball, hockey's still underway. But you know what? Baseball is right around the corner. We have so much to talk about here, and we're going to do it weekly. Division previews from both a DFS and betting perspective, and you're going to see a lot from these guys. DK contributors Steve Buchanan and Gary Thorne. I am Adam Kaufman. And guys, we're going to start today with the National League West, certainly one of the most compelling, most interesting divisions in all of baseball. And I think you have to begin with the defending champs. That's the Los Angeles Dodgers, who not only were just a wagon during that pandemic shortened season, they go out and they make a ton of noise, adding Trevor Bauer to that rotation. Exciting, naturally, Bukes. We know that. But as he joins, Clayton Kershaw and Walker Buehler and David Price, provided he's back, just an onslaught of arms coming at you. Yeah. Who really stands out in that rotation for you?
Honestly, I would love to say David Price, but opting out last year, we don't really know what we're going to get out of him in this upcoming season. So I'm just going to stick with Walker Buehler. I mean, look, he struggled out of the gate last year in that odd season that we had. But if there's one thing that you can point to that's encouraging, he's continuing to miss bats, and that number keeps continuing to go up. Last season, he had a 12.3 swing and miss rate, and like I mentioned, that number goes up each and every season he pitches. When he first started out at 10.2%. So if he's going to continue to miss bats, his command is excellent. Obviously, that was a struggle for him for a little bit last year, but if he can continue down that path, he's going to be a real problem for opposing teams every 5 days when they have to play him. So Walker Buehler is my guy for this one.
But of course, Gary, and as we know, it's not just about real life performance, it's best fantasy performers. So of this group of guys that we mentioned, is it Buehler for you or somebody else?
It is Buehler, though I will back up Steve and say I think Price has the potential to be the best fantasy value in redraft formats. I mean, right now in NFBC drafts, he's going around pick 175, pick 200. He has the potential, especially with just the amount of wins he could possibly rack up on a team that dominant. So something to keep an eye on, obviously. But if you're just going with best pitcher of the bunch, I think it has to be Buehler over someone like Trevor Bauer, who a lot of the projection systems don't love. I don't know if I'm as far down on Bauer as maybe some of the underlying sabermetrics are, but if you go by Steamer, if you go by the bat, whatever projection system you want to use, they all like Buehler more. And it's for a lot of the reasons Steve talked about. It's the swing and miss potential. It's the fact that his expected WOBA has been lower than Bauer's if you go back to the 2019 season. Really, the only way you can get Bauer ahead of Buehler, in my mind, is if you start looking at durability. And, that 2020 season is really going to mess with a lot of these, like, he's thrown 175 innings since stats. But Bauer's basically thrown the equivalent of 175 innings, wink 2020 season, for 6 straight years. So you kind of just know what you're getting from Bauer. You're getting 30 starts. Buehler had some weird injury stuff last season. He's still pretty young. We know Dave Roberts has a weird thing with limiting the young guys in their innings. So that's maybe the one area where I give the edge to Bauer, but otherwise it's Buehler.
So from 60 games to 162, the regular baseball season, you do have the Dodgers even still, obviously the favorites in the DK Sportsbook at plus 350 to repeat as champions. Gary, and staying with you, do you see any value in that?
I mean, it's hard to ever say you see value in taking the favorite. Do I think they probably win the World Series? Sure. They have the best team. I mean, Pacoda just put out their projection system for the 2021 season. And not only are the Dodgers the only team projected to have more than 100 wins, they have 6 more wins than anyone else. However, the team with the third most projected wins is in their division, the Padres. So there's only so many things that have to go right for San Diego and wrong for Los Angeles, I think, where maybe the Dodgers, as crazy as it sounds, find themselves in that one-game NL wildcard playoff situation, which is not what you want if you bet them plus 350 to win the World Series. So I think if you're looking for actual value with World Series bets and you want to use that same Pacoda projection system, they love the Twins to win the AL Central, and they are 20-1 right now to win the World Series. And then even someone like the Brewers or the Reds, like that NL Central is wide open. It seems like the Cubs don't want to play this year. So, I mean, the Brewers are like 44-1, and Pacoda has them winning about 90 games this season. So I think there's other bets and other places to go. You don't have to pick on the NL West, where 2 of the best teams in baseball, probably the 2 best teams in the National League, happen to reside.
So same for you, Bukes, thinking value in mind. You'd rather put your money elsewhere?
Well, real quick, I just got to take a quick check. Oh, yep, there it is. The Pacoda standings. They're in the trash barrel next to my desk here because they're absolutely horrific. The Twins aren't going anywhere this season, okay? I love the Twins. They have no pitching. They're not going to get that far, okay? And believe me, I'm a big Twins fan, so don't get me wrong. But kind of going off what Garion was saying, you want to get value here. Look at some of the teams that are way down the board, okay? Like Garion's team here, the Blue Jays. 28-1. That whole cast of misfits that they have in the rotation, if they can actually start to align, that lineup is going to do a lot of damage. 28-1, that's value right there. Talk about the Nationals, another team that has some value here. Obviously, their pitching is immense, but can that lineup actually hit? 33-1, that's some value right there. I think about the Yankees last year, how they were the big favorites in the American League. As we were entering the month of, mid-September, we didn't even know if they were going to win the division. You're just not going to get the best bang for your buck there with the Dodgers. Will they go far? Absolutely. But is that really going to, cash in the money for you? Not necessarily.
Guys, we've talked about the Padres. Let's do it some more here with more of a focus on San Diego and Bukes. Obviously the Padres have gone out. They've upgraded their rotation. Blake Snell, Yu Darvish, Joe Musgrove. But the conversation, it feels like it starts and ends with this team, with the offense, because of just what a force of nature Fernando Tatis Jr. was out there last year. And don't get me wrong, Manny Machado was great as well. But Tatis is rapidly ascended to one of the faces of Major League Baseball. But in terms of fantasy performance, where does he rank for you going into this season?
I mean, I think he's in the top 3. Like, how can you not put him in the top 3 there? Defensively, offensively, like, he is the whole package. And we haven't even seen him play a full season of games yet. He's played 143 games, 39 home runs, 98 RBIs, 27 stolen bases. Like, he is the total package. Now, again, you can also say that is a very short sample that we have on Fernando Tatis Jr., but we have a short sample on everybody from last year. So you really can't use that argument. But from what we've seen, this is somebody who flew through the minors, has done it at every level in the minors, and now it's coming over to the major leagues as well. If he can tone down some of the strikeouts that he has and the swings and misses that he has, like, he legitimately could be the top player in Major League Baseball. His wins above replacement, 2.9, was the first amongst all shortstops, third in the league last year in that small sample. But truly, from what we've seen so far through the minors, in the major leagues, he's the player.
Top 3 for you as well, Gary?
I mean, I think if we're talking fantasy baseball, he's the number 1 pick. I think the two guys who you kind of have to debate are Tatis and Acuna. And right now they're going 1-2, Acuna being the number 1 pick in NFBC formats. It's early, obviously. We're still a ways away here from this being like concrete ADP data. But I think all the negatives you can possibly come up with for Tatis are still just as prevalent with Acuna. So I'm thinking he's my number 1 guy. I mean, we talk about these projection systems. Steamer only has 2 players in 2021 projected to score 100 runs, drive in 100, and steal 20 bases. And it's those 2 guys. But when you're talking about real 5-category players, 2020, weird season, understandably. Maybe you don't want to take all the stats we have from that year, with complete confidence, just blind faith. But Acuna had some real batting average issues. His expected batting average was just 254, where Tatis's was up at 298. That is a massive difference between those 2 numbers. And a big reason for that is, even with the strikeouts that Tatis brings to the table, he led all of baseball in barrels per plate appearance. When he puts the bat on the ball, he squares it up almost every time. So I really think he's the first player off the board for me this year.
Knowing all the potential for this team too, Gary, do you have a favorite futures bet for San Diego in the DK Sportsbook?
Yeah, I think Bukes and I are probably going to line up on this one. I think right now Tatis for NL MVP plus 850. Look, I just said he's probably going to have the best statistical season of anyone in baseball. Steve mentioned that he's a great defensive shortstop as well. You put those 2 things together on a winning team, that probably is going to lead to MVP more often than not. But if you want longer odds, he's 25-1 to lead baseball in hits. And as I mentioned, strikeouts are an issue. That's obviously a bit of a wary thing you have to go when you're projecting this forward. But Steamer has him finishing 9th this year in hits anyway. And it's with a pretty, I wouldn't say a low estimate of plate appearances. We're talking about 677 plate appearances. But he's someone who's batting atop an order that should just be turning over constantly. Like, he could be averaging 4.7, 4.8 plate appearances per game. Might get up to like 730, 740 plate appearances if he stays healthy. That's just going to be volume across the board. So I think 25-1 to lead the league in hits is a pretty good one if you want slightly longer odds.
You have anything different, Bukes?
No, I mean, I'm pretty much on par with Gary in here. I love the MVP bet at plus 850. As the season goes along, I think those odds are just going to fall here. So you're probably not going to see anything better than plus 850 at the moment, at least heading into the season. So I like the MVP bet. I'm a big Tatis backer, so I think plus 850 for MVP would be the way I'm looking.
Well, fresh off an exciting and maybe longer than usual Daytona 500, it's time to move along. So we bring in Pierce Dietrich, our DK contributor and racing expert, I think is fair to say. I am Adam Kaufman. So you had Michael McDowell emerge victorious at the Daytona, and obviously it was a really compelling race there late, Pierce. But now we move along. We got the O'Reilly Auto Parts 253 also at Daytona. It's just a different course, clearly. So as you look at this one, any just course changes, things that we need to know for this race as compared to the inaugural event last year?
This week, NASCAR has added some turtles to the track. If you're new to it, it's basically speed bumps, I guess, to explain to people that are not big racing fans. During the Clash race, the drivers were cutting corners during the chicane. They were throwing dirt on the track, which basically made it ice, which is a real problem for DFS because really good drivers, mainly the guy that was leading Truex, spun out on the dirt. NASCAR doesn't want that to happen again. So instead, they've added turtles. So if a driver cuts the corner or misses their mark, they'll tear their car apart. So there's going to be people that are going to wreck out. But now, instead of being random drivers getting loose in the dirt, it's going to be the drivers that you would expect to wreck. They're going to wreck.
So you bring up Martin Truex Jr., as you said, spun out there very late in that race, only had, 7 laps left or something like that. He was very close to the end, unable to finish. So he is the favorite, though, at least in terms of a DFS perspective, the highest priced guy at $11K. Do you like him? Do you prefer somebody else in that general range?
Absolutely. If you look at the race, the full race, and then the exhibition race, he's looked really good. Last year, he made some mistakes under caution, drove through the field twice. That's really tough to do at a road course, but he did it. And then he made mistakes again in the Clash race and again drove through the field twice.
Well, hello, everybody. It's Saturday night. Here we go. Brandon Krisztal, Brendan Glasheen. We've got the Washington football team and the San Francisco 49ers. Big pride night for yours truly. Going to play Raheem Mostert in the captain spot. What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
I thought about it, but I wanted to get a little more value in my lineup. So I captained George Kittle.
Okay, I played him. I've got him in there. I don't mind it.
And the lineups are locking shortly. Didn't play either quarterback.
Yeah, they're kind of expensive. They're the most expensive guys in the contest for the showdown.
And they're not great.
No.
They don't put up Lamar Jackson kind of numbers, or Kyler Murray and Aaron Rodgers just had 2 big sins, especially Rodgers he accounted for 4 of the 5 touchdowns, ran 1 in and threw 3.
That's fair.
So and I don't trust either of them. It almost makes me want to play the Niners D against crappy Dwayne Haskins, but I didn't.
See, I don't mind Garoppolo in Simland because we have to keep in mind this game is based on he went to the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
So he's got decent ratings.
Right,
the action rating's pretty good. His short mid accuracy is decent. He's pretty good. Like he's got a 91 short accuracy, awareness 87. It might not be fair now, but I actually don't mind Garoppolo. So lineups have locks. We can go ahead and reveal the winning lineups. Mostert in the captain for yours truly. Garoppolo, Kittle, Samuel, and then my 2 Washington players, the Sprinkler and Peyton Barber, the power back.
And I am looking at mine. Like I mentioned, George Kittle, Raheem the Dream Mostert, McKissick, Debo, Sprinkler for me as well, and Robbie Gould.
Okay.
Robbie Gould, who is a full point and a half better than the Washington kicker.
That's a good call in terms of playing the Sprinkler because he does get very, very involved in the passing game. So I don't mind that play one bit. And he's the RB1. So
I'm in 17th right now, feeling good.
Hey, man.
Off to a good start.
I'm happy you submitted your lineup, and we'll see how this goes.
Back-to-back games where I've submitted my lineup. I think I finished 100th last game.
Oh.
My run inside the top 10 was very short-lived with the win and then the 10th place finish.
Hello to Eric Court, Shane Thomas, TK, Lewis Daniel, Must Buy, Joker, Fred, CEH over on the YouTube feed. We've got Smash Lanta, who believes Koff and I look similar. I don't really see it. Maybe it's because I'm fearful of believing that's any bit true. Heavy on Twitch. Sup? So, Washington football team, starting with the football. Dwayne Haskins out of the shotgun, and we're underway. Washington football team and San Francisco. I'm wondering if one of these teams, more so the Washington football team, because the steam has started to lessen in terms of Jimmy Garoppolo potentially leaving San Francisco. More so because does another team want to take the risk of taking him on? Washington, though, clearly a team that needs a quarterback. And I wonder if Sam Darnold is the man for the job after we heard Carson Wentz is going to the Colts. I don't know. It makes me wonder. So I guess in some ways, these are two teams that are still in the Sam Darnold sweepstakes. It wouldn't surprise me either way, but it feels more and more likely that Garoppolo is not going to leave San Francisco.
And unless Kirk Cousins is a part of it, I guess.
That's
part
true
of the
too.
Niners' future. I think Darnold will create some sort of bidding war, and I won't be surprised if Darnold goes for more than what Wentz went for. Even if it's just a guaranteed couple of twos. The fact that the Wentz can become a one, and maybe with Darnold, the two can become a one there as well.
You think Darnold will command more of a offer than Carson Wentz?
Yeah, I think people like his upside.
Okay.
He doesn't have the injury history. They'll blame the situations, the last year of the Todd Bowles regime, the 2 years with Gase and the dysfunction there. And they'll say there's a reason that a lot of people had him as the number one QB on their board that year, ahead of Baker, ahead of Lamar Jackson, ahead of Allen, ahead of Josh Rosen. That in the right situation, because you got to know the way certainly GMs and definitely coaches think, like, let us get a hold of him with what we have and the way we approach everything. You know, Kyle Shanahan probably looks at Darnold and thinks, I could have this kid for 12 years.
Sure, yeah. No doubt.
I'm not saying specifically that's what he thinks about Darnold, but someone who's offensive-minded like that, who's like, just let me have this kid. And we're looking at a lot of years with a lot of playoff appearances. And all it takes is two teams. I think Darnold will have more than one team, unlike Wentz, who had 1.5 teams, essentially. And so I mentioned it last game. It's nice that Howie Roseman can get Chris Mortensen to go on ESPN and Adam Schefter to back him up and say, this is going to be a blockbuster trade coming down with Wentz. And then nothing happens because people in the league talk, and they're like, well, we're not making a blockbuster trade, are you? No. No blockbuster trade here.
It's good. It's an interesting way of looking at it for sure. I want to shout out our team with us tonight, producer Madison, Andrew, our technical director, Zach on Game Ops. Hope you guys are having a good night. 3rd and 14. Washington just punted. Jimmy G.
Throw the ball.
Wow.
Jeez.
Here I am shouting out his 87 awareness in the pregame. And
Thomas Davis Sr. flies through. Did Thomas Davis retire? Does that sound right? He announced his retirement?
I don't know. Not sure. Let's look it up. Thomas Davis retirement.
I like the spinning sack.
Yes, that is true. Actually, no, that's an article. Oh, yeah, he will. Thomas Davis announces he'll retire after 2020 season.
Okay.
That was December 29th when that came out.
Pretty good run. Walter Payton Man of the Year. Played in the Super Bowl after breaking his leg or whatever.
Neville Cleanup Hitter says, hey, Tom, it's the 7 o'clock stream on Saturday night. Invite your energy to the party. Well, Tom's not here. He'll be here at 10. for Madden After Dark. Brandon worked the last sim. Let's see. Looking at ownership. Let's see what Mostert's at. 79.9%.
Well, I got him. You got him.
Yep, we're part of that.
Got
big
McKissick.
Number.
He's closing in on the bonus now. It's in his sights. Maybe not closing in. He's eyeing it. Hey, so I was thinking about you today when I was watching the Avalanche Vegas Golden Knights hockey game from Tahoe, where they only got a period in, and they're going to resume it at midnight Eastern, 10 Mountain, 9 out in Tahoe. And so I knew Tirico was out there because I had seen where JT the Brick tweeted a picture of him, and I'm thinking, okay, maybe he's their on-site guy. And then I realized Doc Emmerich retired.
Yeah.
And Mike Tirico is now the -- hockey announcer? Or is Kenny Albert and Tirico's doing it just because it's a big event and there's the hosting part of it too?
That is
Kenny's going to call the finals, but Mike will probably call conference finals. It seems like if he's calling the 2 outdoor games, or at least maybe Mike's calling today with Eddie O, and tomorrow Kenny Albert's calling the game with who's the lead analyst that I'm drawing a blank on? Eddie O's a lot of times a studio guy.
I've actually called a game with Eddie's son involved at Colorado College. God, I'm not good with the hockey analysts.
Anyway, this is a long way for me to get to.
Plus, Milbury doesn't work there anymore, so.
Maybe I was even thinking of Milbury. I don't know. But so, all that to say, we knew Mike Tirico was really good, and everyone's seen him call everything in the world. I hadn't seen him call a hockey game because I'm not sure he's called a hockey game in recent years. Maybe he has for NHL and NBCSN that I just missed.
He's only called like 4 or 5 hockey games ever. It's nuts.
Okay. And the thing is, his style is he's just so good that he's not going to kill you with. Maybe kill you is not the right word, but he's not going to overcall the game. He's going to make it conversational. And, I only saw him do the start of the period because KU was playing at the same time. But he can see the game well enough. And, look, he lives in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Odds are he watches a fair amount of hockey in that part of the world. He's from New York, went to Syracuse. So, he's called basketball and football forever and a bunch of other sports, golf. There's a certain way, right? You have to, and play-by-play guys, I remember Sean Grandy telling me this, that you have to see the game a certain way. And some people can, some people can't. The sense I got was that Tirico could see hockey and was calling the action just fine, even if it wasn't all. What I was going to say is all the extra words that, different ways to describe a pass, like the great Doc Emmerich would give you.
Sure.
Maybe not as colorful, but not noticeable. You're just like, oh, there's Mike Tirico calling a basketball game. Look how good he is.
The jargon, the jargon that goes with each sport. If you can interchange, there's a lot of interchangeable parts. And he's just really good at he can step into any event, and basically that's where his hosting duties really shine. Yeah. And he can sound like he's caught up on everything and what each team has been up to for the last 2 months.
Well, and here's the thing too: if you can, without letting people think that being a play-by-play guy is the easiest job in the world, because there's lots of tricks and nuances to being great at it. And I think you could make the case that Mike Tirico is great, but you could easily make the case he's really good at every sport, right? Yeah. Like, he's going to take over for Al Michaels. I don't think anyone thinks he's going to be better than Al Michaels. Obviously, he did Monday Night Football a lot of years. When he calls basketball, I don't think people think he's got a better call than maybe Dan Shulman did when he was calling all those years of college hoops. But it's like he's essentially an A- B+ guy in everything he does, rather than being the A++ guy, which is awesome. But you don't necessarily have to be that, because that if you're watching a game Mike Tirico's doing, he's going to sound prepared. And here's the thing: if you can process the information, if you can read it and store it and then access it quickly, in modern sports in the last 20 years, especially with computers, you can read up more than enough on every team to hit all of their major headlines and then all of the second and third tier stories that are applying to each game, to where it does seem like you've watched the Avalanche and the Vegas Golden Knights each play 10 games when he maybe only watched them each play once, or maybe he's watched every one of their games. I don't know.
He's a big watching film guy.
Yeah, and if you structure your time well enough, it's all available to you. You can watch. You can fly through games. If you're calling an NFL game with Game Pass, with the hockey and the basketball and the baseball apps that are out there, you can get through games pretty quickly because you cut out all the commercials. And even if you listen to it in real time without commercials, you'll hear all the stories that the local analysts and local play-by-play guys are giving you to know what's going on with the team. And then you read the game notes, and you're caught up on the biggest storylines going into the game. What player's close to closing in on this milestone, or has this many game goal streak or point streak or whatever. But it was very obvious, and I've done this for years, but a credit to Rico that he could just step right in and call hockey like he's been doing it for 20 years, all the time.
No doubt. For sure. Congo Cab, Mr. Hawk, Noah, Tom's Microwave, good to see you guys. 3rd and 9. Garoppolo connects with Kittle, just shy of the 40, gain of 15. Couple of punts to start us off. Hopkins kicking a field goal to put the Washington football team on the board first. We mentioned Mostert's high ownership, 80% in the flex. McKissick next in line at 64.6%. Kittle, 62.8%. Debo, 46.8%. And then Jimmy G, 38.2%.
That Kittle catch should knock me up from 131.
Are you going to stay up and watch the hockey at midnight? Oh, well, actually, it's midnight Eastern, so 11 for you.
10.
Sorry.
I'll be up. I can't swear that I'll have that game on exclusively. If we're in the basement, even though I do have 4 TVs, my wife doesn't like multiple TVs, which is a good thing because we got the little pull-down, the pull-down screen installed right before the Super Bowl and the projector, so that's where we've been doing movie night. But she's cool with me putting on my laptop or even watching on my phone. And so I'll have it on for sure because it'll look cool, I'm sure, at night with the lights. It won't look as cool as it did during the day where you can see the lake.
Yeah.
But they'll I guarantee you they've gone through scenarios where they not only have lights around the ice, they'll have a second set of lights around the perimeter so you can see the settings still, right? We're not just going to see the ice.
I'm interested to see how it will look with lights and if it can illuminate the lake and what the mountains might look like. It's beautiful. I did catch some of that first period earlier today.
So here's the thing real quick. Brian Boucher was talking about the glare, and he's down behind one of the goals with sunglasses on. He's like, this glare is going to be a problem for these goalies because the shine off the ice. So I quickly go to my DraftKings Sportsbook app and adjust accordingly. And one goal scored 3 minutes in, and then that was it because of the playing surface. So it was like, well, I was ready, for each team to score 5 goals, and who knows what it'll be now at night.
Hold on a second. I got a question for the people. What happened to Steph Curry? Why is Steph Curry not playing? Why is he not starting? Does anyone know?
I think he's over it. He's like, I'm too good.
Does anybody know? Someone might have played him in NBA tonight, and I just got a DK Live alert that Michael Mulder is starting in his place. The game's already started. Here we go again. Here we go again. I might lose my mind.
Madison, noted Magic fan, says it's because the Orlando Magic owned him. That's exactly why. Last night, he just couldn't get over the Magic, the underman Magic with no point guards owning him.
He got hurt?
Some of those point guards are healthy.
Did Curry get hurt?
Got injured, says Noah Moon.
Was this pregame? You gotta
I don't
be
know.
kidding me.
Since I'm semi-retired from playing lineups against Coffin basketball and focused on this outdoor hockey these days, where all my energy is.
That, my friends, is brutal. Brutal.
Somebody wanted to know if any pieces of airplane landed in my yard. Thankfully, I'm nowhere near where pieces of that airplane were falling out of the sky. And even more thankfully, everybody's okay. That Denver flight headed to Honolulu. Did you see any of that video or those pictures on Twitter?
No.
It's pretty wild. One of the engines started flaming, catching on fire.
No, I did see this.
Yeah.
And it was actually, weirdly enough, because I do some games up at New Hampshire, it was a New Hampshire graduate who tweeted the video.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. There's a bunch of different videos out there, but the one from inside the plane, that person very easily could have been a New Hampshire grad. But somebody asked, I got a text from my mom. She knows where I live and where actually her friend, one of her best friends, lives real close to where parts of the plane were falling from the sky. But so she asked, did any of my friends have any in their yard? I was like, not that I know of. Somebody on the Dream Stream here asked me in YouTube, did any pieces land? No, it's about 45 miles from my house. So thankfully.
It's good you brought up
Here you
something
go.
more important than my
Here's your breaking news.
than my $5 NBA contest.
Warriors say Stephen Curry
What the heck, man?
is not feeling
What the
well.
heck?
He is not feeling well. Little tummy ache. You got a tummy ache, dude. It happens. Brandon, give me a solid pick for the captain in the Bruins-Philly game. Not Chara. And not Cam Neely. And not Gritty. Although video of Gritty snowboarding was awesome. I'll defer to real hockey experts on... the one time I played fantasy hockey, I beat Koff and I retired.
I'm rattled right now. I'm like, it's ruined my night.
Can
like
you put Mulder in?
No, it's too late. The game started at 8 o'clock.
This now, another tweet. Not health and safety protocol absence for Steph. I'm told he's not feeling well, not pulled off the court by the NBA. That from Anthony Slater.
It's not even about if I win or
What you
not.
get for
It's just,
playing Steph Curry.
it's just to enjoy the night. Now I can't even enjoy the night. It's over. You know what I'm saying? And people in the chat know that too. Now it's
In
over.
theory, that's a risk everyone takes when you fill out a lineup with a guy that's not injured, that's not COVID related. They may just not feel well. It happens. There's a human element. So I'm not trying to certainly take Kaufman's side here. I would never do that. But this could have happened to him just as easily. And maybe it did. Does he have Steph in his lineup?
Yeah, I probably would have laughed at him. You're probably right.
Yeah.
Andrew says no. Our technical director's like, no, it wouldn't happen to him.
What are you eating? Dates?
It's a grape. I'm eating the grape to keep myself in check because I am livid right now.
My 2-year-old calls them geeps. Close. I think now it's up to Gates.
Lane, he's not coming back. He didn't even start. He's ruled out.
He's not feeling well. He went home.
He went home. He's not there. He's not playing.
Are they on the road or are they in? I guess they're probably out west if it's tipping now.
Okay. All right. Just gonna do what I always do and take a deep breath. Look at the leaderboard and act like a professional.
Oh.
Well, I'm sitting close to last in the free roll. Where is everybody else? There's a catch. Almost a first down.
A little bit of news as it relates to one of the teams in this game.
What do you got?
This from Nikki Jabala, The Athletic. Some people may have already noticed this. The Washington football team recently updated its renaming and rebranding site to WashingtonJourney.com to reflect what team president Jason Wright and others said a while ago. It's still going to be WFT this year, but we'll have a permanent name in 2022. They could have a lot of fun with this. There's a chance to make a lot of money on the rebranding yet again. Because there are, I'm sure, people that are buying WFT gear. They'll do that for 2 years, and I'm sure they realize doing it for 2 years means they can sell a little more of it because people bought it because it was different, and now they're going to buy it. Now they know that it's going away, and then they will buy the new gear when they pick a new team, unless it's some silly name, which I doubt it will be.
2nd and 8. That ball complete for a first down.
Logan Thomas?
Dontrell Inman.
Is Logan Thomas on the Washington football team in this game?
He is, but he is the tight end.
82. He's 82.
Yeah. Where'd you see this report?
Nikki Jhabvala of The Athletic. At Nikki Jhabvala, Jhabvala. She used to cover the Broncos here for a lot of years. Good reporter. She now works for the Washington. Oh, I say The Athletic. She now works for the Washington Post. Sorry.
Oh, very cool.
But, yeah, she did work at The Athletic. Now she's at the Washington Post covering the Washington football team, soon to be something else. But they can have a lot of fun with it, too. And here, I'm going to click on the website to see.
Yeah, I just pulled up what you're talking about.
Options. You're giving us options, WashingtonJourney.com. New name, new era. Check it out. Feel free in the chat to give us name ideas. Explore the journey for retiring our old name. Launching a new kind of legend. Join the journey. What's going on here? Okay.
Lucci Rivera says, I don't even understand how you don't pay attention to your lineups when this has happened to you more than once. No. This came out after lock.
Yeah, this hasn't happened at all this year.
Sham Sharanya, after 8 p.m., reported this. You can't change your lineup.
All right.
Let me be clear.
5 buzzwords: transformation, discovery, insight, creation, execution. That's what it's trying to win a PowerPoint presentation.
It's a pride thing. That's all.
Well, give me some choices. Submit your idea.
Miami says Curry blowing up Twitter feeds everywhere.
Wow. You can really submit your idea. Check this out. So you can upload your idea, what you think it should be called, and I guess give some reason why. Like the people that had the red tails, because that was a Tuskegee Airman's nickname. Right? So you could explain that. You could pick a file if you wanted, or add a URL. Then you give your name, you can give your Twitter and Instagram handle. And if they like it, they'll probably say, hey, here's an idea. Brendan Glasheen of formerly of Lowell, Mass, now some other Boston suburb, says it should be the Washington. I don't know. What do you want him to be?
The Washington buzzwords.
Okay, Washington buzzwords. Not sure you get a tweet on that. Neville Cleanup hit says Draymond got scratched after lock.
Yeah, that happened. That was a couple days ago, right?
All right, so it happens. I'm in 109th place in our content.
2 field goals for the football team. Yeah, if you missed it, just for your own sakes, forget mine. Steph Curry not playing tonight. Illness. Did not
throw
start.
the ball. Gosh, I should play
Jimmy
Washington.
Garoppolo taking too many sacks. This is getting ridiculous. Kerrigan's a good player. But
I wonder where he's going to sign, because he's going to be released here in the next couple of weeks.
Kerrigan is?
Yeah, he's on the final year of his deal. He seems like the type of player that might sign with the Chiefs. I know people say J.J. Watt should go there, but he's a 4-3 defensive end. You can put him next to Chris Jones, opposite of Frank Clark. That's one of the things that Rossi and I were talking about last game. J.J. Watt's already released.
Wow.
Right. J.J. Watt's already released. Patrick Peterson. Yep. Ryan Kerrigan's going to be released. Von Miller could hit the street. Those names are unexpected, are expected. There's also going to be some unexpected names, too.
Yeah, he's 32, and of course probably wants to win, right, at this stage.
It's just a damn cough, man. Washington Bullets? Oh, wait. The Washington Presidents? The Washington we are sick of our politicians? A little too wordy.
3rd and 23.
There's Mostert. Your Cat's inspiration. Any movement on the Cat front?
No movement. None. Zip. Nada. CJ71 says, big shout out to Coach Joe Gibbs. His grandson, Ty Gibbs, first start for NASCAR and won the Xfinity Daytona road course race. Now forget about Curry.
I forgot to put him in my Daytona Xfinity Series lineup. Washington, D.C. Looters.
That is just a bummer. That's all. I'm just bummed. I'm not mad. Well, I am mad. I'd be lying. I am disappointed in that. God, another punt. Yes, Adam. Hashtag Raheem to the stream.
Washington land takers. A lot of these aren't gonna fly. Washington insurrection, saw that coming.
Low scoring sim. If you guys roster defenses, good on you. Oh, and look, see, this is why we can't move on, because this guy has to get in the chat and start. See, that you guys wonder. It's like, oh, Coven, no. Hashtag. What's the hashtag again? What's the hashtag he uses? Come on, give it to me. What does he say? Right? Oh, this is it. Oh, hashtag rent free. Hashtag rent free. Yeah. He gets in the chat and starts. Oh, hashtag rent free. Hashtag rent free. Yeah, well, you're here. And yes, I played Steph Curry.
I didn't. Tom's Microwave says the Denzel Washingtons. It's creative. See, someone said Washington Skins, and I didn't have a problem with that. Just apostrophe, skins, who cares? And then you keep your same colors, keep your same gear. Maybe you make a new logo. I don't know what your logo looks like. Probably not potato skins. Washington Pilgrims. Madison chiming in. God, he has no life. I don't know if that was private or not, but Koff can read the Slack too, so.
Well, he can't read in our group.
He can't? Oh, he's being invited to each group? I have like 15 groups, so I just figure I could go into each of them. No, she can. Yeah. That was for public consumption. It's a Saturday night. Why wouldn't Koff be hanging out in the Dream Stream chat with the rest of us? Washington Internationals, Washington Table Legs.
McLaurin getting involved. Sherman on the tackle.
How confusing was it for the 50 years or so that, and maybe it was a little less than that St. Louis had two teams that were the Cardinals that played in the same stadium? Like I'm saying conversationally. Talk radio wasn't as big then, but hey, all right, let's talk some St. Louis Cardinals. Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Washington Red Wolves, that's so far the best one. Washington Monuments. Washington Monuments isn't terrible.
Yeah. How do you brand that, though? I mean, obviously the Monuments.
The logo, you probably have, you pay some money to the Chamber of Commerce or whoever profits off the merchandise for Washington Monument stuff. Somebody does, I'm sure, but not just the government.
Stephen Boss says, oops, I'm really far behind, because he said he's out because of illness. Yep, we've been over that.
Here's what Dame Lillard's done in his last 3 games from Elias Sports Bureau. 108 points, 37 assists. Only 3 other players over the last 30 years have hit those minimums in a 3-game span. James Harden's done it 4 times. LeBron James in March of 18. Trae Young, January of 2020.
Really? Good for him.
108 points, 37 assists. That feels like something Joker probably could do.
I really hope.
108 points, a lot of points.
I really do.
Washington Warriors. At least they were in different sports, BK. The Canadian Football League had 9 teams and 2 were named the Rough Riders, although one was spelled as one word. Right. That was a little confusing. Washington, D.C. Universe. Washington Red Tails would be cool. I do think it'd be cool. Zach Morris is trash.
Oh, another sack.
Is that Kinlaw, the Rook? Maybe not.
Jones.
Mr. Washington Generals, Washington, D.C. Bombers. Frederick really wants us to read. Washington's My Hands. Washington Team Football logo on the helmet could be WTF. Washington Taxmen. Washington Turtlenecks. Washington Peaches.
I mean, do you have a favorite at this point?
No, well, Red Tails is cool. Something Wolves, Warriors related, I don't mind because it's alliterative. If it was, which is okay because you can do some cool stuff with 2 W's. Washington, not Redskins.
Wow, what a great first half of football. Haskins, 13 of 17. This is bad. 13 of 17, 127. Jimmy Garoppolo, 2 for 4, 30 yards. No touchdowns, no picks. 2 for 4. Should have started him instead of Steph Curry.
Jimmy G, yeah.
Yeah.
He would have got you more points or same amount of points.
Yeah, that's right.
You could have started Del Curry tonight and gotten the same points.
Inman, 6 for 81. Mostert, 1 for 14. Kittle, 1 for 16. McLaurin, 2 for 17.
Is Philly playing tonight?
The Sixers?
Yeah.
No.
Seth Curry. You could have started Seth Curry.
Let me give him a call. Seth, you mind suiting up tonight? Okay, take your points that you score tomorrow and put them in. I'll talk to Jason Robbins about that. Marv Albert's back in the chat. Washington face Joel. Yes. That was good. That cheered me up. 6-0, our score. A couple of field goals. Jimmy Garoppolo has not only thrown 4 passes, he's completed just 2.
Washington Nightmares, Washington Whippersnappers, Washington Red Coughs, Washington Bitcoins.
How about the Washington Dolls?
Washington Werewolves. Werewolves, I think, are cooler than just wolves or red wolves.
He's Brandon Cristal, Brendan Glasheen. Steph Curry not here with us in this sim, also not in lineups tonight. So just want to share that again in case you're someone who played him. I'm not over it. Sorry. And if you're getting annoyed about it, you can go start your own podcast because I don't care. I'm going to bring it up. Andrew is here, as well as Madison. And Zach, updating scores. Having a fine evening.
College basketball news. Kentucky, who had a big win over Tennessee today, right? They held on for that, right? They were up 25. Their game against Texas A&M Tuesday postponed due to COVID issues. Not sure which team, Kentucky or A&M, but Kentucky will not be able to ride that momentum.
Oh, boy, on the fumble. Oh, we almost had a no dice moment. Touchdown, Washington.
Look at that. Who's got the Washington football team? D. Haskins flexing on the bench.
He's taking the credit. So who fumbles? This is probably Mostert, if I had to guess. Yep, it was Mostert on the pitch. And that is no question a fumble.
Washington Minutemen.
Wow. They're going to go for 2. Look at that. Look at this troll job. That ball complete. 2-point conversion. Terry McLaurin. Carl?
Dad, is he playing?
No, he's not.
He's not playing.
Okay. McLaurin is, though. 14-0.
Washington Twilight. Washington Red Fanes. That's supposed to be a G. Washington DraftKings. You do have the New York Red Bulls in the MLS. I understand the NFL likes to think that it's above things like that. They'll let you put advertisements on the jerseys at practice. But why not open it up to the highest bidder? Washington Amazons. And they just have an Amazon logo.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. Bezos tries to buy the team.
Giggle pigs. Come on. Apri 04 leading the free showdown, the public contest. over on DraftKings, 11,272 entries. The Washington football team touchdown is in the game center, in the winning lineup. It's all updated. 31.5 points for the Washington football team defense.
That's what I was thinking about captaining, and I just didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah. Knowing you, I would have guessed that.
Last game, I tried to captain Mercedes Lewis and Christian Kirk, but it wouldn't let me. So instead, I captained Bunches.
Next time, we'll be sure to go over that. Okay.
Washington Lizards.
James, good. Brandon, thanks for helping James out.
Yeah, it's happened to me once or twice and some other stuff. So.
Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. The Twitch chat loves talking NBA. Good luck,
Washington,
guys.
Emerson Latsias. A little wordy.
A lot of kickers on that team.
Yeah.
A lot of kickers.
So there's snow on the ground, and you know what? If it's sunny out tomorrow, I think it is, with the snow on the ground, I'm going to find some shoes, maybe some soccer cleats, just because I have access to them. Grab the 14-year-old, set up cameras, and see if I can go kick a 30 or 40-yarder and show you all how it's supposed to be done.
We'll have to factor in the elevation.
Well, so, and this is the way I calculated it, talking to Rossi. The longest field goal of all time, there's two of them that were kicked here. Both Matt Prater and Jano kicked 64-yarders, a mile above sea level. Jason Elam kicked a 63-yarder here. Jano and Tom Dempsey also kicked 63-yarders at sea level. So you only get 1 yard, I've decided.
Nick Thomas says the Washington Giraffe Kings. Oh, that's great. I would buy a jersey tomorrow. Tonight. The Washington Giraffe Kings. Oh, man.
All right, so I won't clear out the snow so that we're on the same
surface.
Same surface in theory. I got to think where's the closest uprights to me. Middle school, high school. There's not one nearby. I mean, they're nearby, but not like in the immediate vicinity. So.
This Niners offense, not a good idea to stack. Call me, says the Washington Glass Sheens. I'd be honored.
Thomas Davis Sr.'s having himself a game. The Washington Meowsters.
Well, I thought about that, but he doesn't play for them.
Washington Red Vipers. That sounds cool. I don't know if a red viper is an actual thing, but it sounds cool. Washington Gridlock. Could refer to the traffic or be a statement on politics.
The Red Viper. They could just be a car. Their mascot's a car.
Just to bring the Dodge Viper back.
Yeah.
Dodge is their big sponsor. Put it in the end zone like they used to in the 70s.
That'd actually be pretty
Three
cool.
Rivers.
I promise. I'm trying to move on. I really am. But now I'm getting texts. Adam Kaufman. Believe it or not, I had zero idea you rostered Curry when I jumped in the chat. Stop it.
I almost want to believe him, but he's going to have some proof to that.
There'll be a 5-minute story. Well, here's the thing. I wasn't totally paying attention, but I was paying attention, and I might have seen it come across my eyes. That
Washington Wildcats. What I like about that is that there's no Wildcats in the pros, even though there's 1 million in college.
Brandon Cristal is going to be in the room with the Washington football team, giving them guys. I have so many options for you. He's writing all of these down, courtesy of the Giraffe Kings fan. First and goal, Jimmy, don't mess up. Ooh, tight window. That's not Kittle. Who is that? That might have been Pettis. Yep.
I would like George Kittle to score here, as he's my captain, and I'm in 118th place. I know you would like Mostert.
I've got Debo. I've got Jimmy G.
Little play action here on second and goal. Nope.
Oh, my God.
Use check.
Use check.
What a terrible cut he had it if he just ran forward. He should not go to the Pro Bowl every year. Mostly because they shouldn't have fullbacks in the Pro Bowl. There's like 8 fullbacks in the whole NFL. Washington monuments a couple more times from different people. Washington filibusters, Washington drones.
All right, come on, Mostert.
Hey, look at that.
Boy.
So happy for you.
Yeah.
I thought about captaining it.
Use check 1.35% owned, so sorry to those of you that had him. And Mostert, as we mentioned, 80% in the flex. Leading lineup in the free showdown, the public one, still has the Washington football team in the captain spot. That touchdown really helps.
That touchdown dropped me, even though I have Mostert to 127. Pretty good effort.
Yep,
Oh,
Marv.
you have Robbie Gold. Just got a point there.
Yep, Marv's right. Yes, Mostert able to finish.
By the way, I want to commend you on your TikTok videos. I see them when they get posted to Twitter because I'm not on TikTok.
Yeah.
But my props is for the amount of time you're spending putting these together. Like, you're not just flipping a camera on and talking and then reversing it or something. There's a lot of editing going into it. How much time does it take you to make each video?
Well, a couple hours in the sense that I'm watching games.
Right.
Also, learning how to use the stupid app.
Yeah, that'll come over time, but you're not doing the editing in the app, right? You're doing it outside the app and then posting
No, it's
the
in
video?
the app. Yeah. It is a difficult it's a difficult app to handle sometimes, to be honest. But it's fun. And please go follow on TikTok at Brendan Glasheen. Also, my latest video is out. It's related to golf. Mixed it up today. Small little golf vid. You know, very windy today in Los Angeles for the Genesis Invitational. So, I mean, I was trying to, looking at the conditions. You'll see.
Washington Red Wolves again. Washington Insiders. Washington Gridirons. I don't know about Gridirons.
The Washington Insiders.
What if it's a name that doesn't have an S, like Magic or Energy or Jazz?
They would do that, you know. Like they come like that. That sounds like something they would do. Like, let's find
Washington
a name.
Energy.
Without an S.
The Washington Journey. Right, they end up picking Journey, as Madison points out. Washington Honor, not Insider.
Ooh,
Okay,
I like that.
you're
Honor,
right.
the Washington Honor. I like that.
Doesn't have an S. Are there any NFL teams without S's? I feel like there aren't. Someone could correct me quickly, I'm sure.
I think you're right.
There's 4 in the NBA, if I'm not mistaken.
4 in the NBA. There's
Right.
a couple. The
Heat,
2
Jazz,
Sox.
Magic.
Red Sox,
Right.
White Sox.
All right, no S there.
The NHL's got the new team too.
Yeah, the Kraken.
Yep.
Avalanche obviously don't have an S.
I'm not going with Mafia.
Be cool, though.
Space.
Washington Green Leaves. The Washington Devils. It could be Devils. Look, there's Blue Devils. There's New Jersey Devils. You could have some cool logos. I just feel like there's a nostalgia to those teams that have been called the Devils forever, and the politically correct police wouldn't let Devils fly.
You guys are just hopping in. Mostert scored a touchdown to make this sim somewhat respectable. On the Niners side, Jimmy Garoppolo's been awful. The Washington defense has scored a touchdown. And the other score for the football team belongs to... Who's the other? They have 2 field goals. Duh. 2 field goals and a defensive touchdown. They got a 2-point
And a
conversion.
2-point conversion. Terry McLaurin.
Yep.
Washington Wood Tooths. Wouldn't it be wooden teeth? Either one. Washington Colonials. Washington Colonials. It wouldn't blow my mind if they did that. You got to think they're keeping the colors, right? No reason to change the colors. Doesn't mean they won't, but I would think they would keep the colors out of tradition.
I would think so too. Like they've really. I mean, they're the only team in the league that has that maroon, right?
I think they may even call it burgundy.
Oh, okay. I mean, the Niners kind of. You could.
No, that's
not really.
That's very red.
Yeah. It's a stretch. You're right.
I mean, they're playing each other right now. Those are not the same colors. We can see it in front of us.
It's a good point.
There was a darker shade for a little bit. The J.J. Stokes, like William Floyd era Niners were a little darker. I'll give you that. When number 41, Big William Floyd's playing tailback, and Elvis Gerbach's lining up under center, they were a little darker.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess my point was this is the closest it gets.
Yes, there's a uniqueness there to that burgundy that they should not change.
Mostert again in the passing game to the Washington 49. That might be the final play of the third. Robbie Dog on Twitch. What's up, buddy? Jay Shark, what's good? Truffle, what's up, man? Hope you guys are having a good time. I am, kinda. I'm in 111th place. Where are you?
Oh, I'm right on your heels. 117. Watch out. Don't look in that rearview mirror. Come flying past you like a NASCAR race. Like Joe Gibbs' grandson.
I like this username. Stare 'em down is in first place by a healthy margin, by about 6.5 points.
Washington Maroons, kind of a throwback, right? One of those many old teams we read off the other day was the Maroons.
Good one, Zachariah. Inman's still the leading receiver, 6 for 81.
Stephen Boss. Washington Wizards, the second.
Call them the Washington Beals to convince Bradley Beal to stay.
Yeah. Washington Warlocks. Warlocks could be cool. I think 2 W's is cool, potentially. Like the logos, because you could flip one upside down. You could layer them. There's a lot you can do.
And if they win, you get the triple dubs.
Yeah, sure.
If they win.
Although no one really, like, you don't say winners, you would just say champions. Like, right.
No, I know, but I mean, if you win a game, like W.
Oh, a W for the W. Yeah, W. Yeah, 3 W's. And
Mark.
World Wide Web, you can do a lot of stuff.
Gary Best says, I just came here to complain about Curry. Yep. That's why I'm here, too.
Well, get in line.
I am so mad. I really am. I can't get over it.
Someone wants to know if the Indians and Braves have changed their name. They have not, although the Indians announced they would. The Braves, I don't believe, have announced anything, if I'm not mistaken. Feel free to correct me. What a bad throw. Jimmy G, throw with your left hand, I guess. Kittle's just running wide open. Would have got me into the top 100. Oh, man. Seen some plane debris through someone's roof of their living room as they were making a sandwich. Roof of their kitchen. These pictures are going to keep coming out. Hopefully nobody was hurt by falling debris. The one that landed on the guy's truck was like a huge piece and like crushed the cab. I'm guessing United covers that, right? You take a picture.
Oh.
Like, yep, that's from our plane. We'll
I hope so.
We'll pay your deductible. Sorry.
So no one's hurt, right? Everyone's fine.
To this point, I don't want to speak out of turn, but have yet to see a story. Somebody had video, like watching youth soccer in the town there in Broomfield, and you could see smaller pieces of debris falling near the field. There was a huge round piece of the engine, like one of the bigger pieces, in a yard. Another big piece that I said crushed a cab of a pickup truck right in front of someone's house. There's now this medium to small size piece, probably at least what it looks like 4x4, that went through this lady's kitchen as they were making a sandwich. So fingers crossed, nobody hurt and nobody hurt on the plane. They landed safely back at Denver International. But would you turn right around and get on a plane and go to Hawaii? Because it wasn't like you were flying to Dubuque. Everyone was about to go to Honolulu. which you got to think for most people, considering no one's gone on vacation hardly in the last year. And I say no one, obviously some people have. Do you get on a plane and say, yeah, let's go? Because what are the odds there's engine failure again, right? Extremely low based on the amount of air travel in the world. God, what a bad. These quarterbacks are horrible.
But try being in the moment there, right? You're like, okay, maybe, like.
Yeah, do you sleep on it? And then, you go to the JW Marriott that's attached to the airport, sleep for a night, and then, or the whatever it is, Westin, and you say, let's try again in the morning.
Let me sleep on it.
Yeah, give me on the next flight. I'm gonna go relax, have a couple drinks.
You might be onto something, right? Just like, all right, let's just
8
get
hour
on the next
flight,
one
dude.
and go. Because if you start thinking about it, it's not gonna happen.
Right. If you get in your own head, like, hey, we got you here. We're refunding your money because you almost died, and you get another free flight after this. Right? We're giving you a free voucher to go anywhere in the continental U.S. or 50 United States or whatever, Western Hemisphere. You're probably not going to let them go to Europe, but United's still trying to run a business in a pandemic, and it hasn't been going great for the airlines. Not sure if you noticed. Anyway,
hey,
I think you get on the
Sims.
plane. There he is, Jayhawk legend, Steven Sims, Jr.
Someone in the chat here by the name of Landa, streaming video games. This is pathetic. So I have said bye.
Oh man, you want to? I don't know why this just came out now, but Jeff Perlman just retweeted. Maybe you've seen this. Alex Smith's Halloween picture, which I guess is from November 1st of 2019. Is that right? So a year ago, both his boys are dressed as sharks. He's dressed as a scuba diver, snorkeler, and they're both pretending to eat his bloody leg, while his wife stands there dressed like a Baywatch lifeguard, and his daughter also dressed like a lifeguard. So look up Jeff Perlman. Jeff Perlman retweeted this, or Steve Chaney. Yeah, it won't show up. Look up. Yeah, Jeff Perlman just retweeted it. The author, Jeff Perlman. They give him ready to see this.
Oh, they gave it to him. Touchdown.
Is that the sprinkler?
Think so. The sprinkler. Sprinkler providing more action than Steph Curry tonight.
You've been watching a lot of college hoops, right?
Yeah, man.
Is Gonzaga going to go undefeated?
They're playing tonight, right? At 8?
Yeah, they're playing San Diego, who's no good. But
I will be part of a conference tournament pod next weekend. New Hampshire finished with the 3 seed in the American East. So I'm not sure which teams are coming in, but we're going to do a weekend. So they're doing pods for these smaller mid-major conferences to prevent travel.
Got it.
So as of right now, New Hampshire will play Sunday, but they're going to await the winner of Saturday's game. So we're going to have a neutral site game on Saturday.
And you're going to call it for ESPN Plus?
Yes.
Okay. I have that, so maybe I'll watch.
Not sure who's in yet because all the seeding stuff's to get figured out. The regular season ends tomorrow.
It also depends on the time because I have a couple Sims I'm calling next Saturday. Not that I can't keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So should be good. UMBC and Vermont got buys. They've already advanced to what's called Championship Week, which means they get the whole weekend off. New Hampshire is the 3 seed, only has to play 1 game. 4 seed has to play 2 games. So, but they get to host. So as a 3 seed, you kind of get a bye. You get a day off if you follow. So it's good. So looking forward to that. Hey, Jimmy G, a completed pass for a gain of 7.
Earning that $26 million a year.
You think he's staying put? I know I was going on about that a bit at the beginning, and then got distracted.
Probably. I think it's one of those things where you think all these quarterbacks are leaving. Carr, Jimmy G, Cousins, and they all end up staying. Watson, Bridgewater. Right, last game we found out Bridgewater made his IG private and took off all of it and stopped following Carolina and all this stuff because he feels disrespected. It's like, dude, they gave you $33 million guaranteed, and you hadn't done anything other than play 5 games with a really good Saints team in 3 years. Like your knee literally exploded on a football field.
Right. They give him a catch there? Nope, 2nd and 10. Mo, what's going on, man? Good to have you here. 21-7. Washington has scored 1 offensive touchdown. The sprinkler on the receiving end. They've got 2 field goals, a defensive touchdown, and then Haskins tossed one into McLaurin for a 2-point conversion. Niners trying to rally. They got a first down.
So something I never brought up. Did you ever get Koff anything for his birthday, namely Chinese food that I know you didn't get on his birthday because you slept in, which was something he wasn't asking for, and you're the person who brought it up that you were going to do it, and then you didn't do it, which made it funny and silly.
No, I didn't get him anything.
All right. That's fine. I just thought it was funny that you were going to do it, and then when you didn't do it.
I'll just say, starting point guard being out is my gift.
There you go. We're even. We're even on a gift you didn't ask for that I said I was going to give you for coming on my show that time in Lowell a bunch of years ago. Has he told you the pizzas thing, by the way?
Yeah, it's messed up. He's weird.
Yeah, that thing is next level silly.
Yeah.
See, Kyle Finley says Deshaun Watson's the Bears. We'll see. The Bears have the worst draft pick of any of these teams that are really vying for him, although a lot will be. But maybe they put Khalil Mack in the trade. Of course, Khalil Mack's almost 30, if not 30. That's where it's going to get interesting. When teams are willing to give up real players, like their second or third or even first best player to get Deshaun Watson.
Hey, first down, Kendrick Bourne.
You excited about the NBA All-Star Game, March 7th? I mean, I'll watch it, but...
Yeah, I'll watch. I don't really see the value in it.
No, it seems almost no value, because people are happy their teams are playing. They don't really care about an exhibition that's going to... There's my captain, Kittle.
Well,
I'm in the 102nd place to see if that puts me over the 100 threshold. And they're going to force the dunk contest and 3-point contest and all of that. Like, no one's clamoring for that. They want to go see a concert and go to a game. They don't care if the best players in the world get together for a game that doesn't count. I don't think. I guess we could ask folks in the chat, are you excited about this exhibition that the players aren't excited about?
Oh, boy, we're going to one-score game. Kendrick Bourne. You know something? I mean, I didn't even think. The first thing I think of, not even that, but the whole point. These all-stars go, and I know if they're all going to get tested and they're going to be on the same campus together, yada yada. I suppose they could still do their recruiting like they would, like the Kyrie, Kevin Durant.
Yeah, maybe, but they can also do that via text.
I don't know if they should be doing that in the sense that. But they will be though, right? If they're going to let them play a game, they're going to be all mingling together. So,
yeah, how's that going to work?
It's a TV thing. There's a lot of TV money, as you know the ins and outs. Like that's why they're doing it.
Here's what I'm telling the NBA, or I'm lobbying for from the Players Association. I'm LeBron. I'm saying you're giving us 2 or 3 hotels, and you're letting us throw a party. Like you're throwing us a party on Friday or Saturday to relax, because we could have used the 3 days off, 4 days off. You're making us do this. Yes, we're used to doing it, but this is a different year, a lot more restrictions, so we can get our family together, or I don't know, and they may not because of testing. But if you're like, these people are in my pod, if it's just family, or it's not cousins and people, like they have to fly with you from where you are, maybe even be tested a couple times leading up to it. Yeah, one thing that's encouraging, because I keep seeing these articles out there and stories and hearing them, is that COVID cases are going down as people are getting more vaccinated and being a little more diligent with COVID safety. Because I think everybody realizes the spring and summer are around the corner, and they want to go do stuff outside and go to concerts and go to games, go to the baseball game. Go to the pool. In places that aren't Florida and Georgia and Texas. And Arizona.
Yeah, some folks are in here. Lucci says, I only like to watch the contest part of All-Star Weekend.
All right. Look, if they can get all those people there, I'll watch it for sure. I'll definitely watch it.
Justin says, I haven't watched the All-Star game for many years. I plan on keeping that streak alive.
All right. That's fair, too.
What I find funny about it, off of what I was just bringing up, is, well, you don't think that these guys tamper? Well, that's happening.
Right. That's that's the one thing that you're ensuring by doing this. I don't know who's up soon, though. Although it doesn't matter. James Harden just proved it doesn't matter.
No, you're right. That's fair. Good point.
Joker's going to be lobbying people to come to Denver.
McKissick, 3rd and short. They get one more stop. San Francisco can maybe tie this game up.
I don't
Tommy
think the Nuggets...
Freeze Pops is with me for the next sim. We have the Bucks and the Seahawks. Tonight's featured sim.
Who do you think Washington ends up trading Bradley Beal to? Because I don't think the Nuggets have enough assets. But you had Bradley Beal with Murray and Joker, and then they're a real. I know they were in the Western Conference Finals, but a real perennial contender.
Who could realistically get him?
Lakers can't.
No.
Warriors. I guess they could trade Wiseman, but then you're getting Clay back next year.
Well, they would also probably have to trade Wiggins, right, to make the money work.
Probably.
Which, I mean, they would, right? They would clearly do that.
Spots.
Yeah. If you're the Wizards, maybe you take on the contract and just say whatever. Well, also, DeMarcus Cousins is available. So
yeah, I just saw that.
He should go back to the Lakers.
Yeah, he didn't make sense here. Lakers does kind of make sense because they lost Dwight Howard.
Yeah, and he was there. He didn't even play a game with the Lakers.
Right.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. Field of the Knicks, says Congo Cab. Oh.
Yeah, if that's been like the hot team in terms of they should just give up whatever to get him.
But what are they giving up? Are you giving up RJ Barrett or Obi Toppin isn't playing as much as I thought he would? What are you giving up? They finally start to have draft picks again. You're going to give them up to Bradley Beal. I'm not saying you shouldn't. If you're Washington, do you want to trade him at 2 hours away where you're going to see him all the time? I guess a 4-hour drive, 20-minute flight. Yeah. You want to play him 4 times a year in a normal year?
This is true. Portland, yeah, it's an interesting one, but I think, yeah, the McCollum injury is not helping the cause. You know, like if you could put Lillard and Beal on the same team, I think Beal's an upgrade over McCollum, no question.
Yeah, right. What are you putting in that trade, though?
You'd probably
Double says Dubs want to keep Weissman. I get it. I'm just throwing.
You got to give up someone, though. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, of course they want to, but they might have to get him.
Right, unless you're a team that is definitely going to have one of the top 3 picks, and I don't think they're trying to do that to Beal. Maybe they don't care.
Yeah. It's a team that makes sense.
Denver kind of does.
Denver does. You can get him with Murray and the Joker.
You could throw Porter in the trade. You could probably even put R.J. Hampton in there, or the Najee kid they just drafted last year, plus some upcoming picks. Maybe you got to throw in Millsap to make the money work, and then they release him and he signs back to the Nuggets.
Yeah. What if you're Utah?
Yeah.
Like,
look,
they're contending
they're
now.
already the best team in the West.
Yep.
Right. What are they giving up? Are they giving up Mike Conley, and then you're playing Mitchell as a 1? I don't know.
Yeah, this is true. And it's a tough spot because they've got a good mix, but do they have enough to go through a Lakers? Probably
right
not.
In 7 games. That's the thing people don't realize, and enough sophisticated fans out here do. But having the best record in the NBA is, in a lot of ways, about effort and health. That's what allows you night in, night out to drill the Cavaliers when they come to town, but squeak out wins, especially in COVID years, against the Nuggets and the Lakers and these teams that might be down a guy or two or three and you're healthy. That's why a team like Utah can have the best record, but they're not going to be the team to beat. Vegas certainly won't think that, and people watch the league every day. The Knicks, I get them wanting him, but how much are they going to give up? And I'm not saying that he's not better than every player they have. He is. It's because he's starting in the All-Star game for a reason. I understand it's voted on by the fans, but nobody's going to argue. You know, we should trade for him. But I don't know how they make it work because they've already traded for Drew Holiday. Milwaukee should have traded for him.
Garoppolo over the middle.
That Kittle?
It's a completion to not Kittle, Pettis. So a garbage time catch. And we'll see if that changes things in the leaderboard. Right now, Spaz13, who does show up in the chat from time to time, leading our free roll. Tate from Ops, not with us on this sim, but somewhere in the sim galaxy in third place. Those are all updating as we speak. So we'll see what it looks like when we go through the stats. So Jimmy Garoppolo,
Shanahan, disgusted, throws his clipboard down.
Jimmy Garoppolo was 2 of 4 at halftime. He finished 16 to 22, 206. Actually, considering he was 2 for 4 for 30 yards, pretty good. Haskins, 1 touchdown to Sprinkler, the Sprinkler. McKissick, 15 carries, 68 yards. Mostert, 43 yards and a touchdown. Barber, 3 touches, 23 yards.
Even in the captain spot in the winning lineup in our contest. 6 for 81. Eyed that bonus. Didn't score, but I think Inman may have to be our player of the game, huh? In terms of value, captain 4.6% of the time. Was he the captain in the big contest too?
Let's see. Inman, 3% captain.
Okay, so
in the big free showdown.
I think that's my vote. You going to talk me out of it?
No. I mean, the Washington football team is pretty good.
Yeah, Washington football team defense. But they weren't the captain in our winning lineup.
The winning lineup captain was Kendrick Bourne at 4% owned.
Well, that's kind of the same thing Inman is. I'm going to give it to
Inman was in the second place lineup. So,
and he was captain in ours.
I'm giving
it to Inman.
Okay. That's fair. For sure. J.E. finished in 5th. J.E.'s got the DC logo. Maybe a big Bradley Beal guy.
Let's see. Babysitter Billy, not my kid award. Terry McLaurin's Debo. 48% owned in ours, 8.6% captain. I'm sure the numbers are similar. Bigger contests. Let me check. But Debo, 46.82, a whopping 2.9 in the flex. Seems pretty obvious to me. Do you want to disagree or talk me out of it?
Nope, that works. Technical director Andrew, can we just go back into the receiver stats for a quick second? Because our pal Audio 707 is looking for numbers on Pettis, and we can read those off. Pettis had 3 for 49 yards.
Pretty good day.
He caught one right at the end to salvage his day to some degree.
Pretty good value. But not the captain in either of the winning lineups. I feel good about my picks.
So I finished 110. Where'd you finish?
Oh, I'll see your 110 and raise you 115.
Wow.
Neighborhood.
We were neck and neck. All right. Well, we certainly dove into a lot there. Brandon Christel, your night is over.
My night's just beginning. My wife and I are going to dinner, so.
Well, yeah, I meant on the stream. But yeah, I mean, have a great night.
Unlike Adam Kaufman, I will not be dropping into the chat in the next sim.
We always have a choice.
Although Koff did text me, ask if we want to do fantasy NASCAR tomorrow. And now I'm kind of thinking about redeeming myself in that sport.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing. All right, buddy. You have a good night. Freeze Pops is going to join me for Madden After Dark. Bucks, Seahawks. That'll be fun.
You and I were together a few times this week when I saw our updated schedule.
Yeah, looking at the calendar right now, we are together or together next Sunday. We're also
Sunday.
together.
Is that it?
That might be it, buddy.
Yep. All right. Well, then I look forward to seeing you next Sunday, but I look forward to watching your TikTok videos even sooner.
Thank you. It should be fun. All right,
and I'll
everybody.
send you my video if I go kick a field goal.
Yeah, please. We do need evidence. That's very important in these times. Very big. All right, for producer Madison, Andrew, our technical director, Zach, that trio will be back. Cristal is out. Freeze Pops is in. Talk to you guys in 45 minutes for Seahawks Bucks. All right, so from a couple of contenders in the Dodgers and the Padres, we go to the Giants, who probably at best look like a wild card team. Obviously not going to go out and win that division, barring something really remarkable and unforeseen. They've made some pitching upgrades in the offseason, but who stands out to you guys from a fantasy perspective? Bukes, you go first.
Yeah, so, not a ton of fantasy love here for the Giants, but I'm kind of intrigued by Logan Webb. I think he's someone that at the back end of the rotation actually might be a bit of a dark horse here. I mean, he keeps the ball down, doesn't give up a lot of home runs, has some really good command. And I'd like to see what he can do with a full season of Buster Posey behind the dish. I think we kind of forget that Posey opted out last season, but he's very good working with pitchers, especially some of the younger pitchers. So I'd like to really see what those two can do combined during the 2021 season. So it's not a flashy name by any means, not somebody you probably even thought of when thinking of this question, but I think Logan Webb is someone to be intrigued by because once he hit A-ball back in, I think, 2019, he just absolutely flew through, hit every level of minor league baseball, and then ended up pitching in the majors that season. So they obviously see something in him. He's not a big strikeout guy, but he's going to induce a lot of ground balls. So when you can get that with a fairly decent defensive team with the Giants, you can find some success.
Thank you for giving me credit, Bukes, for thinking up that question. What do you think, Marion?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. When you're talking about breakout players in the Giants, it's like the worst possible team to use that term, breakout. They're old. They're really old for how average and uninspiring they are. If you go through their projected starting lineup, which doesn't even include Evan Longoria, who's going to be like a platoon type player this season, 7 of their 8 positional players, projected, mind you, are over the age of 30. It is an old team. So I had like 3 names written down as guys who could even fit the criteria of breakout candidates. Logan Webb, I will say, was probably the most, he's the one who checked the most boxes because Mauricio Dubon, I know the bar for middle infielders is pretty low, but like 12th percentile exit velocity last season. Joey Bart is probably like the name that people think about most when they think about Giants breakout candidates, but it's already been announced that he's going to start the season in AAA. So yeah, there's just not a lot to like get excited about when we're talking about, who could just be that shocking Giants player who takes us all by storm. It's probably not going to happen. So I'll say Logan Webb, though, is like when he's pitching at home against the Rockies or the Diamondbacks, he's someone we're going to talk about a lot in DFS.
Perfect transition. You mentioned the Rockies. That's where we go next, and it's where we go last, and it's probably for good reason. Nolan Arenado, he's gone off to St. Louis. The Rockies obviously made offseason news for all the wrong reasons and trading away a not only future but current superstar who had a massive contract as well. So that leaves behind the likes of Trevor Story, Charlie Blackmon to try and, clean up or make up for whatever is missing from a fantasy perspective. Any faith, Garion, that these guys are going to be able to do so?
Yeah, I mean, it's still Colorado. It's still Coors Field for 81 games. Story, I know it just seems like he's now just alone in this dark, dark place. And I get it. It's a sad lineup and it's a sad situation in Colorado. But you go back to the start of 2018, he's top 20 in baseball in home runs, RBI, stolen bases. Like, he checks every box. So he's still going to be a very valuable piece, even though there isn't any of that quote unquote lineup protection in Colorado. But it's slim pickings when we're talking about good players on the Rockies. If you go through the NFBC ADP right now, they only have 3 players inside the top 200 picks. They only have 4 players inside the top 250 picks. So Story's about the only Rocky we're going to be talking about with any regularity this season.
That's a bad story. That's not one that we're going to be telling all that often. So Bukes, just keep on. Who's the fantasy MVP for Colorado? What do you think?
Leave it to you to just, decimate a good segment with one of your stupid puns. I'll give you somebody we should.
We're doing so well.
Quiet. Well, they're here for me and Garion. I'll give you somebody that we should be talking about, and that's Sam Hilliard. He's played 63 games in the majors so far. He has 13 home runs, 23 RBI, 5 stolen bases with isolated power of 337 and 229. This kid should be getting more of a chance than he's being projected for right now, because at this point, what do you have to lose? And, we talk about how bad that trade was for Nolan Arenado. The Rockies were so strapped for cash. That was a trade that needed to happen financially for them to recover. They were, it was not right to give him that contract because of how financially strapped they are with guys like him and Blackmon, but whatnot. But that's a whole different story. Sam Hilliard, I think, is a guy to kind of keep an eye on this year if they do give him a chance to play. David Dahl, no longer part of the team either, so that's something to watch. And even someone like CJ Cron on the minor league contract, but playing in Coors Field, that's an easy 30 home runs if he's active in that lineup there. Obviously, had the shortened season last year with the injury, but those are 2 guys that we're not even thinking about right now, but could be more of an impact player as the season goes on.
Well, speaking of home runs then, Bukes, going back to Trevor Story, he is plus 2,200 on the DK Sportsbook to lead the National League in long balls. Do you have any confidence that's going to happen?
I don't hate it, but, with Arenado gone, he's lost some of that protection in the lineup because there's not really many guys that you fear. Charlie Blackmon probably leading off. That's not somebody who's going to be protecting Story in the heart of the lineup. So I don't hate it because, of course, playing in Coors Field, like Garion said, half the season, the long ball is going to go out. But Story is in that realm where he's usually around 30 home runs. I don't think that's going to get it done as the home run leader. So I get the odds are rather enticing, but you have somebody like Giancarlo Stanton who's in the same realm as the odds. Would you rather bank on Story or Giancarlo Stanton? Stanton obviously injury prone, but just from what he does when he's healthy, the ball's going to go out of the park with Stanton consistently, and he's going to have massive amount of protection in that Yankees lineup. So I don't hate the odds, but not somebody I'd be looking to take.
Any more inclined on your end of things, Garion?
They're not terrible odds. Again, it's Colorado. And also, Story, it should be said, is one of the guys who really does take advantage of his surroundings, getting to play the 81 games in Coors Field. If you're going to do that, you want to hit fly balls, and in general, you just want to make contact. And Story, to his credit, has lessened that strikeout rate each of the past couple seasons. It seems like he's becoming a better all-around hitter. He was also one of 4 qualified players last season to have a ground ball rate below 30%. He hits fly balls when he puts the ball in play, and that's exactly how you want to attack Coors Field. But, it's only 81 games. He was pretty pedestrian against right-handed pitching last season, which, again, short slate, but that's pretty daunting when you're already dividing up his season as we do with Rockies players. And then he's also got to have 38 games this season against the Padres and the Dodgers. So that's 38 bad matchups. I'll tell you that right now.
I think I'd said that we were saving the Rockies for last. That's because far and away the most forgettable team in this division, the Arizona Diamondbacks. And so here we are. We wrap up with them. Garion, let's go right back to you. It's not even really worth exploring any of the DK Sportsbook side of things with Arizona, but how about for just fantasy-wise, is there any potential standout on this club?
Yeah. I mean, Cole Calhoun's a fun name. I think he's someone who you go last season and he was decimated by some bad luck. His expected batting average was like 40 points lower, or 40 points higher, excuse me, than his actual batting average, which kind of tanked his fantasy season. But he's kind of selling out for power the last 2 years. I think he's got 49 home runs in that span of time. Last season was 87th percentile in expected slugging and expected WOBA. Probably going to hit either leadoff or cleanup for this sad Arizona lineup. So with where he's going in drafts right now, I think he's a perfectly viable like third outfielder. And yeah, I just think the value matches up with the player here.
This is clearly not the same conversation as the Padres or Dodgers. That goes without saying. How about you, Bukes? Any other fun names?
I was actually shocked that Garion wasn't on the same boat as me, but I'm going with Zach Gallen. I mean, his K percentage over the last 2 seasons of at least 28%. And then what we saw last year, only 12 starts. Let's not get all excited just yet, but he really tightened up his command, had a walk percentage of just 8.6%. So he's not going to be somebody that's going to be in the win column often because I don't think the Diamondbacks are going to be winning often. There's a bet for you under whatever their win total is. There's one that you can consider. That's probably the only one. But Gallen is going to keep them in the game. He's going to give them a solid 5 to 6 innings. And from a fantasy perspective, that's all you can ask for somebody like Gallen. But I think he's going to rack up some strikeouts in this, and he's not going to walk a lot of guys. So on a team that's very uninteresting and very unexciting, at least Gallen's going to bring something every 5 days.
Okay, so that's a look at the NL West, the first division of the many that we will be looking at over the next month and a half, leading you into the start of the Major League Baseball season. Join us again next week. We will continue to explore. In the meantime, Bukes, love your shirt, buddy. Thanks for being with us, Garion and Steve. We will talk to you again soon.
News that was the big news until this morning was that the Padres officially locked up their stud, the face of baseball, and I will take that to the grave. Fernando Tatis Jr. signs the longest contract in baseball history, 14 years, $340 million with the Padres. That contract eclipsed the former record for longest. Bryce Harper and Giancarlo Stanton both signed 13-year deals with their respective teams. The third most lucrative contract in baseball behind Mookie Betts and, of course, Mike Trout, who signed that absolute monster with the Angels. And the amazing thing about this, too, is that this was so not necessary for the Padres to do right now because, I mean, he wasn't even eligible for free agency until 2024. They're going to be doing arbitration hearings for him over the next few years, but they lock him up now until 2034, which is just insane to think about at this time. That someone's locked up him for that long. And Tatis Jr. got the bag for someone that hasn't even played a full season of games in the major leagues. 143 games total, 2019, and then the shortened season in 2020. But if you look at what he's done in that short span. And this contract is all guaranteed, by the way. If you see what he's done in that short span, 39 home runs, 98 RBIs, 27 stolen bases, isolated power of 272 and 295 in those seasons. Had the best wins above replacement amongst all shortstops last year at 2.9. That was also the 4th best in all of Major League. So now that Padres team is pretty strapped for cash moving forward. Manny Machado, Hosmer, Tatis Jr. Who knows what they're going to have with some of these young kids coming up. They have a plethora of prospects still in the system, even with after all the moves that they made. So that's going to be a problem down the road. But this is a team that clearly is looking to win today. They're looking to win yesterday, quite frankly. With all the moves they've made in the rotation, in the lineup, you basically have one of the most premier players in the league coming up right now with Tatis. Put him up in the same realm as Ronald Acuna, Juan Soto. If anybody's upset this morning, it's Ronald Acuna because he absolutely got screwed in his deal, but that's for a different day. But I was kind of surprised that some people were saying that maybe he left money on the table because of how soon he signed this deal. He may have.
I don't care. I don't care if I'm him. I'm just saying he probably did.
Sure.
It's a good deal for the Padres and for Tatis.
Right. Because in a few years, if baseball keeps going the way it goes, at his average annual value, it's going to be kind of a steal maybe in 4 or 5 years when he's, 25, 26, 27.
He's kind of a steal now.
Right.
Like,
which is insane to think about.
$25 million, is that really a big deal for somebody of his caliber and to have it he locked up that long? And we already know he's good and he would get paid eventually anyway. So the only thing he can do is like overtake Trout as, the best statistical player in baseball and then be worth more.
Now this deal isn't official yet. So we don't have the actual official terms, but it is being reported that there's a full no trade clause included and no opt-outs. And that's where I kind of was surprised about the no opt-outs because we've seen this many times. They'll have that opt-out in the 4th or 5th year, and then they'll look to get another bag down the road. We've seen this multiple times in MLB, but this is basically he's set, but that's why this money is guaranteed. And that was probably the cherry on top that he's guaranteed this money. It's just the thing that I'm worried about is that it just sets what kind of precedent does this set moving forward? Because we talk about guys who are going to, need to be paid soon. Luis Robert, at one point with the Chicago White Sox, is going to be someone that's going to come into this conversation if we keep seeing what we've seen for him. It's just interesting to see how this played out. That Tatis Jr., who hasn't even played a full season, now has the 3rd most lucrative contract in Major League Baseball behind established guys like Mike Trout and Mookie Betts.
Yeah, I think it's a good deal for both sides. Just because we pretty much know what Tatis is going to be. Maybe there's an injury in the next few years that if you hadn't locked him up, maybe you get a little bit more team friendly of a deal. But I don't think there's much risk here for the team putting him on this deal. And I think Tatis probably could have gotten more at some point in time. But when you're getting $340 million all guaranteed, what does it really matter?
to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for the Daytona Road Course. Whose salary jumped up this week? Chase Briscoe, $6,600 up to $8,400. He has 2 road course wins in the Xfinity Series. At this track last year, he led half the laps in the Xfinity race. Martin Truex Jr., $9,300 up to $11,000. Unforced errors cost him to win in this race last season. Unforced errors cost him to win in the Clash race. Anthony Alfredo, $5,200 up to $5,900. John Hunter Nemechek bailed on this ride. Alfredo is not going to do much better in the 38 Front Row Motorsports car. Whose salary dropped this week? Ricky Stenhouse Jr., $8,100 down to $6,100. It's always risky with Ricky, but he was mistake-free in this race last season. He was mistake-free in the Clash race. Austin Dillon, $8,300 down to $6,700. This is not enough of a discount. He's never earned a top 15 finish at a road course. Ross Chastain, $7,800 down to $6,500. Nope, not going to happen. Not even at $4,500. He couldn't make it through stage 1 of the Xfinity race at the Daytona Road Course. Favorite play of the week, Chase Elliott, $10,700. Look at the stat sheet. That's a lot of number ones. He's on the pole, he has the best pit stall, and he's too cheap. Eric Jones, $7,800. Sure, the car's not that great, but he doesn't have to win. He doesn't even need to pass. All he has to do is pit before the stage breaks, and he can get a top 15 finish. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
All right, guys, with the 2020 NFL season now behind us, it is time to look back at what everyone decided to bet on. And there's no one better to talk to about this than the DraftKings Director of Race and Sportsbook Operations, Johnny Avello. What's up, man? How are you?
Doing well, Emerson. Thank you.
So what were some of the most bet on teams in 2020?
Well, the Chiefs were the number one team by handle and the Packers by total bets. And although the Chiefs went 14-2, they were only 7-9 against the spread, 8-8 for their overall record, over/under record. And as for the Packers, who won 13 games, they were 10-6 against the number and went over the total 9 times in 16 regular season games. That was a much greater outcome for the bettors.
Hey, who'd you see like the least amount of bets on? Anyone out there just like I'm staying away from that team?
The Cowboys were a team that they stayed away from after the first 5 or 6 weeks. They were terrible.
Yeah, I feel that. How about some of the most bet on players?
Patrick Mahomes made the bettors money. In most weeks, he passed for over 4,700 yards for the season, 40 TDs. Aaron Rodgers also rewarded the bettors in props betting. He passed for 51 TDs and won the MVP. But Derrick Henry was the number one player in both bets and handle. He was played almost every single week to score the first TD in the Titans game and also on weekly wagers on over the rushing yards total we posted.
What surprises were there for you, though, in that category, most bet on players? Anything stand out?
No, I don't think so. What stood out to me was not the players being bet on. It's the score to first touchdown. That seems to be a very popular bet now on our network.
Yeah. How popular was Tom Brady?
Oh, Tom Brady, he hasn't lost his charm, that's for sure.
Yeah. What about what single game stood out to you? Which took the most bets on?
The single games that took the most bets there were actually two. The biggest wagered game, handle-wise, of the regular season was the Ravens at the Patriots in the middle of November, and that was a slight stunner. But one that was the most surprising to me was the Bucks at the Giants on November 2nd. That was our biggest Monday Night Football handle ever to date. Tough to answer the pregame why they bet that. Bucks were coming in and 6-2, and the Giants were 1-7. But a good piece of the action from that game came in the in-game wagering, where the Bucks were down 14-3 at the half. Bucks scored late in that game, if you remember, to take the lead. Then the Giants scored with seconds left and then missed a 2-point conversion to tie the game. It was a very entertaining one.
So, most interesting bet that you guys took this season? You're going to look back on the 2020 campaign and think what?
Oh, that had to be the Mattress Mac $3.4 million bet on the Super Bowl. Now, catch this. That Mattress Mac, who's from Houston, he funds his digital account, and then he flies his private jet to Colorado, where wagering is approved. Then he makes his bet at the airport and then flies home.
Yeah. A lot of mattresses, right? You can buy with that cash. Any other stories you'd like to share with us from the NFL season? Anything we don't know about that didn't make headlines that you now could take us behind the scenes?
I don't know if this is behind the scenes, but when it was announced that Tom Brady was heading to TB, Tampa Bay, back in March, April, our future book to win the NFC and Super Bowl was flooded with Bucks wagers, and that pattern continued throughout the entire season. That turned out to be a lucrative payout for those backers. Some had that bet at 40 or 50 to 1.
How did the number of bets on the NFL this year, Johnny, compare to years past on the DK Sportsbook?
Since it was our biggest NFL season by a wide range, and remember, we're only in our third year, of course, the ticket count was off the charts, way off the charts. How about 4 times as much off the charts?
Damn, that is a lot. That's good. That's a good sign. It's good news. But all this talk about football is now over. What usually takes over as the most popular sport this time of year?
Well, all current ongoing sports continue to have a strong support, but basketball, both pro and college, have taken the lead. In about a week or so, though, college basketball with the conference tourneys and then the field of 68 big dance, that's going to take precedence.
Yeah, how exciting is that? Big event. We know what's going down this year, just to be able to have that opportunity.
I'm excited.
Yeah. I mean, what should we expect from DK Sportsbook in 2021?
Let me throw additional, increased, fresh, new, extra, all the adjectives I can possibly throw at you, Emerson. And you know what? A few surprises. Stay tuned.
Okay. All right. So this is like the tease for a tease that's coming. I like this a lot.
Call it a teaser.
All right, Johnny Abello, the tease king. Good catching up with you, dude.
Doing the Tom Carroll dance. Here we go. It's Madden After Dark. It's time to bark into the microphone. My room looks like a drone.
Yeah, did you add some lighting? What happened here? It feels like there's some additional flashing that I haven't seen before.
So I moved the light to the bed. So now it's really, I think it's illuminating the whole room.
Yeah. I just checked it out on YouTube. It looks better now. But in the screen I'm actually looking at you at, it's like blinding me every 5 seconds.
Oh, perfect.
Which is great. I don't need to see. Who needs to see? We know we got Brady, we got Wilson. This is a battle. We know it's going to be great. I just need to see shapes moving. I know it's going to be good football.
So, with that being said, difficult decisions to make. Who you putting in the captain spot?
So, anytime I do the Buccaneers, I get Chris Godwin in there just because I feel like I get good value to build out the rest of my lineup. But when you have the Seahawks as the other team, you want to have Wilson. Of course, I have to have Brady. So, all sorts of tough decisions being made here, like you said. But Chris Godwin, 14,100. That's my guy, captain.
Okay. I did not play him. I put Lockett in the captain spot. Where are we at on lock? Our lineups have locked, so we can talk about this. Got both quarterbacks in there. Gronk's been good, man. Gronk has sim momentum. He's been playing really well.
Simmentum.
Nicely done. And then they've got Shady McCoy and Carlos Hyde, both third down backs.
Okay. So I like that. I tried to get McCoy in my lineup, but I got both QBs. I got Fournette, and I went with the wide receiver 3, Philip Dorsett from Seattle, and then O.J. Howard. Gotta have him. Yeah, it's a Buccaneers sim. You gotta have O.J. Howard. Got him in there as my punt play.
That's pretty good, though, considering you captained Godwin. I feel like you had to captain someone a little bit down the list to create some flexibility. There's too many good players.
Too many studs, especially on Tampa Bay side, man. Just loaded. Did you know they won the Super Bowl?
That's right. Forgot about that.
Yeah.
Nah, I didn't.
A couple weeks ago. Yeah, they beat Kansas City.
Yep, sure did.
Tom Brady won his 7th Super Bowl.
Oh, it was the defense, though.
True.
Let's talk about the defense. Talk about the sim. Talk about the defense.
Talk about defense. Nope. Tom doesn't get any credit. Nope. He's 0 for 7 on rings. If you're going credit, he had great defenses in New England.
Yep.
Belichick, lucky catch by Edelman. Didn't deserve to win.
Yep.
Spygate, Deflategate.
Yeah, bro, it touched Edelman. Yeah, dude, if Shanahan just called run plays, I mean, what are we doing here?
That ring belongs to Shanahan.
Yeah.
He won that game for the Pats.
Yeah, and if Carroll just handed the ball off to Marshawn Lynch, I mean, there's another ring off his finger.
But actually,
there's another ring off his finger. And then, those first 3, I mean, it was all the defense. It was Parcells setting the tempo for Belichick.
Bruschi, McGinnis,
Yeah.
Ted Johnson.
Yeah.
Tyler, Lawyer Malloy.
Yeah. And some
Absolute
quarterback who has
squad.
12.
Ted Washington was there for a year.
So that's our column. It was none of Tom. It was everybody else. All right. Well, we got that over with. First
Had
and
to get
10.
it out of our system.
We gave all the credit to everyone else. Now we can talk about Tom.
Honestly, I'd give that first ring to Bledsoe anyways. Did you watch the AFC Championship game? Hello?
All right. Looking forward to this one. Should be a good sim. Andrew, our technical director, says displaced Atlanta fan who becomes a townie is my new favorite personality.
Yes.
2nd and 2 for Russ. Just connected with DK Metcalf. Play action. And you don't want to run right into Ndamukong.
John Rowland. Hi, Tom. Hello, John.
Hi, John. Brother Phil says, hey, listen to Glassy tell the true story of Tommy forever. You got to go back and listen to it.
Someone named Glasheen's Toothbrush throwing me a lot of love. What's up, Glasheen's Toothbrush?
Yep. Load up the toothpaste.
Oh, you go heavy toothpaste?
Yeah, you're supposed to
I
only
sort of
use
just
one at a
eyeball
time.
it.
Yeah. Madison is asking, I still don't know that story. I don't either. I don't understand the Glasheen's toothbrush thing. I have no clue.
Yeah.
I've tried to get to the bottom of it. I don't know. But we'll roll with it as we do here in Simland. The Freak of Nature, Glash, you're all over TikTok. Hey, I saw you followed me. Thanks for the follow. Freak of Nature.
Ooh, Madison, good question. I recently switched over to electric toothbrush earlier. Well, actually, no, it would be last summer. Morgan bought me an electric toothbrush for my birthday. She got a good deal on it. She used to work in the dentistry field, so she is, a big-time proponent of the electric toothbrush component of brushing your teeth. I was a little intimidated by it at first. I sort of just let it stand there on my counter, in its little holder. Look at it every night and then just go manual. Finally, I made the switch, and I don't think I'd ever go back.
Yeah, my dentist says all the time, you got to go to the electric. And I've had it for a while. It's a great investment.
Yeah, totally.
You got to replace the toothbrush heads every 6 months.
Yep. We got a big
pricey.
pack of those.
Yeah.
Worth it, though. Hey, the mouth is the gateway into the body. Remember that. Got to keep it healthy.
There you go. The gateway.
It's the gateway.
All right, Carlos Hyde with another catch. Seattle, first possession of the sim. Hyde's got 2 receptions. Chip, $300. Your toothbrush was $300?
Mine? Oh, I don't remember how much it was. In fact, she didn't tell me it was a gift. I know she got a good deal on it.
Oh, okay.
Which is why it was a part of a birthday gift celebration. But I can't imagine it was that much.
Sony, yeah, good question. You might be right. Mo says, what's up? Joe says, fire up my Dorsett captain. 4-2 Seattle stack attack.
Must be asking who Morgan is. She is the woman I will be marrying.
Ah, not the F word.
And not say
the
that
one you're
word
thinking
anymore.
of.
Hey-oh.
Arson. Oh, you had an alley up the left sideline.
Keep running, Carson. I don't have him, actually. I don't care.
Hey, Kyle. What's up, buddy? Welcome to
Hi.
Madden After Dark. Totally Kyle.
Was that all that?
Yeah.
Totally Kyle?
Oh, that. Oh, that.
All that great theme song, but you know what's a better theme song from that time period? Keenan and Kel.
Oh.
I was showing this to Morgan the other day. Their theme is them and Coolio in a convertible, rolling down the street in Hollywood with an original song by Coolio. One of the greatest bass lines maybe ever. Check it out. Keenan and Kel theme song. I think I was talking about it on the stream the other day. Can't get enough of it.
Carson with another touch. 2nd and 5. 3.5 to go in the first. We have producer Madison. Technical director Andrew. Zach is updating scores. Smash that like button. Good to have you here. Carl says,
Dad?
is he playing? Who is he? No, Steph is not playing. We've been over that already. Noah needs doors set. That is not him. That might be Mr. Greg Olson. It is. First down.
Retired.
Yeah, he's heading to the booth next year.
Yeah. I always thought he was better than Gronk. Greatest tight end of all time.
Yeah, if you just take out Gronk's 3 best years, Olson's right there with him.
Oh, 100%.
Olsen in motion. Yeah, Gronk can't do that. Hand off to Carson.
Gronk's just a blocker. He's just a blocker at this point.
Glasheen's toothbrush. What does the producer do?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Wow. Whoa. That is not true.
Just kidding.
Gotcha.
Actually, not to, just praise our producers, overly here because, it's our job to not do that, right? That's a media thing. We're supposed to be mean to our producers, but the DraftKings producers are like very good. There's no slouches in this crew. No weak links.
I tend to agree.
Very, very good production staff. Quick with info. If I have a question, it's answered quickly.
They let us do kind of whatever we want, which can be dangerous and sometimes.
But they rein us in when they need to. Big fan of the DK production staff.
Yeah. Way to turn that absolutely nothing comment into a fantastic comment.
It was obviously a joke.
Totally. Chef, what's up? Gary Best, go Hogs go. 3rd and 11.
Oh.
Down goes Russ.
It's that Bucks defense. Super Bowl champs. They should get 2 rings for how they played that game. Brady stunk.
Smash Lanta says, that's funny because when Tom was singing WAP, it was Glash that reeled him in. Yeah, that's true. that happened.
True. Facts.
Mature move. Not many of them. Dealt Fish, thanks for being here, buddy. Banded Caterpie.
Yeah, that's a good name. I don't know what it means, but I like it.
Me either. But I'm into it. Jordan L., who told me earlier to stop complaining, says, I have not had the chance to look at NBA scores. How is Curry doing?
Cool.
This is why I briefed you before we started tonight.
Yeah. Barry. Wow, where did that quarter go? Great question. This thing flew by. We have not even seen the Bucks offense yet. Oh, yeah, we did. Wait, no. See, I don't even know. Did we?
No, you're right.
I don't think we did.
This is the first drive for Tampa on offense.
Yeah.
Damn.
I was going to say, for a second, I was like, am I crazy? But no, we have not seen our man yet.
This is nuts.
It's just a damn cough, man. Yeah, I know. It was a little hyperbole on my part. Great baseline, though. Come on. You have to admit, for a TV show, Coolio making an original song, Keenan and Kel, I mean, they just don't do it like that anymore.
There's Mike Evans. Tom Brady, 1 for 1. Top ownership in this free showdown. $250 in total prize money for the free showdown. Wilson, 76.6%. Then there's a drop-off to Brady because Wilson has that mobile capability. Brady, 59.35%. Metcalf, 48.6%. Gronk, 48.2%. And then Godwin, 42.5%. Here's Brady, empty, out of the gun. Delivers.
Oh, gotta play him. 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 Gotta play him.
Gotta play him. Yep.
Gotta play him.
Gotta
have him in there.
Must have value. Must have.
Run game, pass game. Gotta have him.
OJ Howard, there he is.
Yeah, gotta have him.
Do you have him? Oh, I have him. Told you.
Yeah. You better have him. Gotta have him.
Told you.
He's must roster. Gotta have him.
First quarter, already returning value. Look at that. Touchdown away from capitalizing on the play.
If only OJ Howard knew how much we cared about him.
I know. One of these days I'm going to have to tweet one of those clips out at him. Be like, hey man, just know that you're loved.
Yeah, I've tried that with Raheem Mostert and crickets. Absolute crickets.
Because he's probably so confused. Like, what is this?
Yeah, I don't even have a cat. What are you talking about?
Huh? I don't even have a cat.
There he is, OJ Howard, 1 for 6.
Oh, you gotta have him.
1.6 points. How many's your value play have?
Okay, I'll just do a quick background, foreground situation. Microwave, head, microwave, head,
microwave, shoulders, knees in,
head.
microwave, knees in, microwave, head. Head, shoulders, knees in, microwave, knees in, microwave.
Just want to get that out of the way. It's being brought up in the chat. What are you gonna do? Just gotta please the people.
Yeah, man. It happens. It's all right. It's all good.
Foreground, background. Eventually, we'll all figure it out. Oh,
hey,
nice.
First down. Lenny Fournette.
Lombardi Lenny.
Demetrius says, you never know with Clash. Bro, you got all the lights. All of the lights. Turn off the lights. Extra bright.
Hey, Kanye getting a divorce. Kim. Yeah.
Pop culture.
7 years.
We can do that. Wow, we just did that. Yeah, I mean, Tristan Thompson couldn't play him the other day. Devin Booker clearly was in his head the other day, too. Must fades going forward.
The Kardashian curse is real, though. Like, if you really think about it, like, every single one of these dudes, when they get into this reality world situation, they can't handle it. They go off the rails. They go crazy, or, you know, it affects their play on the court. We have a track record here. Devin Booker really is the only one who's remained really good.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean, Tristan Thompson.
Wait. Is that him?
Fine.
No, it's not him.
OJ? No, it's not him. He's fine on the Celtics, but he's not what he was when he was playing with LeBron. No one is. Who else was in the Kardashian world? Chris Humphries was out of the league within a few years.
Former Celtic Chris Humphries, that's right.
Lamar Odom almost died. Great point by Andrew. Oh.
Hey, there's a long list, is the gist. Three 0 game.
He also had a lot of cavities too. Remember that? He had like 11 cavities because he ate too much candy. He was addicted to candy. Do you remember that story?
This is why we're talking about the electric toothbrush on the sim, man.
Someone's got to get Lamar Odom an electric toothbrush.
CEH says Miller time. Oh boy. Come on, Tommy!
Tommy boy!
God.
Did you see what happened in the NHL earlier today, Glash?
Tahoe?
Yeah, like, what a weird decision to say, all right, we'll finish this game at midnight. Like, why not? Like, what? That was really the best decision? I don't know what the right decision is. I just think that was the wrong one.
Yeah, let's do Tahoe after dark like DraftKings does.
I will say this: I do like the idea of outdoor hockey games. Like, I'm in on that. Like,
yeah,
that,
TAD.
That's not a hot take. I know we've been doing these for about a decade plus now in the NHL, but I love that they've continued doing them. Always cool.
3rd and 4, got to get to the 32, and they do.
Oh, what a catch.
And then some. Godwin.
Yes, my captain.
Jimmy B, happy Saturday night. Saturday broadcast. Joe. What's up, Joe?
TMB, great call. Kendall Jenner ruined Ben Simmons' three-point shot. Actually, I don't think he ever had one.
This is still Tampa's first drive on offense, right?
I know. What the heck?
We've had 2 drives in this sim. 2.
Ball control. It's the key to victory. Ball control, defense.
Bad Boys of Pop says Lamar Odom is going to box Aaron Carter.
I love that these, like, celebrities are just... having these like real sanctioned events now. What was that a few weeks ago? No, it was longer ago than that now. What was around Thanksgiving? It was Tyson came out of retirement, and then before that, like the undercard was Nate Robinson and one of those Paul brothers. Logan Paul, or what's his brother's name? Jake Paul. I forget which one it was, but they boxed Nate Robinson and just destroyed him. I felt so bad.
God. Forgot about that.
Ruined him.
Ooh, Shady McCoy.
And I guess Floyd Mayweather's going to fight one of them now, isn't he?
Oh.
Let's see.
Right now we have Lawhawk leading the free roll, which is titled Tom's Success Made Russ Speak. Shady McCoy.
Yeah, Floyd Mayweather is open to fights against the Paul brothers. That was the report. He's probably looking at all these guys cashing in. He's like, yeah, I could beat those YouTube stars that don't know how to box. they're just huge, so they killed Nate Robinson.
Nate Robinson was really riding high with the Shrek and Donkey thing with Glenn Davis.
Yes, I love that. One of the best nights of my life. Touchdown Gronk. You called it. Spike it.
Gronk!
David OJ. Oh, he didn't even spike it. That's lame.
Bad Boys of Pop says, true story. They asked to fight Aaron, but I just couldn't bring... Wait, you, Bad Boys of Pop, to fight Aaron. He needs a hug, not a fist. Sarah went and saw Aaron Carter in concert when we were in Syracuse a few years ago as students. Wow. He was making his little return.
He was making a comeback?
His little comeback tour. Sarah, what's the name of that theater? Just watch this show. No. Genesee, where did you see Aaron Carter? Where'd you see Aaron Carter? The Westcott.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Westcott Theater.
He was like an absolute superstar when we were kids. Like, I remember Aaron Carter for like a 2-year span was the dude. And
that's how I beat Shaq. Boom, boom.
And then, he stopped being 11 years old and he wasn't the man anymore.
If I was the man, get here quicker. If I was a man.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't get with you on that.
Steve Swift. You know?
He did a song with Taylor Swift?
No. I just transitioned and started singing.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
My bad. Sorry. Really sorry.
It's all good.
Aaron's party, though, yeah, Madison for sure. So did Lewis Daniel, Draymond Green get ejected? That's so the Warriors really have no one going right now at this point.
Oh wow, Draymond Green got ejected from a game? Shocker.
Jason says, imagine peaking at 11.
Yeah, seriously. Interesting documentary on HBO. I think it was within the last few months about child stars. And there's one of the ladies that they interviewed. She's either 100 or just below 100 or a little bit above 100. She's right around 100 years old. And she stopped being famous at the age of like 6. She retired from acting at 6 years old. And she's now 100. She was like the only child star. So I'm blanking on the name. She's not famous, obviously, because this was years and years and years ago. And it wasn't like she was Shirley Temple or anyone like that. She was like a very famous child star until she was 6 years old. She aged out of being, the roles that she was getting. And she is now 100, and she has not acted since she was 6.
Oh, my God.
94 years in retirement.
Poor girl.
You guys got to check it out, though. It's an interesting documentary for sure.
4th and 2. Seahawks get a punt. Tampa has 2 timeouts. 1:51 remaining in the half. Gronk has the touchdown. Jason Myers field goal. Very long drives so
Good
far in this
punt.
game. That is a heck of a punt.
Ooh, showbiz kids. Good call, Andrew. Yep.
The chat is not happy with Russell Wilson.
I'm not happy with my lineup right now. I got to be honest.
You are happy or unhappy?
Unhappy.
Unhappy. Okay. Yeah.
Here we
Jay
go.
Walters
100-yard
wanted Russ to
touchdown.
throw it to Olsen for 70 yards. Sorry, what was that?
I want a 100-yard touchdown here from Fournette.
Ooh, for like a half second, I thought it might.
Yeah, I did too. I thought he was going to break it.
Poole is leading our free roll at the moment, 32.78 points, a 0.4 lead with the Tampa defense in the captain spot. We can look at the free showdown.
Baby Peggy was the girl's name.
Baby Peggy. Gonna run the ball again with Fournette.
Come on.
Hit
the hole, bro. Hit the hole.
Malreen Stewart leading the public free showdown. Bucks defense captain. Brady, Godwin, Gronk, Fournette. Seahawks defense in the flex. I do, if folks have any opinions here about Russell Wilson, I would like to discuss because he's been more chatty than usual lately. Like interviews with Dan Patrick, and now he's starting to talk about control in the front office, getting a say in decisions. Folks, you notice he's never done this before, right? Like all of a sudden, he's a little bit more outspoken about his role, not my great wide receivers, my great running backs. And I think he's just saying it. I don't think he really believes it. He's being a good teammate, talking everybody else up. When things don't go well and the Seahawks continue to get knocked out early in the postseason. We don't say it enough because there's a lot of attention on Andy Reid, Bill Belichick. Does Pete Carroll being, he's buried up in the Pacific Northwest? He's not getting enough flack. And I think that's what Russ is getting at.
I think in that market he is, but nationally I think he's one of these media darlings that people are afraid to kind of take shots at. But I know in Seattle that's sort of the big sports talk topic about, okay, when is it time for Pete to be the guy that we make our move here with, because clearly Russell Wilson is not going anywhere if the organization and that fan base has anything to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
You got to fix what's wrong around him because he's, a top 3 to 5 quarterback year after year.
Let's see if he can do something here. We're trying to motivate him, talking about him. There's a first down. Carson in the passing game. Well, yeah, I mean, there's two things that come to mind, right? The Deshaun Watson story, which is, okay, we're getting a little NBA-itis here, where star player wants out. Watson is much younger than Russell Wilson. I think Wilson's a little more mature. He's older, of course. He's played longer in the league. He's got that mindset of, a mid-round pick, third-round pick, proving himself, proving he belongs, being a smaller guy. He's not the prototype in terms of what you want out of a quarterback, but he's proven that he's great. Now he's at a point where he's taking all these hits, and he's not satisfied with falling short after they won the Super Bowl in 2013. 13 or 14? Might have been
13.
13.
14, the Pats won.
Ever since they've lost that Super Bowl to the Patriots, they have not. They've been good, but not like they're not making deep runs. They haven't been back to the Super Bowl, correct?
Correct.
They haven't been back. So you're at a point now where you got to pay him. That we know. They pay Bobby Wagner. They trade for Adams. But offensively, they run this like awful style, and it seems stubborn. So you factor in the Deshaun Watson news, and then, oh yeah, Tom Brady, who has all this control, they let him kind of run the show down in Tampa. We won't get into who deserves the most credit for winning the games, but we do know Bruce Arians, the players are on record. Everything changed when they brought the star quarterback in and gave him control.
And he also had like roster say. He was like, hey, Gronk is coming here. Just so hey, guys, I called Gronk. He's going to join us on the team. Thanks. Yep. Hey, I called Antonio Brown. He's going to come join us.
So interesting how that all happens, right? They win it, and then now Russell Wilson's like, oh, I want to be in the room with personnel. There's a correlation there.
I don't think it's all that crazy to think that the quarterback should be, once you reach a certain level, be a part of those conversations, because they're touching the ball every play. And we all know how important quarterbacks are. If you have a quarterback that's involved in calling plays and, making changes at the line of scrimmage, I see no reason why those guys shouldn't be a part of that conversation.
Sure. Well, and he wouldn't have much of an argument had the offense produced and he was just playing poorly. I think he's played pretty well, but they're almost relying on him too much to all right, dude, we can't run the ball today. Figure it out, and we'll just we'll scrape our way to 11 or 12 wins. It's like, well, you got to be able to win in different ways. I think Andy Reid and I think Patrick Mahomes is realizing how lucky he is to have Andy Reid because they can win in a variety of ways.
Yeah, Pete Carroll's commitment to trying to make the run game work post Marshawn Lynch has taken many wins out of that W column for Seattle. I don't understand it. Russell Wilson needs to have the ball in his hands as much as possible for them to be a Super Bowl contender. We don't need to be handing the ball off to Chris Carson and any other group of running backs you want to throw back there every year for Seattle. It's been a revolving door really since Marshawn retired. Well, left for Oakland and then retired. Or was it he retired and then came back with Oakland? I lose track because then he came back with Seattle. Remember, he gave that whole "you got to protect y'all chickens" post-game thing. Regardless, since Marshawn stopped playing regularly for Seattle, it's been kind of a train wreck in the backfield.
Yeah. Yep. Brian says, when does an owner just tell these guys, sit down, shut up, and do what you're told, or go home and make no money for the rest of your career?
Okay. You don't say that as an owner because, A, you don't want your star, best player in the history of your franchise being upset. You don't want to not have that guy in the mix with a voice and, wanting to help your franchise win because there's few better than him. So that's just insane to think that the owner should do that.
It's also
not the right move. And also, he's also not going to go home and make no money the rest of his career. He would be released from his contract in some capacity from Seattle, go play somewhere else and make a ton of money.
Right.
He's Russell Wilson.
Also, it's not fair to Russell Wilson in the sense that the fact that it's him following Deshaun Watson. I think the Watson thing is why people are annoyed by this now. Watson, I get folks that are like, dude, shut up and play, in the sense that you're still really young. Russell Wilson's played a long time in the league at this point. Sustained success, champion. Aaron Rodgers, same thing. So the fact that Watson's like the first to do it and Russ is following next, I think is why folks are like, all right, I've had enough of this,
Russell Wilson, in his first 3 seasons, won a Super Bowl and played in another one. Like, right away, they knew this guy is legit, and he has sustained it. He got the big payday because of it, and he's been a model citizen in that community. And people can make fun of him for all the cliches he speaks in and how robotic he is.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, you want to make that guy as happy as possible.
Right.
All he's trying to do is win as many football games as possible.
Well, to that point, Russell Wilson never says anything. Like, he's never said anything with substance.
Nothing.
Ever.
Nothing.
Until now.
So I used to work with Ryan Russillo, and it was like a running joke on the show how much Russillo loathed like the fakeness he would perceive it as of Russell, like in these post-game press conferences.
Ryan said that exact thing to Colin Cowherd on Fox. I'm stealing this take from Colin. I'll be honest. I'm stealing the take. But Ryan said, yeah, he's the most boring interview ever. Russillo.
Yeah.
I mean, Russell Wilson.
Russillo said that about Wilson. Yeah, that's been like a theme of his for years.
Yep. Yeah, guys, not a great sim in terms of the scoring. I'm really bummed
what
out
is
at this
going
stage.
on here?
Yeah.
I was really, really looking forward to this sim because I thought two really good quarterbacks, two good teams, were going to get some fireworks here, and it has not been the case so far. We had two really long drives to start the game. Not a lot to show for it.
Ryan Shedd says, are you guys forgetting that he walked into a premier defense and had Marshawn Lynch to hand the ball off to?
No. And also, Seattle wasn't a
Bobby
winning
Wagner.
pro.
That's a
Oh, here we go.
touchdown.
Let's go to the house.
Wow. 52-yard touchdown.
If you guys remember, Seattle was searching for their quarterback still for a few years post Matt Hasselbeck. Like, Wilson came into his rookie training camp as the backup behind Matt Flynn, who had just been signed for dumb money because he played one good game for the Packers in garbage time the year before. He had like a historically great game. I think he threw for 6 touchdowns and 300 plus yards. So he gets this big deal. Yeah, that's the story going into that training camp. And Russell Wilson, before the season even started, took the starting job from him. Seattle had a great defense. Obviously, they had good pieces, but they were more of a team on the rise. It wasn't like he came into a ready-made situation. They needed Russell Wilson to get over the top. They needed him to make all of those pieces work.
Right. Well, there's also a transition, meaning the defense has deteriorated.
Yep.
Okay, he walked into it, but he's proven to be really good with the pieces around it. They won a title.
Yeah, he's outlasted all of those pieces. You know.
Maybe I like to look at it this way: is maybe he was the true glue to the whole thing.
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind he was.
We've said the same thing in New England. What if the Patriots didn't have Brady? Does that all those guys on defense win a title?
No.
He's the missing piece, Russell Wilson. And
yeah,
so
so
you're right. I mean,
Russell Wilson's rookie year was 2012. They went 11-5, and they lost to the Falcons in the divisional round of the playoffs. In the years prior to Russell Wilson coming to Seattle, here we go, in order. 2011, 7-9. 2010, 7-9. 2009, 5-11. 2008, 4-12.
Yeah.
Then they were winning some games 07 and prior, but from 08 to 2011, it was a sub 500 squad. And I know they had that big, what was the 7-9 team that beat the Saints, that sort of fluky playoff game. Marshawn Lynch had the crazy run, but that was a bad team. Like, they were 7-9. They weren't winning a Super Bowl.
Right. And look, I think Ryan's examples are good. He referenced Brady and Roethlisberger.
Yep.
Big Ben, same thing too. Walked into a great situation.
Totally.
Bill Cowher, one of the greatest coaches ever in terms of like a defensive mind.
Yep.
The defense made Seattle above average. Sure. But they were a quarterback away.
100%.
And maybe someone else could have done it.
I think it's clear. Like, you look at what Seattle was, they had all these pieces in place. They bring in Russell Wilson, and they immediately take off.
And now, and look, we see this all the time. Like, now we're at a point in sports when you have a player like Russ, who's stuck around as long as he has. He plays the most important position in sports. There is a transition within your organization where you now need to be more reliant on the offensive end. Has Pete Carroll made the proper adjustments to do that? Well, no. They're maxing out on being a borderline playoff team or making the playoffs and not advancing.
Yeah. It's one of those things where in the NFL, guys, as far as front office guys, they view these rosters they're putting together as windows. Like, okay, I'm creating a 5-year window here to win as much games as possible. And Seattle clearly had their window, right? They built their roster towards that window. They won a lot of games. Wilson has outlasted that first window. And typically, teams then go through a rebuild, and then you have your next window. Very rarely do you have a guy that bridges that gap and is still really good. We saw the Patriots have it for 20 years. They tried to phase Brady out and bring in another quarterback and start their next window. But it didn't work because the guy was still really good. So Seattle needs to not rebuild, but retool, because they have the guy that can allow them to continue to win games. They just need to get the right pieces in place and execute their game plan in a different way that's going to allow them to win ball games.
And not to mention their division is still really freaking good. Like,
and it just got better.
Right.
San Francisco's going to be healthier. Mm-hmm. They're going to be healthier next season. Obviously, Stafford and LA, like you mentioned. And then Arizona, you have to imagine they're going to keep getting better.
Right. All those teams have pieces on offense. Now, you got Metcalf in Seattle. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to leave him out. But after that, and Lockett had a great year. Lockett's very good. But are they? It's not. It's actually not even about personnel. Are they using it properly?
Correct.
Right. Greg, they got to refigure it out at tight end. I'm not sure.
People that have Seattle guys in their fantasy lineups, like Metcalf and Lockett, will tell you, if you look at their season totals, it's not really indicative of how they were week to week, because it was a situation where it'd be like, oh, Lockett has 3 touchdowns this week, or oh, DK had a big game this week, but then it's nothing for weeks at a time, you know? Yep. And it's that boom or bust thing with those guys, because again, Pete Carroll has this weird commitment to the run game, and I just don't think that's how you're going to win ball games in the NFL right now when you have your team set up the way you have it. If you have Russell Wilson, you don't want him handing the ball off 30 times a game.
Yep.
You don't want that type of balance.
Steven says, is it fair to ask why Wilson was so good the first 6 weeks or so of the season, then started throwing picks? His name was Russell Winston instead. Well, because that's the point. They became, because of Pete Carroll's commitment to running the ball, they would get down in games because their defense was not good. Until they got Jamal Adams, they didn't reel that defense
and then he was pushing it.
So it gets to a point you're running the ball so much, you're trailing, you become predictable on offense.
And you're pressing as well. And Wilson is put in really bad spots and forcing balls. I mean, he was just trying to make plays.
Yep.
First 6-7 weeks of the season, Seattle was can't miss television for me. Like, they were so fun to watch.
Well, and that's the thing.
And then it just leveled out.
Fun games. Fun for a coach when you're a defensive guy and Pete Carroll? Probably not. Some nail biters, but you were winning, so no one cared. No one talked about it. They were winning the games.
Like, how fun was that Seattle-Arizona game this year?
Oh, it was unreal.
So fun.
It was great.
Even that Seattle
Even their game
Vikings
against New
game.
England was great. Week 2.
Yeah. They played in a ton of really fun games this year.
For sure. Brother Phil says it wasn't just Wilson. Yeah, Sherman, Chancellor, great draft. No
exactly.
question.
Well, they had been there for a few years. That's the point. Seattle had the pieces. Russell became the glue. Like, Sherman wasn't a rookie the same year as Wilson. He had been there for a few years.
Yeah. I don't know. It's I feel like we're going in a direction where, because I think a lot of people like Russell Wilson. Good guy. He's got Sierra. So all of a sudden, like, he's a cool guy. Like, he's just a kind of like, Russell Wilson, man. Yeah, let Russ cook. He's this cool dude, you know. And you want to see it work out for him. And I don't blame the guy for speaking up for the first time ever, like, and being a little bit real with the people.
Yeah, totally.
So
I totally appreciate his honesty, and I wish guys would be more honest.
Because guess what? Honestly. What if they go 11-5 again and they lose in the first round? Because you know what starts? Oh, Russell Wilson. Is he overrated? Is that good?
Right.
All that crap starts unless he speaks up through an agent, through an interview.
Interviews, yeah.
Even when he doesn't say anything, but he's like, oh, when he doesn't give clarity on his contract situation. We all do it. I'm a victim of it. You're a victim of it. If next year we're in this spot and Seattle goes 10-6, 11-5, loses in the first round, this same thing comes up again.
Yep.
So I don't mind him pushing the envelope a bit. And I think Russ knows. Like we got San Fran getting healthy. If they figure it out at quarterback, we're in trouble. And this guy Sean McVay with Matthew Stafford, if they get that thing to click, look out. Look at their weapons. Look at their defenses. We're in some oh yeah, and by the way, Kyler Murray is like mini me.
Yeah, exactly. He's a problem.
DeAndre Hopkins, Christian Kirk's a growing receiver. Drake's had a good, they've got pieces. They've got a great player. Chandler Jones didn't even play this year. They put him in that's a tough division. Good for him for speaking up.
It's the best division in football. Okay, here's a question for you, Glash.
Yeah.
If Seattle does nothing and they come into next season and they have the same deficiencies and we see LA get better and San Francisco comes back healthy, I don't even care what their quarterback situation looks like. Maybe Jimmy G's back. I don't even care. That team can win when they're healthy. Kyle Shanahan's a very good coach. Is there a world where Seattle is the worst team in the NFC West next year? I think there is.
Possible. You can't rule it out.
I would not be shocked if they finished in last in their division next year.
Who's the favorite to win that division right now? The Rams? They're like the sexy pick,
I have to
right?
imagine. Yeah, I mean they're like Super Bowl favorites at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, not technically. I think the Chiefs are technically still the Super Bowl favorites right now.
In Tampa.
But Rams are in that conversation.
Yeah. Yep. Which I think you might not agree with, Sim fam, at the end of next year, but like it's deserved. I mean, they won 11-5. They made the playoffs, and they upgraded the quarterback. We think. We know. I mean, unless Stafford has a massive regression, or if that's a bad fit, but on paper. Oh, for sure. On paper,
Stafford is better than Goff.
Like we need to see Matthew Stafford win games.
Right now, it's an upgrade. You know.
Oh yeah.
After week one, maybe we can then, start tilting the scale a certain way. But as of now, the Rams won that trade.
I just hope Seattle is not too late. And I think Pete Carroll's a fun guy. I'm sure he's a fun guy to play for, like Rex Ryan was. And look, Pete is clearly got more success than like a Rex Ryan. I just hope they don't move on. If it doesn't work, like when are they going to pull the plug? Sorry, right. You're not pulling the plug on Russell Wilson first and letting Pete Carroll stay. It's the other way around.
So here's an interesting angle to look at it. Pete Carroll is, I believe, the oldest coach in the NFL.
He is.
He's got Belichick by a few years, even though he looks great for his age. But you wouldn't know it. He's the oldest coach in the NFL. It might be a situation where they're like, hey, we'll let you call your shot here. We're gonna move on. So if you want to call it a retirement, leave for a year, do your thing. We all know Pete Carroll's sort of a spiritual guy. Go surfing and enjoy yourself for a year. Then maybe he can reassess and hop back into football if he wants to. That might be the route they take, because if you're looking at the history of the Seahawks, I mean, he is the best coach in the history of that franchise. He won their only Super Bowl. The most success that franchise has had for an extended period of time is under Pete Carroll. I mean, Mike Holmgren and Pete Carroll, those are the two guys in Seattle. And Pete Carroll has had more success than him. So that might be the route they take if they decide to move on from him.
Look at the leaderboard just to give the people an update. Rim is leading the free roll right now with the Seattle D and the captain, Bucks defense in the flex. Zach updating scores manually. We have producer Madison. Andrew here as well. Final quarter. We might not even make it to the buzzword. This one's flying. Todd is asking where we got the lights. Sarah just was having a time on Amazon and was like, I'm getting these lights. And I was the one who was like, why are you getting these? And she's like, because they look cool. And here I am. I'm the one who's using them the most. So. Yes, the lights are brightening up the bedroom for free.
Someone on YouTube mentioned, college coach, he'll never work in the NFL. I think Pete Carroll has shown that he can win in the NFL. I mean, he won a Super Bowl, got back to another one in back-to-back years. Really hard to do. So I'm not saying the guy isn't an NFL caliber coach, and he's clearly proved himself. Like, that whole college coach not working in the NFL thing is, I mean, it's not really a rule. It's more of just something that happens sometimes. Like, Jimmy Johnson was incredible at Miami and then went to the Cowboys and helped build them into the dynasty of the 90s. Like, we've seen college coaches come in and be fine in the NFL. Bill Parcells was a college coach before he was an NFL coach. There's many, many examples of it.
Chef Duke says Pete Carroll needs to retire. These young coaches in the division are going to take over. Hey, and you know what? I'll go there a little bit with Belichick in the AFC East. Like, not yet, but it's going that way. McDermott, Flores. Yeah, the Jets will figure it out, see if Sal's any good. Not quite there yet in the AFC East, okay? We're not quite there yet.
I'm hesitant with Belichick.
Got to adapt.
You know, it's a what have you done for me lately league. And if the Patriots look exactly the same next season as they did this season, then it becomes a very real, hey, you are on the hot seat now. 2 straight years of this is not acceptable. And I'm not saying the Patriots are going to be the best team in the NFL next season, but if there's not a real, true step forward next year, that's a real conversation that needs to be had, especially when you have Tom Brady winning Super Bowls. Because, you know, whether we like it or not, and yes, I know Brady probably wanted to leave, but Kraft is probably looking at that situation going, hey, Bill, this was your call. I never wanted Tom Brady to leave. I have been open about the fact that I want this guy to be with this franchise until he retires. I think of him like another son. This is on you, buddy. He doesn't want to be here because of the roster you built and the culture that you have, and you don't want him anymore. You want to rebuild. So,
dude,
what are we doing here?
They could have a Justin Herbert Chargers year. If they go 5-11, but the quarterback can play, totally fine.
Agreed. Totally. Oh my God, I would be ecstatic
if they
can somehow get Zach Wilson. And by the way, I've been watching a lot of Zach Wilson tape recently, getting excited. There was a lot of hype about him this week, so I dug in, and I was texting with my buddy who went to BYU, who's huge Cougs fan. Got really, really excited about Zach Wilson. Do I think the Patriots are going to get him? No, because it seems like the hype is going to be too much, and he'll be off the board by the time the Pats are picking. And I just don't ever see Belichick trading up into the top 10 ever. I just don't. I've never seen it. I just don't think he's capable of letting himself do it. I would love for him to do it, to take a shot at a quarterback, but I just don't think it's in his nature.
Smash Lant, I got to call you out on Twitch. That's right.
Flashing lights.
Shout out Kanye. All right, Tommy. Come on, buddy. All right, it's not. I'm trying to give the game a little bit of looks, and I'm like, there's too many sacks, punters. The chat wants you to give out the wooden nickel of the punters.
They might have to be the wooden nickel winners.
What a sensational punt by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Seattle had a scoop and score. I mean, Seattle DST might be the MVP at this point.
Jordan Lindenbaum, why do you guys keep saying bomb to so-and-so? He's talking about the chat. They can't complete a 10-yard pass right in front of them, let alone a 50-yard bomb. It's funny.
Yeah, Andrew brings up a good point, our producer. Pre-order your Mac Jones jersey. Yeah, Belichick loves those Alabama guys. Him and Saban are boys. That documentary I was a little underwhelmed by last year. Or was it earlier? No, it was last year.
The Two Bills is better.
Two Bills is much better. But the Saban and Belichick doc, I thought I was going to get to see like new behind-the-scenes stuff, but they were just pulling from like other docs that have been done. Like I've seen all of that footage before. When they were talking, it was cool, but I was underwhelmed.
Lasheen's toothbrush. I hate when you two talk football. Sim gets dry when y'all do that. So much better when it's conversation and chat. We mix it up.
Okay, how about this? AMA, YouTube right now. Ask me anything. Questions about anything you want. Doesn't need to be sim related, football related. AMA.
Rapid fire. Bam, let's go. Appropriate, of course. Somewhat. That's I threw in the somewhat.
Yeah, no. Look, if it's an insane question that's obviously inappropriate, we're gonna have to skip it. We would like to keep our jobs, but AMA, baby, you guys guide us.
It is funny.
Madden After Dark on a Saturday night. Let's go.
I know. Here I am, like doing like hard hitting Seattle Seahawks, Russell Wilson, NFC West analysis. Why don't you talk about goofy stuff?
Why don't you guys talk about boogers? Favorite anime, Dragon Ball Z.
Ooh, Ash Ketchum.
Oh, that's Pokemon.
Yeah.
Nice. Who's on tomorrow? Do you have the schedule in front of you? We can get that for you.
Yeah.
That's a question.
Real quick. I'll do it real quick. Ready? Sunday, tomorrow. So first two sins, Kaufman, Moose. Next two after that, Rossi and you. Oh, no, that's like next week. Damn. Sorry. I'm on the first two tomorrow with Ducey and Jeff, then Kaufman and Jeff, then Rossi and you, and then Brandon Cristal and Matt LaMarca. Okay,
cool.
keep going.
Do you like the taste of your belly button lint? No. Okay.
I do.
Why is your head so big, Tom? I was born that way. Tommy, do you have a date set? Yes, October 22nd, 2022. Okay. Buzzword. We haven't talked about a buzzword yet because we didn't think we were going to get there. We'll decide it last second.
Jordan Lindenbaum, how was Curry tonight? I hate you. Moving on.
If you were on a deserted island for 3 years, would you want to be alone or with Ducey? I'd like to be with another person. Morgan was out of the apartment for a good part of this week because we had some snow issues here in St. Louis, and I almost went insane. I hated being secluded by myself because, it's a pandemic. It's not like we can go out anyways. It's not like I can go hang out with people. I didn't have we share a car, so I didn't have my car. Snow, it's not like I could drive around. I was going nuts. So I would take the company 10 out of 10 times. Okay, question, Curry. Yep, you went with that. Okay. AMA, worst thing you have ever eaten? Ooh, good question. I guess it would be the forest meatball for me.
Pass.
Okay.
I want to keep getting more questions in.
Okay, here we go. Best Will Ferrell movie, Step Brothers.
That's a good one. I like Talladega Nights, but Step Brothers is a good one.
Oh, my chat keeps jumping ahead. Here we go.
Favorite band?
Ooh, Vampire Weekend is mine.
I like Dave Matthews. Don't give me any crap. Move on.
Ooh, Dave Matthews Band concerts, very fun.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm that guy.
He really likes Dave Matthews.
OJ Howard. What a loser. Oh, you gotta have him in your lineup. Okay, where are we? If someone jumps off a building, no, not gonna go there. Okay. Here we go.
If you had a time machine, would I go back in time or to the future?
Ooh, good question. I would go back in time, I think.
Boo! To the future we go! Hakuna Matata!
No, I think I'd want to go see, I would like to be my age in the mid-90s, if that makes sense. All right, I've completely lost my place.
If you could have any superpower.
The ability to travel at the speed of light.
I want to fly.
Yeah, I want to be able to just snap my fingers and be in different places. That would be what I want. So then I could see as many people that I want to see all the time. I could live in St. Louis, but then go hang out with my parents, have dinner, snap my fingers, be back at my apartment.
What else? What else? What else? What else? What else?
Blondes or brunettes? All women. We love everybody.
Good. Ooh, Michael or Prince?
Prince.
Prince. What
Yeah,
should
I
the
guess
buzzword
the
be?
teleporting would be what it is.
And also, for the record, I did what you did a few weeks ago and said, "Oh, this Sim's flying by. We might make it to the buzzword." Well, what do you know? Tampa is at the Seattle 35,
And
they
here we
kick a
are
field goal.
with a minute to go. Should the buzzword just be buzzword? Because we don't have a buzzword.
How about lint?
Okay, yeah, belly button lint. I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Lint. Lint.
Lint.
Lint.
Lint.
Lint.
Lint.
Lint.
Lint.
Lint.
Lint. Lint. Lint. Lint. Lint. Lint. Lint. Lint.
I like
Lint. 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 Belly button 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 lint. 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 Clint. Lint. 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 Clint Eastwood. Lint. 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 Flint, Michigan. Lint. 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 The Flint Tropics.
Belly button lint.
Lint. Lint. Lint. Okay.
Bang! Bang! Lint for 3. Bang!
I mean, what's the name of your old cast? I don't understand the question. Cast? My old cat. I mean, I had cat as children. As a child, I had a cat named Julius. I had a cat named George.
Executive sessions, y'all sound like a terrible rap group. Evan says, "Yep, there's a good energy in the lint."
Oh, I don't even think I smashed the like button yet.
Wow.
Sorry.
Lint for the 3. It counts. Leonard Fournette. 5 seconds. Timeout. Oh, we're going overtime. Damn.
What's your favorite holiday? You hate holidays.
4th of July.
Interesting choice. Why?
Oh, it's just great. Summer, you know.
Okay, but here's my one beef with the 4th of July, and this is actually my brother's theory, but I actually really like this. So, 4th of July, if it falls in the middle of the week, stinks. Because everyone gets hyped for 4th of July, but then you have to go back to work a lot of places on Thursday and Friday. My brother says that you should have the 4th of July just be called Independence Day, and we all as a country decide that we're going to celebrate it either on the same Friday in July every year or on the same Monday of July every year. And give everyone a guaranteed long weekend. Hell, it could even be a 4-day weekend if we want.
Yeah.
That, and it's a good, I really like that.
Okay. I'm in.
Yeah. Give people more time off. Lint, belly button lint, belly button lint, belly button lint.
We now have Mike
lint.
Green in the chat. Bang! Oh, what a play by Lint!
Here we go. If you could be any animal, what would you be and why?
I'd be an elephant and spray everyone with my trunk.
It's not expecting that answer.
I mean, I'm not going to say that again.
I would be
choice of words.
I would be a tortoise because they live like 200 years.
What do you think a tortoise's lint looks like?
Ooh, underneath that shell, probably all sorts of goo in there.
Gooey lint.
Yeah, you were very quick to the trigger with the elephant call there.
I don't know.
How's our Twitch looking? Do we got questions?
Yeah, sorry, Twitch. What do you guys?
Twitch
Questions?
here? Yeah, my bad, Twitch. We were just trying to go really fast, and we have the YouTube open.
Fooligan says you are one weird dude, Glash. Thank you.
Throw your questions out in Twitch. We'll still take them on YouTube as well.
I'll do it. Hit that like button, guys. We're almost at 300. There's 400 of you watching. Would appreciate it. Rick Howell, would you change your past if you could?
I'm sure we all have regrets. Yeah, there's certain stuff we'd all change about. Oh, OJ Howard, let's get OJ. Well, play the sim.
It's already returned value. 249.
I should check where I am in the contest.
Who'd you play? You play Shady McQueen. Should have played Howard. Should have played up elsewhere. Played Howard. Should have played Howard.
Oh, I'm in 49th. It's actually not as bad as I thought it'd be.
Look at that dude in 49th.
Probably because I have Howard.
Didn't even add up his points yet. Oh, OJ Howard. Gotta have him. Tight end too. Best tight end in the game.
Factor in the running game. Factor in the passing game. Gotta get a good price on it.
Gotta play him.
Gotta have him.
You gotta play him.
Lint, belly button, Lint.
I really hope OJ Howard scores a touchdown.
Oh, I'll go nuts. Actually,
I don't even have him. I want it to happen. TK Sidfam says, is Howard actually worth playing? Or are people actually just getting absurdly lucky with him? No, like he's actually a very good play.
It's just annoying how often that's the comment anytime you do a buck sim that is always said. Like, oh, well, I was building my lineup, but I had to get O.J. Howard in there because, he's a great value. There's a factor in the passing game. He's a factor in the running game. Oh, y'all O.J. Howard.
Lisa says, what age were you when you bumped your head? 3.
Ooh, good question.
Evan says, I love the guys saying sincere things in these voices.
Gotta have him. Gotta have him.
How would you not play him? Crazy. 3rd and 10. Where is he? Where's he? Tom,
when's the last time you changed your light bulb? I need to actually change a light bulb in my laundry room. That's actually, thank you for reminding me of that. I'm going to write that down so I don't forget it.
He might be talking about your brain.
Oh, never.
Ever.
But, in all seriousness, I do need to change that light bulb.
Oh. Bad boys of pop. Who talks like that, though? That's a fair question.
Doesn't matter.
Mike says, who decides that's how people talk? All right, so these multiple people making good points.
I do.
All right, so a field goal wins it for Seattle.
Well, we got Myers.
Yeah, dude, Myers is a good player.
He's got a boot.
Rick Lewis, have a good rest of the night. Thanks for being here. Brother Phil says, yeah, Howard does something about every 4 to 5 games. Punt play for showdown only. Never roster him in classic.
Thanks, Brother Phil.
And that's the mature announcer answer that we should have delivered, but...
Oh, Howard, he does something every 4 or 5 games. Punt play for showdown only. Never roster him in classic. Blah.
Brother Phil, he's not insulting you. He's just he's conveying
just
it in a
having some
different
fun.
way.
Just having some fun, having some ha-has on a Saturday night.
Bill says, after listening to Glash lately, I'm starting to rethink the bus thing with Glash.
You're getting invites rescinded.
Come on, Bill, you don't want to ride a bus together? Come on, man, it'll be fun. Evan says, does Goofy have a defense of owning Pluto?
It's a really good question. Like, they're both
Goofy
dogs.
is not a dog, by the way.
Goofy's not a dog?
Nah.
What is Goofy, then?
I thought we talked about, not you, someone else.
Okay, explain this take to me.
I don't remember all of it. Goofy is not a dog, right?
Yes, he is.
Oh, he is a dog. Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
What else could he be?
Nothing. He's definitely a dog.
Oh, okay. That's what it is, the Twitch username. Goofy is a dog.
Goofy is a dog. There's no question about it.
Meta says, please don't do that echo bleep. Makes me feel like I'm having a flashback. Oh, Goofy is a cow. That was what was said on the stream once.
Oh, no, he's not. No way. Goofy is not a cow.
Who makes this catch here? Nice play. Philly Dawsett.
Hey, Philly.
Only 13 likes from 300. Can we get to 300 likes? Come on.
We're still doing AMA here on YouTube and on Twitch.
Questions, ask them.
Any question, any topic. Here we go. Did we get any here on Twitch? Can we get Jerome Bettis on the bus tour? Like that.
Come on.
Just looking through Twitch here.
John Delfino having some ha-has on a Saturday night is the best Fenway Park vendor voice.
Yeah.
Sox, Yanks.
Longest game ever. 3.5, 4 hours, easy.
Call Me says, who is your favorite co-commentary to go to?
Meaning the person I enjoy doing Sims with the most?
Oh, I can't. Come on. I can't.
I will give a diplomatic answer and say I like all of my teammates equally.
Yeah, I'm going to Russell Wilson my answer.
Like
Tom's
picking a
up there.
favorite child. Yeah, Glash is in the top 3.
Steven says, worst job you've ever had?
Ooh, good question.
Yeah, I hate doing these Sims.
Working at a gelato shop was awful. I worked at a gelato shop in Newport for a summer, and just brutal. Because the people that worked there took it way too seriously, if that makes sense. Like, we're not running, a branch of the military here. We're scooping gelato into a cup for rich people in Newport. Like, we don't need to put a lot of thought process into this. We don't need to be so serious. So that was a really bad job. I worked as a mover one summer too. Got paid well, and I was jacked, but awful job. Mover in the summer, a lot of sweat.
Yeah, I hated bagging groceries at Market Basket.
That sounds like a bad job.
Yeah, it was the first job. Kept it for 7, 8 years.
Oof.
I mean, very part-time. With
Yeah, but still.
School, yeah.
That's committed, man.
Oh, it's a pain. And you know what? I hope that someone that works there is listening. I don't mind.
I wouldn't be where I am today without it.
Lewis Daniel, name of your old cast, Tommy.
Oh, get him. Oh, Evans, nice catch. Bam!
Oh, podcast. Got it. Great Dane Nation, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Check it out.
Check it out. Problem Kid Gaming says it's his mission to see DK crumble.
As in Metcalf?
You have a problem. Problem Kid. What's that?
John Delfino got arrested in Newport. Not fun at all. That sounds awful.
Lucci says texting in the chat. If that makes sense.
Boneless or bone in for wings? I go bone in.
Bone in, or what was the other option?
Boneless. Bone in or boneless?
I'm a less guy.
Ooh. So I don't dislike boneless wings, but if I'm going wings, I'm going bone in. I mean, come on. It's all about the experience.
Freak of nature, Glash bagging groceries using his Marv Albert voice with the customers. he's able to put the eggs to the side with the loaf of bread laying gently on top of the cart. Would you like a bag for your milk, ma'am?
Paper or plastic?
Plastic.
Yes.
And he jams the jam in the paper bag. 4 minutes gone by into my 4-hour shift at Market Basket, and I'm having a miserable day.
Market Basket is awesome, though. Can we shout out Market Basket?
Yeah, they
Great
make some
value.
good, they make some good.
I
good
like
hot
Market
sandwiches.
Market Basket. Yes, they do. Good deli. Market Basket has really good like Market Basket brand stuff, if that makes sense. You know, like these grocery stores where they have their own brand, like generic brand. I'm a big fan of Market Basket's generic brand stuff.
All right, thank God, Suck Up just kicked this.
Also, and just to talk about the boneless wing thing, Emerson brought this up when him and I were working together recently, and I think it's sort of a thing he's mentioned on Sims before. They're not wings. Like, boneless wings aren't actually wings. They're just chicken nuggets. Like, let's call them what they are. They're chicken nuggets.
Take it easy, man. I mean, all right. Suck Up for 3. Yep, that happened. All right. Well, we made it.
We're here.
Yeah. Tom, 21 of 27, 217 in the touchdown. Wilson, 14 of 17, 108, no touchdowns, no picks. He might be the Not My Kid Award. That was bad.
You might have a point there.
See how we did on the ground rushing.
That's always the determiner when it comes to Russell Wilson.
Got Zach here updating scores. Yeah, 4 for 26. He's awful.
Wilson's going to be the Babysitter Billy Award winner. I'm sorry. I don't even need to see the rest of the stats. I know Wilson is going to be the guy.
Leonard Fournette hit the bonus. 105 on the ground. Carson, 47. Godwin. And we can look at the other guys, too. McCoy, 3 for 13. Hyde, 3 for 15. Yippee.
Lombardi Lenny, come to St. Louis and have a free small cone with me at Lion's Choice Roast Beef. Congratulations. You're the Krusty Cough winner. Good stuff.
The double standing O. Yeah.
Yeah. You can sit down, but then you see everyone that's still standing, so you quickly go back up, make it look like you were just readjusting.
That is one of the most fascinating, like, social things, right? The standing O at a game.
Like, how long am I supposed to stand for?
Just the best part is the natural rise out of the chair. Like, all right, you know what? I'm going for it. Here we go. I'm going for it.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of things that I think about.
I miss
wow,
that stuff, though.
I miss
it. I love standing up at games, big moments, everyone getting into it. The people I hate, though, are the people that don't stand up and they're sitting behind you and they're like, I can't see. Can you sit down, please? It's like, the fourth quarter.
Get over it. Yeah.
What do you think? Are you serious?
A random thing to bring up right now at 11:20 on a Saturday night. All right, what am I doing? Looking at the leaderboard. SEWA, first place by a healthy margin, by 11 points in our free roll. Seahawks defense and the captain, 25.5 points. Wilson, Brady, Evans, Gronk, and Fournette in the flex.
I finished 23rd. That's pretty good.
That's very good. I finished 133rd.
I'm getting better at these.
King Scar finished. Scar! Don't look at me that way. Scar! Long live the king. Scar finished in first in the first place in the public free showdown. Gronk captain, Brady, Godwin, Evans, Fournette, Seattle D in the flex.
Stan with some strong words for the chat. All right. Got it, man. In the Twitch chat. SEWA1. Yes. Okay. All right. I think that's it. I think we're good. Schedule for tomorrow, and then we'll peace out. Okay? Okay.
Works for me.
I will be here to start the day, noon Eastern, tomorrow, Sunday, with Kenny Ducey. Oh, boy. Going to have 2 cups of coffee tomorrow morning.
What a way to start the day.
Yeah.
With a hot cup of Ducey.
And it's a Jet Sim.
Oh, Nelly.
Saints at the Jets.
That's a steaming hot cup of Ducey right there.
Wow. All right. 2 p.m. Titans at Broncos. Moose will join me. Titans, Broncos. 4 o'clock. Vikings at the Bears. Kaufman and Moose. 6 o'clock. Jags at the Panthers with Rossi and you, Mr. Freeze Pops. The dad. And then to wrap up the night, 8 o'clock. Ravens at the Browns. And then Madden After Dark. Giants at Patriots. Yeah. Giants, Pats.
Remember them.
Madden After Dark, Brandon Cristal, and Matt LaMarca. Thank you to our great team, producer Madison, Andrew, our technical director, Zach from the Game Ops team. We'll get Australian Open thoughts also tomorrow morning. So
Down under.
Yeah. Ducey will be coming in hot with those. So hope to see you all tomorrow, starting at noon Eastern, YouTube, Twitch, Game Center. Make the lineups. I'll make a free roll. I'll make those free rolls right now, right when I log off. Make those and load them up. So he will hydrate, and we will now say goodbye. See you tomorrow, DK Sim Fam, right here on the Dream Stream.